Hello, this is Ashen. Welcome to part 2 of What if Konoha's most evil Uchiha became the judge of the village? If you haven't watched part 1 yet, make sure to watch it first. The link to part 1 is in the description below.
Naruto rubbed the back of his neck in mild embarrassment. Well, a lot of the credit goes to Kurama. He told me to make sure I was strong enough to go toe-to-toe with someone like Kakashi-sensei without needing any of my enhancements, because the more I improve my base strength the more powerful my augmentations will become. Then Fukusaku-sensei has been training me half to death every day for months. Well, it's showing. You look good, kid. If I was a few years younger I would probably try and steal you away from your little Uzumaki princess, Tsunade replied with a smirk. Iu gross ba-chan, don't talk like that. I mean I love you and all. But not like that, Naruto replied, shaking his head in an attempt to make him forget everything Tsunade had just said. The former Hokage couldn't help but laugh at the younger blonde's childlike response. Relax Naruto, I was just teasing you. Now it's been a long day and I haven't slept in a bed in months, so I'm going to bed. Naruto nodded and decided it was time he called it a night as well, still grumbling about a perverted grandma on his way to his bedroom and into the ensuite bathroom so he could have a shower. He saw the light rise and fall of Karen's chest as he entered his room. He stopped for a moment to brush some of her long red hair away from her face before leaning down to lightly kiss her forehead. Sleep well Karen-chan, I love you, he whispered before continuing to the shower. He reappeared from the bathroom a good 15 minutes later, clad only in a pair of loose-fitting boxers. The first thing he noticed was that Karen was no longer in the bed, instead she was standing a foot from the door, her eyes filled with lust. I heard you Yano, she said, lightly biting her bottom lip. When I came in. Sorry, I didn't mean yo wake you, Naruto replied a little nervously from the look he was going given. No, I mean this afternoon, she crooned, stalking up to the blonde with a noticeable sway of her hips. You said you wanted me to be your wife, she added, wrapping her arms around his neck. Ah well. Naruto nervously rubbed the back of his head with one hand while pulling the kunoichi closer to him with his other arm. He took this moment to take in just how amazing she looked. She was only wearing a dark red bra and panties set, that had black lace at the borders, that left little to the imagination. In the last year the kunoichi's body had matured. Her training had caused her to become lean yet well-toned, her legs seemed to go on for an age, right up to her tight peach-shaped rear. He was thrilled to see the bite marks that had once blemished her porcelain skin had now faded, leaving it almost completely blemish-free. Finally her breasts had grown slightly to a decent C-cup, just a little too large to fully fit in his hands. Don't worry Naruto-kun, she chuckled, kissing his cheek on across one of his whisker marks, that she knew were extra sensitive. I know it wasn't a real proposal, but the answer would have been yes, and it always will be, she whispered. The confession and rush of emotions during the day seemed to culminate in this moment for Naruto. He was sick of waiting, he had been sure Karen would be the one for him for a while now. He growled possessively and picked the redhead up using both hands to cup her firm rear as he bent in to claim her lips with his own. Lemon. Karen lightly sucked on Naruto's bottom lip, wrapping her legs around his waist as she giggled happily at the blonde's change in attitude. She could feel his excitement growing with only two thin sheets of fabric separating their sexes. They both moaned in unison as she ground her hips against his. Naruto carried her to the bed as their kiss deepened, their tongues dancing, caressing each other. Neither seemed to care about who was dominant, taking it in turns to explore the other's mouth. They eventually separated, a thin line of saliva still connecting their lower lips. I don't want to wait anymore Naruto-kun, I want you now, Karen purred once they separated. Naruto placed the young woman on the bed, leaning down with her as she had effectively locked her legs around his waist. So do I, the blonde growled with a hungry look in his eyes that sent shivers down Karen's spine, adding to the wetness she was feeling between her legs. Karen responded by bringing their lips together once more in a brief but passionate kiss, that allowed them both to express their desire and the lust they were feeling at that moment. Karen broke their kiss but wrapped her arms tighter around Naruto's neck so he could not retreat just yet. She leaned into his ear, then fuck me, she demanded in a low possessive whisper. She then leant down and bit his neck, making sure she left a mark. Naruto groaned and leaned into her bite. He enjoyed the light hint of pain mixed with great pleasure. When Karen finally pulled back, she wasn't left with any time to enjoy her handiwork as Naruto began planting a trail of kisses along her jawline while his hands began to explore her body, one hand cupping her breast, his thumb tracing her nipple through her bra. His kisses traveled down her neck while his free hand moved to free the clasp of the kunoichi's red and black lace bra. They reluctantly parted for a moment so Karen could remove the lace undergarment, tossing haphazardly across the room before they turned their attention back onto each other. Naruto took the initiative. He leant down and kissed her collarbone. With each ministration he moved a little closer to her breast until he paused, tracing circles around her stiffened nipple. She purred, leaning into his touch as if hoping to intensify the pleasure she was feeling. Naruto grinned as he felt the kunoichi writhe in pleasure at his touch. For the first time in his life he was thankful that Jiraiya had made him proofread the book he had written on their travels, as he was far less than experienced in this particular art. His grin grew as he heard Karen moan his name, her hand traveling down into her panties, a motion that was not lost on the blonde. "Getting impatient are we?" he asked, grabbing her hand before she could reach her destination. Karen pouted under the blonde's intense gaze. "Please," she begged in a whisper. Naruto smirked and shook his head. He was enjoying teasing the beautiful redhead. "Not just yet, Karen-chan." He chuckled lightly as her pout intensified, leaning back down to kiss her belly button, tracing her navel with his tongue before slowly moving south until he reached the hem of her last remaining piece of clothing. He could almost taste the intoxicating sweet smell of her arousal, slowly sliding her panties down her leg. Karen began to feel a little insecure as Naruto just stood there staring down at her, looking somewhat dumbstruck. "What's wrong?" "Nothing at all," Naruto said, shaking his head. "I was just admiring the fact that you are the most beautiful thing I have ever seen." She growled in frustration as it became apparent that his teasing hadn't finished there. Naruto moved back between her legs, lightly brushing his lips against the inside of her thigh, waiting until the kunoichi whimpered in frustration. The whimper turned to a gasp of immense pleasure as she felt the blonde lick along the full length of her opening, flicking against her clit. "Oh fuck, Naruto-kun, more," she gasped loudly, and Naruto was more than willing to agree to her demands. Her back arched uncontrollably and she gripped the sheets with both hands above her head as she felt his tongue enter her and begin tracing her hot moist walls. Naruto couldn't describe the feeling of pleasure he got each time she moaned his name. Karen's hands ran through Naruto's golden locks trying to encourage him deeper. "Okami, I have never felt anything like this before. Amazing," she thought, bucking her hips to emphasize her point. She could feel the building tension in the pit of her stomach getting stronger with each passing second. "I think I'm close, Naruto-kun. Keep going," she panted, heavily biting down on her bottom lip as Naruto began to pick up the pace. She was driven over the edge when he latched onto her sensitive nub. "Okami, yes, Naruto," she wailed, grabbing his hair, roughly pushing him deeper. Naruto lapped up her juices, while the kunoichi rode her high. "Satisfied now?" he asked with a smirk. Karen smiled in bliss but shook her head. "No," she said weakly through panted breath. "Oh man, was I really that bad?" Naruto asked, starting to feel disheartened. Karen saw his disappointment and decided to reassure him. "No, you were amazing," she replied, pulling him into a kiss. She was able to taste herself on his lips, which sparked her arousal again. "But I'm not satisfied yet, not until you're mine. Besides, it doesn't look like you're satisfied yet," she added, gazing down at the tent in his boxers. "Well, if that's what you really want, then who am I to deny you?" Naruto replied casually. Karen sat up and removed the last offending piece of clothing. She gazed hungrily at his fully erect 7-inch member. Naruto pushed her back and positioned himself between her legs, his shaft sliding along her entrance, covering himself lightly in her fluids. "Kami, I want you so much, Karen-chan. You ready?" "Of course, Naruto-kun, take me now," she ordered him. The truth was, she was nervous. She was no more experienced than the blonde, but she knew she wanted him. She tensed as his head of his member entered her, stopping when he felt her barrier. Naruto tenderly claimed her lips, before pushing through the final barrier. Karen hissed in pain, her nails lightly digging into his back. "Are you all right?" he asked, his eyes showing his concern for her. "I'm fine, I am a kunoichi, you know, a little pain is nothing," Karen replied. While she was sore, there was no way she wanted to stop after they had come so far. Just give me a minute. Okay. But I don't know how long I can wait, you're so tight it feels amazing, Naruto teased, kissing her forehead lovingly. Whenever you're ready. Karen smiled tenderly. He's so caring, she thought, pulling him in for another heated kiss. Almost a minute passed, the two shinobi still caught in a tight lip lock, their hands exploring every inch of their new lovers' bodies, wanting their fingers to find every curve, even any flaw. They were all things that made their partner unique in their own. The pain had numbed by now and she wiggled her hips to let the Naruto know she was ready. Naruto nodded and slowly began to pull back before gliding back into her soft folds, starting a very slow rhythm, adding a little more depth with each new thrust, not wanting to cause the redhead any more pain. They both moaned loudly as he had fully filled her, his tip kissing the entrance to her womb. For Karen the pain had almost completely faded by now, being overridden by the pleasure she was now feeling. She started to become a little more adventurous herself, bucking her hips in unison with his thrusts, adding to his penetration. Faster, she demanded through panted breath, wrapping her arms around his neck, pecking at his nose and lips. Naruto was more than willing to give her what she wanted, being frustrated himself with the slow movement. Their pace quickened, both moaning in pleasure with their eyes locked on each other. She could feel the same tightness begin to well up in the pit of her stomach. I'm close, Naruto-kun, she panted. Me too, just a little longer, Karen-chan, Naruto moaned in response. Karen nodded, biting her bottom lip as their pace picked up another notch. Together, she moaned. Together, Naruto confirmed, slamming hard into her. She felt the tightness begin to grow. Karen almost instinctively wrapped her legs around Naruto's waist, deepening their contact. She squealed in pleasure, pulling him closer, her chin resting on his shoulder, desperate to feel more of him. Wait, Karen-chan, don't lock your legs like that, I won't be able to pull out, Naruto said, barely able to focus. It's fine, I want you to finish inside me, Karen replied, her nails digging into his shoulder as she felt her orgasm rapidly approach and was angry that Naruto had stalled her from arriving at that high. But what if you get pregnant? I mean, I love you, but I don't know if I'm ready for a family just yet, Naruto replied. It's all right, I have anti-pregnancy seals, that only I can disable, it's safe. But even if it wasn't, I wouldn't care, she admitted, bucking her hips harder to remind him of what he should be doing. Naruto may have been stunned by the kunoichi's admission, but that just made him want her even more and returned the kunoichi's thrust with vigor, slamming his full length into her dripping honey pot. Oh Kami. Just like that, give me more, Karen gasped, before biting down hard on the blonde's shoulder in a vain attempt to last a few seconds more. It was all for naught, however, as she felt her release, loudly screaming out his name. Naruto felt her soft velvety walls clamping down and her juices flowing over his head and shaft, the added pleasure pushing him over the edge as well. Oh fuck, Karen-chan, I'm coming, he moaned, giving one last deeply penetrating thrust before his seed shot out, covering her insides, sending Karen once more over the edge, her nails raking down his back. They gazed lovingly into each other's eyes, tenderly kissing, Naruto resting his forehead on hers as they both tried to catch her breath. Karen cupped his cheek, stroking his whisker marks tenderly. I could get used to that, it was amazing, Naruto finished for her, leaning into her hand as he slowly rolled them both around so she was now lying on his chest. Did I tell you that I love you, Karen-chan? He asked with a smirk, kissing her nose. I think I recall hearing you say that once or twice. I love you too, Naruto-kun, she replied, glowing from her euphoric high. She felt him stiffen again, his arousal making her eyes widen slightly. Naruto looked a little embarrassed at his returning stiffness and rubbed the back of his neck. Oh sorry, we can stop here for tonight, he said, propping himself up on his arms only for the kunoichi to firmly push him back down. Oh no, we're not done, I want to experience just how legendary your stamina really is. Chapter 38, Afters. Naruto and Karen were asleep in each other's arms as the sun began to rise, lightly illuminating the small village. The redhead was using his chest as her pillow, their hands clasped together while her leg draped across his waist. All in all, they were the perfect picture of a loving couple, at least they were in the moments before there was a loud bang at the front door sparked them both awake. Naruto jumped in front of the bed, a defensive stance, carefully positioning himself between the door and Karen. When the door burst open, Naruto relaxed, seeing that it was only Tsunade. "Kami, Ba-chan, you scared me half to death," he said, breathing out a sigh of relief. "So why are you making such a racket so early in the morning? We were trying to sleep." "Oh, I'm sorry, did I possibly do something that stopped you from sleeping? I couldn't possibly know what that is like," Tsunade said sarcastically with an irritated scowl. "Because of the noise I couldn't get to sleep last night." Naruto looked confused. "I don't remember hearing any." He stopped mid-sentence and turned to Karen, clutching the bedsheets to her torso in an attempt to hide her bare chest. As if in unison, a look of embarrassed horror growing on both of their faces. Soon they were both blushing such a deep shade of red that their faces matched the kunoichi's hair. "Oh Kami, no," they both groaned, realizing that Tsunade must have heard them the night before. "I'm afraid so, Gakis. Now Naruto, grab some clothes and then get out," Tsunade ordered. "What, why?" Naruto asked, not entirely sure that Karen would be safe if he left. "Because Karen and I need to have a little talk, and then I am going to give her a physical to make sure she is healthy," Tsunade spat back. "Now get out, I will get to you later." Naruto gulped audibly. He didn't like the sound of that. Quite frankly, he would prefer to be facing Madara again. At least he had some idea of what he was up against with the once more diciest Uchiha. "Okay, but Karen-chan, if you need me for anything just yell and I'll be back in a flash," he said before grabbing a white shirt and some black cargo pants from his drawers and leaving the room. Well, seems like he is willing to protect you, even from me. I find myself kind of jealous," Tsunade said with a smile. Her features had softened as soon as Naruto had left the room. Karen still hadn't moved, not sure if the legendary kunoichi would yell, scald, or even hit her. "Oh, relax girl, you're perfectly fine, I won't hurt you. But if I give the gaki and inchi will take a mile." Disrespectful little shit, Tsunade pouted with a mock scowl. For the first time since they had met, Karen smiled, breaking out into a small muted laugh. She stopped when she noticed the Godime Hokage eyeing her suspiciously. "Sorry, but that just seems so like Naruto-kun, but that's just part of who he is, and I think if he didn't respect you then he wouldn't treat you that way at all. You have a good read on him, then again seeing as you two are a couple that is a good thing," Tsunade replied. "I can read his chakra, it's like second nature to me now, at least where Naruto-kun is involved," Karen admitted with a slight blush. "How do you do that?" Tsunade asked in genuine interest. Karen shrugged, knowing this would probably be the least invasive portion of their little conversation that morning, besides she didn't mind sharing the information anyway. "It's a technique that I use as a sensor. I can see people's chakra. It allows me to find someone over massive distances. It's how I was able to find Naruto after the war was over. With practice I can also read someone's emotions, but it's very difficult if I don't know the target well." I can see why Orochimaru kept you around. That would be a useful ability in finding victims," Tsunade said with a small scowl that was not directed at Karen at all. "Well, with Orochimaru you were either useful to him or a prisoner. I really didn't want to be treated like he treated the prisoners," Karen admitted, hoping she wasn't digging a grave for herself. Tsunade could feel the nervousness practically rolling off the teen that she assumed to be completely naked under the covers of her and Naruto's bed. "I told you to relax, you're not on trial, and even if you were, all that would happen is Naruto would come busting in here playing the hero again to save you." Karen quietly liked the sound of that but relaxed as Tsunade suggested. "So what did you want to talk about?" "Nothing in particular, I just thought I would get to know you, considering you have decided to have a relationship with someone I consider to be my family, which I guess makes you family as well," Tsunade replied. "Now how about we start with why you were looking for Naruto after the war?" Karen really had nothing to hide, but the way Tsunade spoke definitely made it feel like an interrogation. She paled slightly and answered with the truth, knowing that by the time this was over she would probably have to recount their whole journey together. "This is not how I pictured this morning turning out. Naruto-kun, save me," she thought pleadingly with an audible sigh. Naruto, on the other hand, had decided not to wait around in the house. He was still mentally berating himself for forgetting about placing silencing seals in his room. They were one of the few sealing techniques Jiraiya had taught him because, as he said, they were essential. Naruto never really understood why, but he sure did now. "I bet you're laughing your ass off up there, Ero Sennin." He's not the only one, Kurama interjected with very thinly veiled mirth. Naruto could hear the sheer amusement in the fox's voice as it reverberated in the back of his mind. Hey, it's not funny, it's damn near traumatizing, Naruto replied defensively. Are you kidding? That was most amusing thing I have seen in years. I would have warned you, but you were not so forgetful as to leave our connection open last night. Ba-chan, hearing it is bad enough, I wouldn't be able to live it down with your brand of color commentary, the blonde huffed in response. He continued to wander around the village, barely paying any attention to where he was going, and soon found himself at the town gate, where he was greeted by the two villagers on guard duty, Rei, who seemed to have her usual scowl, and the elderly member of the old hunter team, Isho. You're up early, Naruto, the older man said, eyeing the blonde with a firm expression. Not off to bring home another stray, are you? Rei asked with a stiff face. Huh, sorry, I wasn't paying any attention, what were you talking about? Naruto asked, being broken from his revelry. I'm talking about that woman you invited into our village. Just because you say she's some relative of yours doesn't mean anything to me, the young woman said, eyeing her fellow blonde suspiciously. Calm down, Rei, Naruto has not done anything to make us not trust him, and if he says she can be trusted, then I am prepared to believe him, Isho lectured Rei. It's all right, Isho, she does have a point. I shouldn't have brought Ba-chan here uninvited, Naruto replied. No, you shouldn't have, Rei added curtly. Naruto ignored her final dig at his laxness in following protocols and turned back to the older man. Anyway, I just came out for an early morning walk to clear my head, I'll see you both around. See you around, Naruto, Isho said as Naruto turned back around, heading back the way he came. He waited until the blonde was almost out of earshot before adding, oh, and that's an interesting mark on your neck, he added with a large smirk. Naruto didn't know what the old man was talking about, and unconsciously rubbed his neck and was surprised to feel a small sore patch just above his collarbone. What the hell is this? Kurama, why didn't this heal? I felt that particular wound should stay for a while. It's nothing major, I just stopped your regenerative ability in that area for a while. That particular wound has a specific meaning behind it, it shows that your vixen has claimed you as her own, Kurama explained. Suddenly Naruto realized what it was, having read about love bites or hickeys as they were commonly referred to in Jiraiya's novels, and he blushed, taking off towards the river. He's such a fool, how could he be so sure it wasn't someone in disguise pretending to be his grandmother, or some illusion cast by a member of the military, Rei scoffed as Naruto walked away back in deep thought. Maybe, Isho replied with a non-committal grunt. He's too trusting and it's going to come back and hurt him one day, the young woman said. Yes, that is perfectly possible. But can't you see the benefit of being able to trust? There are times when you could be a little less judgmental. That boy did save your life, didn't he? Isho answered rhetorically. That doesn't make him any less of an idiot, Rei scoffed. Isho decided not to answer and let the conversation slide. There was no point in trying to convince her otherwise. In the end, Naruto passed the time down at the river by catching fish as they swam by. You know, you could catch more if you used your food and manipulation to cut the water. Naruto was startled and almost fell over when Tsunade spoke from behind him. Geez, Ba-chan, you almost gave me a heart attack, Naruto said, letting out a breath of air he had no idea that he was even holding. Good to know that I still scare you at least, the former Hokage smirked. Naruto sighed and quickly hopped out of the river, enjoying the feeling of the breeze blowing against his wet ankles. Are you kidding me? You're absolutely terrifying. If I had to choose between you and facing Madara again, you would win 9 times out of 10, Naruto joked. Why only 9 times? Tsunade asked casually. Did you see his face whenever he talked about the Shodai? Not something I ever want to experience ever again, Naruto said honestly, causing both Konoha shinobi to break out in laughter. Damn it, kid, she said with a light-hearted smile before lightly whacking him atop his head without the use of her superhuman strength. Why didn't you use any silencing seals? I know that old pervert would have taught them to you for exactly this situation. I was ambushed, and I sort of forgot, he admitted, a deep blush painting his cheeks cherry red. Well, I installed some all-purpose ones this morning after I finished with Karen. You could shove both Lee and Guy in there and tell them it would be youthful if they could make enough noise to wake Kakashi, and you wouldn't be able to hear a thing, Tsunade said, shaking her head at the boy's forgetfulness. Naruto chuckled at the analogy but was grateful all the same. Thanks Ba-chan, it saves me the effort. So where is Karen now? He asked. Back in bed resting, Tsunade replied. Naruto looked a little worried. He was relatively sure Tsunade wouldn't have hurt his girlfriend, but she did have a short fuse. You didn't do anything to her, did you? Maybe I should go check on her. Naruto didn't make it 2 feet from where he was standing before a strong yet feminine hand yanked him back by his collar. Oh no, we have different plans for today. I haven't had a decent punching bag since Jiraiya passed away, but you seem to be strong enough now to be my sparring partner, Tsunade said with a sickly sweet smile. Naruto paled considerably. Yesterday was bad enough and he almost broke his arm from catching just one of Tsunade's super punches. Oh well, as much as I would love to Ba-chan, I really should check on Karen-chan. He struggled to free himself from the former Hokage's vice-like grip, but it was no good. No, I have already cleared this with Karen. You're mine for the rest of the day, Tsunade said while dragging her fellow blonde off into the woods. By the end of the day, Naruto knew one thing. He was not strong enough to take on Tsunade without the help of Sage Mode or using his Biju cloak, at least not for an extended period of time. The young blonde limped in defeat back to the village sporting the trademark signs of a battle gone wrong. Beside him Tsunade strolled confidently. In truth, she was not faring all that much better than the young man, but she refused to let him know that. Well, that was fun, wasn't Gaki? She said happily as they approached the front door of Naruto's house. Well, I think I have an appreciation as to how tough Eros Sennin really was, Naruto groaned, rubbing his left arm as he felt his regenerative abilities get to work. It wasn't that bad, and I'm sure you will do even better tomorrow, Tsunade said. Naruto had a look of abstract horror as Tsunade opened the door, entering the house while her fellow blonde was stuck, torn between running away and following after the busty blonde and trying to escape another day like today. Naruto would like to say that he was successful at doing either, but sadly that was not the case. For the rest of the week, Naruto would return home in the same shape. Kami-sama, what did I do to deserve this? Oh right, the whole letting my Ba-chan hear thing. Kami-sama, why can't you just be cool? He thought after the latest day of what he could only consider some cruel form of torture. In fact, the only thing that had made the week better was that every night after his torturous training sessions with Tsunade, was that Karen would dote on him every night, nursing him back to full health, only for the circle to begin again. Naruto was currently lying on a couch in their living room, his head resting on Karen's lap as she ran her slender fingers through his golden locks. It's over now, Naruto-kun, I'll take care of you, the redhead said softly, gazing down at the blonde lovingly. Oh, don't baby him, Karen, he's fine, Tsunade scoffed. Naruto sent a light glare toward Tsunade, but his eyes widened slightly when he saw Katsuyu sitting obediently on the Senju princess's shoulder. Whoa, you're not going to attack me with Katsuyu now, because that's unfair, Naruto said defensively. So you really did find him, Tsunade Heim. He's grown a lot, a bit jumpy though, the small slug said. Tsunade shook her head at the blonde's overreaction. Oh, he's just overreacting. Naruto, Katsuyu has brought me something that I want to give to you. Really, what is it? Naruto asked. Tsunade withdrew a small scroll from her pouch, and with a puff of smoke there appeared a Konoha forehead protector and a letter with an official-looking seal. This belongs to you, don't throw it away again, she said, throwing Naruto the hentai 8. As for the letter, it's from Kakashi. Really? Does Kakashi-sensei know you found me? The blonde asked. Yes, I have reported everything that you have told me to him, using Katsuyu as a messenger. He just wrote back, Tsunade informed the Jinchuriki. Really, what does it say? Naruto asked. I don't know, there is a time release seal on it. Looks like we will have to wait to find out what he has to say, Tsunade shrugged. What? Aw man, what a rip, only Kakashi would keep me waiting for him when he isn't even around, the younger blonde huffed, earning a small giggle from Karen and a reluctant nod of agreement from Tsunade. So when does that seal break? Tsunade shrugged again. Couple of months, if I had to bet I would say it will break on your 18th birthday, she said. Well, that means you're wrong then. As soon as you start gambling you start losing, Naruto sighed, while secretly knowing that it was certainly something Kakashi would do. Well, it will just add to the excitement of the day that you finally come of age. you won't be my little Gaki anymore, Tsunade replied, wiping away a fake tear from her eyes. Naruto sent a fake glare at Tsunade for once again referring to him as a brat, but it was softened at the motherly undertones. I became an adult when I graduated from the academy. Maybe you're going senile in your old age. Naruto replied defensively. Tsunade for once ignored Naruto's dig at her age and kept a somewhat serene smile on her face. Well, officially yes, but how many places other than ninja villages treated you like one, especially if you took off your Konoha markings? The former Hokage pointed out. It doesn't just affect you, shinobi must be at least 18 to assume roles in the higher specialty fields in Konoha, or have a seat on the council. Clan heads will begin pushing for their heirs to marry and strengthen the clans. Wow, I had no idea that being 18 was such a big deal. I guess if I ever head back to Konoha now, all my friends will have married, they will probably even become sensei to their own teams. Although I don't think Shikamaru will go that far. Naruto said, thinking fondly of all his friends. Well, that's not necessarily true. They will be encouraged to marry and will be forced to meet many potential suitors, but Konoha law gives everyone the right to refuse a marriage, although the clans and the village elders don't react well when that happens, Tsunade explained. She was after all the last member of her clan, and had turned down numerous suitors over the years, the most frequent of which being Jiraiya. Still, I'm glad I wouldn't have to go through all that. The blonde sighed, feeling a little sympathetic, as most of his friends were in fact heirs to their respective clans. From what I can see, you're as good as married already, so don't feel too bad for them, Tsunade smirked. Yeah, but at least I got to choose without any pressure on me, so I know I made the right choice, Naruto beamed confidently, with a fox-like grin that was just so him. Naruto was surprised when the next day Tsunade didn't come and drag him off for training, nor the day after that. It wasn't that he was worried, but he was starting to wonder if there had been some reason why the busty former Hokage had halted their sparring sessions. During this time Tsunade had gotten to know many of the villagers, needless to say the single male population, as well as a large portion of those that were spoken for seemed all too ready to welcome her into the village. But it would have taken a brave man indeed to even think something inappropriate around the last senju. That had been made perfectly clear when she gave a large group of the villagers that had gathered around to greet her a demonstration that she was every bit as deadly as she was beautiful. She was even fast becoming a matriarchal figure in the village, with her uncanny ability to keep Naruto in line. The blonde was happy that the village for the most part welcomed Tsunade without any real difficulties. Still, there was a nagging feeling at the back of his head that there must be some reason Tsunade had stopped their sparring sessions. Maybe she just decided I wasn't strong enough yet, he thought when walking home with Karen after their own private training session. Unlikely, she knows you were holding back, or at least not fighting with your chakra enhancements, Kurama interjected, casually. Then what do you think it is? Am I forgetting something? Undoubtedly, but with you that could be one of so many things, the fox teased. Hey Karen-chan, the blonde said quizzically to gain the redhead's attention. She hummed in reply. Do you know why Tsunade Bachan stopped our afternoon sparring sessions? He asked. Oh, I thought that would have been obvious. She's finished testing you, Karen replied. A test? Naruto gasped. They were never words that ended well for him. Well, we have to leave tomorrow to get to those imperial exams on time. Tsunade wanted to make sure you were strong enough in case something went wrong, Karen replied. Oh, damn, I forgot all about the placement exams, Naruto said with a face palm. Still, I wonder why she decided to do that. I mean, she didn't pull any punches, and her punches hurt mountains. I asked her too, Karen said honestly. You what? Naruto gasped, not believing his ears. I basically had to crawl home every night. I just wanted to make sure you were safe. It's been a while since you were in a real fight, so I had to make sure you weren't rusty. I thought a proper spar with Tsunade-sama would be a good thing. I'm not good enough to challenge you yet, and I don't want to see you get hurt because of overconfidence or you make a silly mistake because you haven't fought in a while, Karen said honestly, desperately hoping that Naruto wasn't that mad at her. And as much as Naruto might want to be mad for her going behind his back like that, he just couldn't stay mad at her, especially when she was doing it for his own safety. Besides, it wasn't like he didn't enjoy sparring with Tsunade, he just wished she didn't hit so hard. Thank you, he said after a lengthy pause. I've never had someone want me beaten up for my own good before, he added with a chuckle a moment later, leaning over to give her a quick kiss. Well, if you're going to react like that I may have to do it more often, Karen replied, standing up on her tippy toes to steal a kiss for herself. Hey, I don't care how cute you two think you are, doing that in public is just not on, came Tenji's voice from behind the pair. Karen blushed, but Naruto was strangely unaffected by his teasing. You're just jealous, he replied. Damn straight I am, Tenji said with a happy smile. Karen-chan, when you gonna drop this loser and come live with me, he joked. Karen could tell he was just kidding but had no real desire to play along. Thanks but no thanks, Tenji. Besides, I love Naruto-kun, you could never compete, she said with a smirk. You wound me deep, Karen-chan, he sighed in a fake hurt tone. His mood then changed suddenly. So you guys ready to leave tomorrow? It should be fun, they have never let lower-class civilians see the exams before, I bet it will be amazing. Actually, I forgot all about it until a minute ago, Naruto admitted sheepishly, his hand instinctively running through his long yet still spiky hair. I'll have to get ready tonight. Who else is going? Well, other than the three of us, only Rei has a ticket, but she's quite adamant about not going. I think she will though, because as stubborn as she can't resist an adventure. She will just make some excuse to make it sound like she has to come for some reason, Tenji chuckled as light-hearted as always. That's not many, I thought there would be more, then again I guess Tetsu and his team were going to quite a few villages, Naruto reasoned. Are these exams usually big events? Karen asked tentatively. Hard to say, but judging by how worked up everyone usually gets over them and their potential to make money, I would say yes. They usually broadcast the finals on TV, but nobody in the village has had a working television in years, Tenji answered, his excitement practically rolling off of him. Up until now Naruto hadn't even thought they had television here, he couldn't say that he missed it. When he was younger he had enjoyed the Princess Gale movies, being a kid he liked anything about ninja, but since he had become a shinobi he had lost interest in the series along with most activities that civilians used to entertain themselves. Do you want one? He asked. Sure, most people in the village would want a television, but they're extremely rare. Still, with the way the village has been improving, it might not be long before people can start to improve their own situation. We could see one soon enough, Tenji replied honestly. Well, let's hope so. As long as we're here then I won't let this place get pushed around anymore, Naruto said with full confidence. Plus, with Tsunade Bachan in the village, anyone who even thinks about pushing people around will end up on the wrong end of one of her super punches. Not a pleasant experience. I can imagine, Tenji agreed with a deadpan. The trio split up when they came to Tenji's house, agreeing to meet at the gate early the next morning and get a head start on making it to the exams. Meanwhile, Tetsu had just finished a spar against his young students, tying all three of the young teens together back to back. Man, I really thought we had him that time, Koha pouted, struggling in his bindings. Every time we get close it's like he seems to get faster. It's clear that Tetsu-sensei is really holding back during our spars, Kara added calmly. She rested her head back against her teammates, fully aware that they would not be getting out until Tetsu freed them. Speaking of sensei, where is he? We have been sitting here for almost 10 minutes now, Muki sighed, trying to ignore Koha struggling behind him. He would not be reduced to someone fighting such a hopeless cause, particularly when Tetsu would come and free them soon enough. Tetsu, as it happens, was sitting in a nearby tree with Shugo observing his students. Well, they're not bad, I'm sure they will all at the very least survive, Shugo commented as he cast an analytical eye over his friend's students. Yes, they have the potential to go far, but they could still be stronger. If they are put up against members of your family then I doubt they will come out unscathed, Tetsu replied. You're probably right there, my family is barbaric and the way we are trained from the time we can walk is almost barbaric. It's no wonder we all have some kind of mental issues, Shugo agreed darkly. Not exactly sitting on the fence are we. If you hate it so much why not try and change things? I know for a fact that you are stronger than you let on, Tetsu questioned. You're giving me too much credit, I'm nothing special, hell I'm only Guhara-sama's bodyguard, you even outranked me, the dark-haired man said calmly. Besides, all being in a position of power means for our family is that you have to watch your back all the time and expect to have to fight to stay alive at least once a year. If I have to go thought all that to be able to change things, then I will always pass, Shugo sighed. You always did shy away from the more violent missions, are you that concerned with staying alive? It's not wise to live in fear, Tetsu replied. It's better to be safe than sorry, and you can't live at all if you're dead, Shugo reasoned. So are you going to untie them anytime soon? Yeah, I probably should. Is it strange that I rather enjoy watching my younger brother struggle? Tetsu asked with a good deal of mirth. I think it would be strange if you didn't enjoy this, Shugo chuckled. Chapter 39, The Placement Trials Point, 1. Wow, would you look at that? Tenji said with wide eyes. He was standing with Naruto, Karen and Rei. In front of them was the largest arena any of them had ever seen. The walls were easily as high as those of the capital, and at the top large glass viewing boxes littered the walls at various heights, allowing a brief glimpse inside, but not really enough so that it would give anything away. The stadium was at least twice the size of the fabled Forest of Death in Konoha. So what, it's a giant oval. The only thing that's really impressive is the fact they erect this giant waste of space and then deconstruct for the sole purpose of electing the next group of stuck-up Tems to rule over us, Rei scoffed. Alright, we get it, you're a buzzkill. Why did you decide to come again, Rei? From what I can recall you said this was a trap and only idiots would come here, Tenji replied. Because when you idiots do something stupid, and knowing you and Naruto, that's a when not an if. I don't want the village to be implicated, at least then nobody else will suffer, Rei scoffed. Yeah, you give everyone the cold shoulder, but the truth is you're just as excited to see this as we are. You need to lighten up, right, Naruto, Tenji said happily. He was surprised when Naruto didn't respond. Naruto, he called out, searching for the blonde, who he eventually saw right up next to the giant stadium. This is impressive work, and it's clearly made with chakra, Karen said, admiring the site where the edges of the stadium rose from the ground. Iron release, either a large amount of people with the bloodline or one really powerful shinobi, Naruto mused. Well, look at you, and to think Tsunade-sama asked me to make sure you didn't say or do anything stupid, Karen chuckled. Ba-chan said that, Naruto asked with a mock-hurt expression. Oh, Naruto-kun, her exact words were. Don't let that knucklehead get you both killed by being himself, Karen replied with a sympathetic pat on his shoulder. I'm not that bad. Well, maybe in the past I was, and maybe I haven't exactly given Ba-chan reason to have confidence that I won't go over the top and do things without thinking. Now that I think about it, she is totally justified in thinking that I would do something stupid. Still hurts though, Naruto sighed. Hey you two, let's get moving, we're supposed to sign in at the hotel they set up for the spectators, Tenji called out to the two shinobi. Naruto nodded, quickly catching up to Tenji and Rei, Karen following close behind. They followed a large road along that spiraled around the massive stadium. Well, even with chakra this would take a while to cross. What do you think they have planned? Naruto said with an air of amazement. Would you stop talking like that? May as well wave a giant sign that says you know how to use the same powers as the military, Rei scowled. That would be interesting to see, Tenji chuckled. I'm serious, Rei replied. She's right, Naruto, suppressing your chakra won't be enough if you keep openly admiring things that you should have no knowledge of, Karen said, voicing her agreement. Naruto sighed and nodded in acceptance. Aw man, this is going to be harder than I thought. How am I supposed to keep in check when everyone around me is using chakra? Well, worst case scenario, you get everyone killed. Which, while admittedly would be a bit of a downer for you, I would at least be entertained, Kurama replied. You're a constant source of comfort as always, the blonde replied sarcastically. Well, I do my best. Obviously. So tell me, what do you think about this? There is no way that this stadium was built by just one person. Do you think the family with the Kekkei Genkai are the royal family? Naruto asked. I think it's highly unlikely. The iron release bloodline is extremely rare in the elemental nations, mostly caused by a freak mutation in someone whose family already has a Kekkei Genkai. From what we know of the royal family, it's clear they came from our side of the mountains, so I think this is a native bloodline limit. So you think they will have a Kekkei Genkai that's more well known, huh? Still, I would expect there to be a big deal made out of someone who was strong enough to make it over the mountains going missing. Maybe you're right, I wouldn't be surprised if we find out who they are soon. They should be here so you can scope out just how strong they really are, the large fox replied. Naruto was drawn back to reality by an odd sight. A large crowd stood around what appeared to be the main entrance to the stadium. A massive archway rose 20 feet in the air and just as wide. In the distance, a large palace was framed by a tree-lined road, and large areas of tents were scattered around the fields nearby that Naruto assumed was where the competitors were staying. Two large buildings stood in the middle of a field separated by a fence. A sign outside the smaller of the two indicated that it was designated for those who had come to witness the competition, while the other was reserved for the senseis and judges. What are they standing around for? Karen asked. Her answer came almost instantly as a large ball of fire shot high into the sky, turning into a large bird, earning a massive round of applause from the gathered crowd. Next, large pillars of iron shot out of the ground, forming a large cage around the bird as it swooped down, gliding just above the ground. That's impressive control, Naruto thought as he joined in the crowd in applauding the two jutsu. What was more impressive was the fact the users of the jutsu were younger than he was. A raven-haired teenage boy with long shoulder-length hair had created the Kaiden jutsu, while the cage was put together by a young girl who had the same rust-colored hair as Tetsu and his brother. The last member of the group was another boy with black hair. While he had not performed a jutsu of his own yet, but Naruto didn't have to wait long. He quickly ran through hand seals at mid-chunin speed and slammed his palms to the ground, a dome of earth rising from each side of the cage surrounding the bird, crushing both jutsu. Alright, that's enough, we are not here to put on a show for these peons, came a scolding feminine voice from the entrance. A woman in her early 20s, no more than 3 years older than Naruto, stood there with a heavy-set scowl. She had long black hair that was pulled back as it cascaded down to her shoulders, and she wore elegant black robes lined with silver and red silk. Behind her stood Guhara in the same outfit, the only difference being on Guhara's shoulder, XXII, was embroidered in bright gold, while the younger woman had XIV. Along with them stood Tetsu, Shugo, and a third man with the same dark hair as Shugo and the younger woman tied back in a ponytail, his onyx eyes reflecting no light. Now Jolie-chan, they're our guests too. We invited them in an attempt to lessen the gap between us, not treat them as second-class citizens, Guhara said firmly, her face a cold expressionless mask. Maybe you're right, Ka-san, the younger woman said with no sign of warmth in her voice. Still, my foolish pupils shouldn't be showing off when their opposition could watching. What? Don't tell me that you are worried. Your team were made unbelievable favorites to come in top place. If all of your students don't get picked in the first round of selections, that wouldn't look too good on you now, would it, my darling daughter? Guhara said with a condescending smirk. You act as if my team won't do as well as yours did, but then again, maybe the competition has been raised since you had a team. Your favorite plaything has a team in this year's competition after all, Jolie scoffed, eyeing Tetsu with a mirthless smirk. That remains to be seen, Jolie-sama, but I'm sure any team trained by someone as powerful as yourself would be a highly skilled, difficult for anyone to beat. Especially when 2 of your clan members are on the team, Tetsu replied with a bow. I don't need you to tell me that our family is trained and bred to be the best of the best, Jolie said sharply. Those that survive anyway, Shugo mumbled under his breath, but loudly enough for the others to hear. Well, Ka-san, it seems like our dear cousin still has a problem with the way we operate. Jolie chuckled mirthlessly before turning her attention to Shugo. Is that why, despite being the son of the first in line for the throne, you spend your time as my mother's little bodyguard? What a pathetic excuse of a man you are, the young woman spat venomously. If you say so, Jolie-sama, but the 2 of us have very different perceptions on what pathetic is. Shugo replied apathetically. This seemed to be a mistake. Jolie spun on the spot in a single fluid motion, drawing a hidden blade from her coat, and he soon found the long blade pressed up against his neck. Say that again, you piece of shit, and I will kill you where you stand. Jolie snarled, her beautiful features scrunched into a vicious frown. I apologize, Jolie-sama, it will not happen again, Shugo replied, his face an expressionless mask. The young woman lowered her blade and turned her back on the steadily growing crows. See that it doesn't. Come along, mother, I can't stand being in the presence of this filth any longer. Naruto stiffened from his place in the crowd, only a tight grip on his hand from Karen stopped him from yelling out in surprise. Naruto-kun, that's, Karen gasped in shock. I know, Naruto replied calmly, lightly squeezing his hand. Naruto may have seemed calm, but inside the blonde Kurama was raging, not because of what was happening, but the symbol stitched across their back of a white and red fan. Uchiha, they're like rats, you think you have gotten rid of them all, then more crawl out of the gutter, the fox roared in anger. But how? I'm not sure, but I can guess, it seems pretty obvious when you think about it. It has to have been Madara Uchiha. How? Simple really, he fakes his death at the Valley of the End. But then what? He just hides underground for 100 years until Obito stumbles upon him. It actually makes a little more sense now actually. It does. Wait, what does? Naruto questioned. The Shodai died young, yet Madara still stayed in hiding despite being strong enough to begin his working on the Moon Eye plan himself. Why would he still hide after the Shodai died, unless of course he wasn't in the elemental nations at all? So Madara crossed the mountains and became the first emperor here. But there could have been more to his plan. I mean, I saw those pods everyone was trapped in. Madara wasn't in control of anyone like that. Naruto wondered, not being able to wrap his head around how this could happen. So he traps everyone, kills the ones that can use chakra, then creates a way that his so-called empire can extend into the elemental nations. The reasoning actually makes some sense, but we will never know for sure what the full extent of his plans were because of Kagaya's involvement. Impressive reasoning, especially coming from you, the fox mused. Thanks, wait a minute. Hey, Naruto whined, earning a chuckle from Kurama. What should we do, Kurama? It's going to be harder hiding from them, with those damn eyes of theirs. Hide for as long as you can, at least now we know just who they are and a decent enough understanding of what they're capable of. That takes away most of the ways they can surprise you. I guess, but this is messed up. I thought I was through with dealing with mentally unstable Uchiha. You and I both, Kurama sighed. Naruto and Karen both watched, unmoving as the group of Uchiha moved away from the group of onlookers, still barely believing their eyes. Wow, so they were members of the royal family, huh? Scary, Tenji sighed with a low whistle. I never thought I would see any more Uchiha in my life. I thought Sasuke really was the last. Naruto said breathlessly. You know about the royal family? Tenji asked, mildly impressed. Well, I wouldn't call myself an expert, but I have fought with them enough times to know what to expect. Naruto replied quietly so only they could hear. Tenji and even Ray looked at the blonde as if he had grown a second head but didn't say anything. Naruto was still able to pick up on the hidden meaning behind their looks, however. I'll tell you about it later. Well, as fast as collecting intel on the Empire goes, this is the jackpot. Karen said quietly. She was slightly afraid. She had seen what Sasuke and Madara were capable of and she did not want to see that type of fighting again. She could also tell, however, that if everyone in the royal family acted like the young woman Jolie, then it was unlikely that Naruto would be able to help himself. He would get involved and then as sure as day all hell would break loose. Come on, let's just go find our rooms. There is no point standing around like idiots, Ray said flatly, guiding their group towards a large building that seemed to be a hotel with a sign in for the guests with invitations to the trials. The hotel was nothing special inside. It had been constructed by the same iron as the stadium, but less care had gone into its design. Just inside the front doors stood a large desk with several rather bored-looking officials wearing combat gear of different colors, and on their chest 2 patches were sewn. One patch was common across all of those sitting at the desks, a green diamond with a gold Fuma shuriken in the center. Can't see much of a family resemblance here. This sign must identify this squad, Naruto guessed as they approached the desk. Naruto and Karen were split for a moment from Tenji and Ray as they were sent to different counters. Naruto approached a middle-aged man with short white hair that seemed thoroughly uninterested in who was next in line while he had his complete attention on the computer screen. Names and number of people to a room, the man questioned apathetically, not even casting the blonde a glance. Naruto and Karen Uzumaki. Room for 2, I guess, the Jinchuriki said, a little taken aback from being almost completely ignored. Do you have your invitation? The man continued, quickly typing their names into the computer. Naruto quickly checked his pockets in search of their invitations but came up empty. He was about to start panicking when Karen slid the small official-looking pieces of paper over the counter. The man nodded at seeing the invites and handed over a set of keys with a room number burnt into the bottom. Room 17, Floor 3. The placement trials begin 2 days from now. You are free to enjoy the features we have made available, and even explore the exam grounds prepared for the second and third trials. However, unless you do not value your lives, and wish to die in a most horrendous way, stay away from Guhara-sama's palace, the man said in a drone before moving the pair on. Not exactly a warm welcome, is it? Naruto chuckled weakly. No, but it could always be worse, Karen pointed out as they approached the stairs that would take them up to the third level. I guess, how about we go check out our room then go look around for a while? The blonde questioned. Well, we could, or we could enjoy the first brief minutes of time alone we have had in the last few days, Karen replied in a seductive whisper. Naruto blushed but nodded dumbly in response. Yeah, that sounds like a better plan. Meanwhile, Tetsu and Shugo both sat on the railings of a balcony near the top levels of the Guhara's palace. That little brat Jolie is here for less than a day and I already want to wring her neck, Shugo sighed, gazing out over the field where many teams were undergoing some final training in preparation for the trials. I didn't think you had a death wish, Tetsu replied calmly. There is a difference between wanting to do something and being able to. She is considered a prodigy after all, but all that talent has done for her, is turned her into an insufferable stuck-up brat. Hell, even amongst my family she is one of the worst, the dark-haired man said. I have never met a member of the royal family that has so much dislike for your own clan, you really are one in a million, Tetsu chuckled. The Uchiha laughed at the accusation but shook his head. I'm not that different, most of the clan has grudges against each other, only half of us lived past 12 as we're forced to fight a family member to the death just to strengthen our eyes. Those who have brothers or sisters have it the worst. Shugo replied mirthlessly. I had to kill my twin brother, it was him on me and I have hated myself and my clan for it every day since. Yeah, I can see how that could breed resentment. I guess just being a foot soldier on the outside of all the politics of the clans has more benefits than I thought, Tetsu sighed. Who knows, you're a well-known member of your clan, you could get selected by one of my cousins as a husband, then you will know all about our clan, Shugo huffed. We have already had this discussion before, if that ever happens you will challenge me to a fight again and prove that I am not worthy of becoming part of your clan, Tetsu joked. That's right, and if I ever decide I've had enough you're supposed to pretend to kill me so I can escape into the wild never to be seen again, Shugo laughed. The two friends were jolted from their revelry when they heard a knock at the door. Who is it? Shugo asked loudly, playing the part of royalty to a T. The door opened and in walked a young Uchiha boy with his hair slicked back so he had nothing in his eyes. Sorry to bother you, senpai, but I have a message for Tetsu senpai. Well, spit it out, kid, we don't have all day. Actually, that's not true, we both have absolutely no duties to fulfill until tomorrow night. The young Uchiha still seemed a little intimidated and his voice was quite shaky as he began to talk. There has been someone sign in at the guest's arrivals under the name of Naruto Uzumaki. You wanted me to inform you when he arrived, didn't you? The boy asked slowly. Thank you for the information. That will be all, Shugo said, ordering the boy from the room. Well, Tetsu, looks like Guhara-sama's plan is going to go off without a hitch, he added, turning his attention back towards his rust-haired friend. Tetsu, despite the apparent success of his mission, didn't feel any sense of accomplishment from this. Is it bad that part of me wanted him to stay away? Shugo shook his head. No, that just means that at least part of you is still human. If you like this kid, then it makes sense not to want to see him die, he explained. So why don't you introduce me to him? I might not be able to know him for long, but the kid does sound interesting. Sure, why not, but let's give it some time first. It will seem too suspicious if we show up right after they check in. Besides, I should pass on the good news to the princess, Tetsu replied, still not sounding like it was good news at all. You think she and Jolie-sama have tried to kill each other yet? He asked, trying to change the topic, while slowly heading towards the door. They probably want to, but it wouldn't reflect well on Oji-sama and the rest of the family, if two of the highest-ranking members of the clan were trying to kill each other during the squad placement trials. Probably one of the only rules we have, is to maintain the image of our family, Shugo replied. So they can't show any hostility towards each other, huh? This might actually be interesting rather than downright terrifying then. Tetsu chuckled as they began descending the steep stairs leading down towards the entrance and audience chamber. However, they stopped on the second floor, which opened out into a massive living area filled with the finest luxuries in the empire. The walls were draped with dark red curtains that Guhara had insisted upon as they reminded her of her favorite color, that of blood. Tetsu had to admit that he thought it did look a little bit like the snow-white walls were bleeding. Now which room is she in? Shugo mused, mostly talking to himself. I've never seen this part of Guhara Heim's palace before, Tetsu said, letting out a low whistle as he gazed around the luxuriously furbished apartment-like level of the palace. That's because this is where she lives. Not many people have seen it. Not many are brave enough to even try and see it, Shugo replied with a short laugh. Well, now that you mention it, I seem to feel like my life may be significantly shortened just from being here, Tetsu said sheepishly. Nah, you'll be fine. I think, the Uchiha shrugged. I would have liked a little more confidence in that statement, Tetsu's sweat dropped. Shugo rested his hand on Tetsu's shoulder. Well, I don't really have anything to reference it off, so I can't really help with that. But she won't kill you. Badly maim maybe. Tetsu deadpanned, you're not really helping, you know. Not trying to, Shugo laughed. Anyway, we've been discovered. Sure enough, the moment Shugo stopped talking, there was a gust of cold wind surround the room, forming a small tornado that revealed the snow-white hair of Guhara. I do hope you have a good reason for coming here. We certainly do, Guhara-sama. Shugo replied earnestly. Guhara arched an eyebrow in anticipation but otherwise did not respond. We came to inform you that our main target for the exams has arrived. Tetsu quickly informed her with a bow. Well, that is good news. I am rather interested in seeing this boy. If he is able to stand up to a group of new recruits like you think, Tetsu-chan, then it will be interesting to see how long he lasts when we spring the trap, the princess said with a grin. We were thinking of greeting him. I'm sort of interested to see what someone who can use chakra without being trained by the Empire can do, Shugo said with a smile. You're not going to warn him to run for it, are you? You have always been a bit of black sheep in this family. But maybe that's why I keep you around. It's like having a ticking time bomb that I'm always waiting for to go off, Guhara said with a small smirk. I'm touched at your faith in my loyalty, Shugo said sarcastically. Well, I don't really care what you do, as long as our target falls into the trap. So feel free to do what you like with the boy, hell, you can even join him, 2 are better odds than 1, Guhara smirked. Well, now that you have had your fun at my expense, I will go. You coming, Tetsu? Shugo asked. Yeah, alright, coming. Oh, and Guhara-sama, don't worry, I will see to it that the real reason for inviting the civilians from the south to the exams is not exposed. Tetsu said with a bow. Guhara nodded once before walking away. I guess she doesn't really care either way, he added as an afterthought. Tetsu caught up to his friend as they exited the house. Things are always worse whenever Jolie-sama is around, Shugo said as he felt Tetsu catch up. It's only for a few days, then Guhara-sama can go back to whatever it is she usually does with her time. Terrorizing children or something sounds about right, Tetsu chuckled. Shugo just shrugged and looked away. It's alright, I can take whatever they want to throw at me, I'm used to being an outcast. Now let's go meet this Naruto you have been so interested in. They took their time, slowly walking towards the large temporary hotel set up for the spectators. The fields surrounding the palace were full with teams running through their final preparations for the trials. You know, considering how hard all the other teams are training, why aren't you with your team? Nah, I gave my team the last few days off, I don't want them tired. Besides, they're going to need all the energy in the exams, Tetsu explained casually. Plus, it's less likely that your team will be spied upon, Shugo added, seemingly impressed by the reasoning. Well, that is part of it. Information on other teams can be vital in finding out their weaknesses, and the less they know about you, the more of an advantage in terms of surprise that you have, Tetsu replied analytically. You really are a stickler for the attention to fine details, Shugo sighed. I've never failed a mission and I always get as much information as I can before I decide how to act, Tetsu said almost like a mantra. Kami, you're so predictable. Is that why this boy intrigues you so much? Shugo said as they kept walking, but he paused when Tetsu didn't respond. No way, I'm right, aren't I? You don't even know how strong he is and you led him right here. I must say I'm impressed. I had my orders, and I followed them out, Tetsu said flatly. No, I'm not impressed with you. Predictable as always, the mission always comes first. No, the boy, able to keep so much away from you, he's strong. I'm better, far stronger than you give him credit for, Shugo smirked. Impossible, there is nobody that could have trained him, Tetsu scoffed. If you say so, Shugo replied with a small shake of his head. They fell into a comfortable silence as they began walking again. Did you know that during the early years of the Empire the clans like yours with Kekkei Genkai were allowed to join the Empire? Well, all of them except one. Well, I knew we were allowed to join the Empire because the first emperor had no army of his own and needed foot soldiers to keep order. But I didn't know there was a clan capable of molding chakra that wasn't inducted into the Empire, Tetsu replied. Oh yes, the first emperor deemed them to be too dangerous to be trained, or left alive for that matter, so he slaughtered them all, Shugo informed his friend. Interesting, so do you think that Naruto might be someone from this clan? Tetsu asked, mildly intrigued. Oh, not all. I am without a doubt that they were all massacred. I just find history fascinating. You can learn a lot. It can also answer questions that don't seem to have an answer, the Uchiha said with a slight smirk. Tetsu frowned at his friend's response, but it didn't seem like Shugo was going to say any more on the topic. Whatever, but if you know something important you should tell someone. No idea what you're talking about, but I'll keep your advice, it may come in handy, Shugo replied nonchalantly. Tetsu sighed at Shugo's antics. Come on, let's just go. Chapter 40, The Placement Trials Point, 2. A loud knock on the door forced Naruto to sit up, removing himself from Karen's arms. You hear that? He asked, slowly getting out of bed and pulling on some orange boxers. Where are you going? You don't have to answer the door, you know. Just ignore then and come back to bed, the redhead replied, pouting at the loss of their body contact. Her hair was more disheveled than usual, and it messily hung over her shoulders and sides of her face as she slowly sat up. Naruto bit his bottom lip, casting glances between Karen's frame wrapped sexily by a thin sheet that was just slightly see-through, and the door in the main room, where there was someone waiting for him. Another loud knock on the door snapped him out of his daze. He quickly crossed the room, giving Karen a quick yet passionate kiss. He could feel her reach out to pull him back down into bed and quickly slipped out of her grasp. I'm just going to go see who it is, then I'll be right back. I promise. Karen was not happy, folded her arms in annoyance as Naruto picked up the shirt he had discarded when they had first entered the small yet fully furnished hotel apartment. Fine, but get rid of them quickly, I wanted to have some more fun, she purred seductively. Naruto nodded dumbly, and shut the bedroom door before crossing the small living area to the entrance. Naruto opened the door a crack and peeked out. Hello, he said when he didn't immediately see anyone. His answer came a second later as Tetsu appeared, gazing back through the small opening. You act like you don't even recognize me. Oh hey Tetsu. Naruto yelled happily, opening the door. His mood changed when he realized, a second late, that he was only wearing boxer shorts. And then there was the fact that Tetsu wasn't alone, a man Naruto recognized as one of the Uchiha clan members that were having an argument in front of the stadium earlier. Is this a bad time? Tetsu asked with an amused smirk. No, not at all, come in, Naruto answered without thinking. At that point realization number 2 hit the blonde. All over the small room there were various discarded items of clothing he and Karen had been wearing earlier. Realizing his error, he quickly shut the door. Hey, what gives? Tetsu asked in mild annoyance. Sorry, I'll be back in a sec, I just want to, find something a little more respectable to wear, the blonde lied convincingly as he raced around the room grabbing the carelessly removed apparel, including one of Karen's stockings that had found its way atop the curtain hangings. Satisfied with his rushed cleaning job, the young Jinchuriki opened the bedroom door, discarding the garments inside and grabbing some black cargo pants and a white t-shirt to pull on. I don't think I can get rid of these guys, Karen-chan, he said quietly upon seeing her cast him an analyzing glance. Why not? The redhead asked, half ready to kill whoever had gotten in the way of their precious alone time. Because it's Tetsu and some member of the royal family, I don't want to be rude to them, Naruto answered in a hushed whisper. Alright, I'll be out in a minute, just keep them busy while I get dressed, the redhead sighed in resignation. Naruto nodded and returned to the entrance to their room where Tetsu and Shugo were still waiting patiently. Hey, sorry about that, I wasn't exactly expecting any visitors, Naruto said, rubbing the back of his neck in nervous embarrassment as he let the two shinobi from the Empire into apartment-like hotel room. Tetsu smiled back at the younger man, we hadn't exactly planned on coming, but I heard that you had arrived, so I thought I'd come and see how you were settling in. Yet Tetsu here seems to have taken quite a shine to you. He was very impressed with your village, Shugo chuckled, patting the blonde on the shoulder. Naruto stiffened at the mention of the village. That means Tetsu told them how we were able to build a defensive perimeter to keep bandits out. I wonder what else he told them. Relax, kid, your village being able to take care of itself is no big deal. As long as our oh so wise leaders get their taxes on time, I don't think they will lift a finger. Hell, I'm actually glad you found a way to screw over the gangs that run the place, Shugo said, patting the young blonde on his shoulder. Really, we didn't know how the Empire would react, the walls were constructed in secret over a long time, everyone worked really hard. So I guess I was a little worried you would force us to take them down, Naruto admitted in half-truths. Well, as far as I'm concerned, there is no real problem with your village protecting itself. With that said, my stock doesn't hold much weight as far as my family is concerned, I'm afraid. Shugo sighed, taking a seat in a large couch that was positioned in the middle of the room, acting as a barrier between the dining area and lounge. It wasn't a particularly fancy living arrangement as far as Naruto was concerned when he compared it to that of Konoha, but it was vastly improved on what he had become accustomed to in the small village. Really, why not? Naruto asked in an attempt to sound casual. Shugo's face darkened slightly, causing Naruto to think he crossed a line. Sorry, I didn't mean to pry. No, it's nothing, Shugo replied with a smile that still seemed to hold a small amount of resentment. The family prides itself on being the best and strongest, with the symbol for our power being the clan's Kekkei Genkai. Something that I was not blessed with. Normally the way our clan works, only the strongest survive, so those without our Kekkei Genkai are normally weeded out during our youth. I, however, committed the sin of surviving. So they don't like you because you lived? Naruto asked, carefully containing his anger at the situation. Well, it's not all that straightforward. Then again, I am always finding new ways to drag the family name through the mud, Shugo chuckled lightly. If they treat you so badly, then why do you stay? Naruto asked casually. Because the alternative is to be executed, and I'm quite fond of my head where it is, Shugo replied flatly, while avoiding eye contact. Karen picked this moment to exit the bedroom, while brushing her hair, as disheveled as always. Naruto smiled, knowing that no matter how much she tried, it would never flatten out. Geez, you guys are loud, I was trying to sleep, she lied convincingly. Oh, sorry about that, Karen-chan, I forgot, the blonde replied. I didn't know you two were sharing a room here, Tetsu said with a slight smirk, not really surprised. Well, we are a couple, so it's not that far out of the ordinary, in fact many would consider it to be normal. Karen answered quickly, not allowing herself to become flustered by the suggested innuendo. Well, I guess that's true, Tetsu shrugged, he had hoped to get a rise out of the redhead but was left disappointed. Karen smirked, seeing his smile falter, and walked into the tiny kitchen that was provided. However, calling it a kitchen was a long stretch. There was a small fridge that didn't even come up to the redhead's knee, a microwave, and lastly a kettle that Karen put on to boil. Would you like some tea, or coffee? She asked, the room to which Tetsu and Shugo respectfully declined. Neither Naruto or Karen were surprised, however, as they were sure the quality of both drinks would not be at the standard the two shinobi of the Empire were used to. They sat and talked as a group for a while after that. Shugo seemed fascinated by any little detail of the small village that Naruto and Karen now called home, and just as fascinated with the area in general. The sun was low in the sky by the time they decided to call it a day. Ah well, if we don't get back soon, Guhara-sama will cut us up into tiny pieces, Shugo said, glancing down at a watch. Naruto or Karen had learnt enough by this time to know that the elder woman they had saw that morning, Guhara, was not someone they wanted to annoy. The only thing that annoyed the blonde was they both kept her abilities secret. Then again, secrecy was supposedly a shinobi's greatest weapon, not that Naruto had ever really took that lesson to heart in the past. It was nice to meet you, Naruto, Karen-chan. I hope you both enjoy the trials, Shugo added as he and Tetsu began heading for the door. Yeah, it was nice to meet you too, Shugo. I hope I'll see you again, Naruto replied with a genuine smile. He had heard some rather depressing things about the royal family, but Shugo seemed to be nice enough. Well, he certainly is an interesting one, Tetsu said with a smile once he and Tetsu were far enough away from the hotel the raven-haired man sighed. Yeah, something about him seems different, but it's not in a bad way. I can't explain it, but there is definitely something about Naruto that isn't normal, Tetsu agreed. Really, I thought it was quite obvious. It's confidence, Shugo said with a happy smile. As far as Naruto is concerned, I say we would lose. Lose? What are you talking about? Shugo asked. If we were to fight Naruto. He's stronger than us, no doubt about it. Even together I don't doubt we would not be able to win in a fight. The Uchiha replied casually as if he didn't have a care in the world. Tetsu stopped, staring at his friend as if he had just grown a second head. That's impossible. First, there is nobody that could train him. Second, he's 17, maybe pushing 18. There is no way he's that strong. Age is not a factor that determines strength in this world. Look at Jolie-sama, she has a higher rank than Guhara-sama, her mother, Shugo explained. Oh, this is some kind of joke, isn't it? You're messing with me, right? Tetsu asked with a stutter. No, I'm being honest. This plan Guhara-sama has come up with is going to blow up in her face, Shugo laughed loudly. Tetsu looked a little panicked by this information and quickly turned his head back towards the hotel. Then we should go and tell Guhara-hime immediately. Why would we do that? Shugo asked as if the question baffled him beyond anything he had ever contemplated. The family prides themselves on their eyes and they see anyone who cannot awaken the Sharingan as inferior, yet I constantly feel like I can see better than all of them put together. Now their arrogance is going to backfire in such a public way. Imagine the looks on the downtrodden, and of the upper class of the empire when they see what will happen. They may even start to question the empire's power. But if you're right, then members of the military will die. Tetsu said angrily. You act like that's a bad thing. This whole exercise was to kill people the empire deemed to be undesirable. Put yourself in their shoes and then tell me who is in the wrong here. The peasants that were doing nothing but living their lives in relative, if not poverty-stricken peace. Or the ones who drag them out into the middle of an arena and surround them with soldiers who plan to kill them for sport. Shugo replied. Are you really willing to go this far, just to spite your family? Tetsu almost yelled. There are others at risk here, like my brother. Shugo didn't seem to be fazed by this information at all. Then tell him not to go near Naruto and he will survive. It's not going to play out that way. Either way Naruto will die, you're just doing this to get a kick out of the chaos. The rust-haired officer replied, his eyes glaring at his friends. Now we're going to tell Guhara-hime and the others about how strong you believe Naruto is, and we're going to do it now. No, I don't think so. Maybe Naruto dies, but then again, maybe he doesn't. One man can do amazing things. Look at the first emperor, he conquered all of the kingdoms almost single-handedly. But if as you say he dies, then I guess he's not the man I think he is, and not who I am looking for, Shugo said, his tone becoming darker. You're talking treason, Shugo. They will have your head for this. I can't let you get away with it, Tetsu said, drawing a small blade no longer than a set of nail clippers and pressing it softly against his palms, but not quite enough to draw blood just yet. I don't plan on doing anything, Shugo stated with a calm grin that did nothing in the way of appeasing Tetsu's concerns. In fact, he didn't seem even the least bit threatened at his current situation. All it is a small lie of omission. I simply plan on seeing how everything plays out, then choose my side. And what? Would betray the empire if Naruto is able to escape? Tetsu asked. He was torn between two minds. Shugo was one of, if not his closest friend, but the way he was talking was not allowed. The punishment for even contemplating an act of treason was execution. Naturally, Shugo said, his eyes closing. Then I'm sorry old friend, but I'm going to have to bring you in to face charges or espionage and treason, Shugo said with a shaking voice. He cut his own palms with the small blade in his hands, and as the blood dripped out the red liquid solidified and took the form of a sword in his right hand. I had honestly hoped you would join me, Tetsu. You can see as well as I can just how twisted this world is. I am simply facilitating a throw of the dice and hoping for a change for the better. Come on, join me, we can help make this world better for everyone, Shugo said, his eyes still closed. I will not betray my family, even for you, Tetsu said in a pained yet determined shout as he readied to swing at Shugo. Tetsu wished more than anything that he would wake up and this would be nothing but a bad dream. As Tetsu's sword of blood came down, Shugo drew a kunai from his robes and held the strike off. I really didn't want to have to do this, but I guess I have no choice. You won't remember any of this anyway. Shugo slowly opened his eyes, and that was the last thing Tetsu saw as the world went black. It was several hours later when Tetsu finally woke. He had a high fever and was a little disorientated, still he was able to make out that Shugo was sitting by his bedside reading a book that seemed to have something to do with history judging from the title, but he was too weak to give it any thought. Where am I? He asked in a dreary haze. In the infirmary of Guhara-sama's palace. You collapsed after we left Naruto and Karen's room, do you remember anything? Shugo asked calmly. I remember saying goodbye to Naruto. But no, I have no idea. I wasn't feeling sick or anything, so how did I faint? Tetsu asked a little more coherently. Shugo closed his book and sat up. I don't know, I was hoping you could tell me, Shugo said, casting an analytical eye over the rust-haired colored man. Tetsu strained, desperately trying to remember what had happened after leaving Naruto's hotel room, but there was nothing. No, sorry, I can't recall anything, man. I hope Guhara-hime doesn't want a report or anything, because it may have been better if I died if that's the case, Tetsu laughed weakly. Shugo smiled weakly, it's alright, she doesn't even know you were sick, just stay here and get some rest. The exams start tomorrow, you want to be able to greet your team as they head in for the first task, don't you? Tetsu nodded. Yeah, hopefully I will feel better after some rest. Shugo smiled and then moved for the door. Hey Shugo. Shugo paused with his hand resting on the handle of the door. Yeah. Thank you for bringing me here, you're a good friend, Tetsu replied. Don't mention it. You would have done the same for me, Shugo replied quietly before exiting the room. Morning of the trials. Naruto looked around the open field filled with inhabitants of the southernmost district of the empire. If the blonde was to guess, he would say that there was close to 100 civilians there with him. He noticed that there was a far larger contingent of people not too far away dressed in elegant robes, a few members casting disgusted glances over to his group. Soak it in, members of the inner regions of the empire. Well, at least they're not too proud to show what they really think of us, Ray scowled, averting their eyes as a young man leered at her. It's like they think we're a lesser species, Karen sighed, a little downcast. The only member of their group that didn't seem affected was Naruto. He was so used to being stared out in such a way that to his it came with a wave of nostalgia, like he was a child again back in Konoha. But that wasn't to say that he enjoyed being glared out in such a way, just well practiced at not letting others know how much it bothered him. Man, how long are they going to make us stand out here waiting? Tenji whined after about 10 minutes. As if he had heard the scarred monk's complaint, Shugo seemed to appear beside him. Most of the group of civilians recoiled in shock at the sudden appearance. Naruto and Karen hadn't really reacted at all, they had easily followed the monk's movements instinctively. Shugo was dressed in an armored black top and matching pants, his belt held a full arsenal of shuriken and kunai. Most interestingly were the two tanto that were strapped in an X across his back. Don't worry, you won't have to wait long, he said with a friendly smile. He looks equipped for a long mission, Naruto thought as he examined the multiple killing instruments. He suddenly felt a little exposed, even with his ninjutsu and taijutsu. It was a simple fact that if there was a fight between a taijutsu and kenjutsu user of equal skill, then the blade would always win. Oh, please don't tell me you're intimidated by a few sharp objects. Perhaps we should see what is sharper, those swords of his, or my claws. Kurama laughed. I'm not intimidated, but a few kunai or shuriken would be nice to have in case I needed them, the fox's container rebuffed. You're thinking below your stature, you have no more need for a few kunai, perhaps if you could use thousands, then that might be useful. But there is nothing that can be done with a handful of blades that you couldn't do with a jutsu, or using my chakra, the fox replied calmly. Haven't you been lecturing me for the past year about not using your chakra? That advice then seems a little hypocritical. I was saying not to rely on Sage Mode and my chakra because they both act to amplify your real strength. If you make your base level strong enough, then with my chakra we will be unstoppable, Kurama replied, grinning like the demonic fox of old. Naruto was going to reply but had to cut his conversation with the fox short as more fully armored shinobi arrived. A few gave respectful bows to Shugo and two others that he guessed were also Uchiha clan members. Alright, this group will be watching the event from the tower constructed in the center of the arena. Shugo declared loudly enough for everyone to hear. Why are we in the center? I mean, isn't that dangerous? A older man, who looked to be in his late 60s, asked. Shugo shook his head. Not at all, that is where the team's sensei and those overseeing the trials will be watching from. This was a change at the request of the other guests who paid for admittance. But this stadium is massive, how can there not be enough room around the edges? Another woman asked. Besides, look at the size of this, it would take us a day to reach the middle, she added. Don't worry. Fast transport for you has been taken care of, and as for the seating arrangements, I'm sorry but rules are rules. Besides, the center tower has a better view anyway, Shugo replied as casually as he could. Do you get the feeling something isn't right here? Naruto whispered to Karen. It does seem a little odd. I mean, yeah, the other group is much larger than ours, but even if it was 10 times the size it is now, they still wouldn't come close to filling a stadium this big. But does it really matter? Nothing we can do about it now, Karen replied quietly. We could back out, run if we needed to. I doubt they would be able to catch me, even if I was carrying you, Naruto suggested. Then you may as well tell the whole world you can use chakra. Also, that would mean leaving Tenji and Rei behind, Karen reasoned quietly. Still, this does seem suspicious. I agree with you there, she added almost as an afterthought. Naruto sighed and nodded. He was torn. On the one hand, she had a point, he wouldn't leave his friends behind. There was no way he would become worse than trash, as Kakashi so elegantly put it when he passed his final genin test. But if he made a few clones, then getting all of them to safety wouldn't be a big deal at all. Then again, doing that could condemn their village, and they would almost definitely come after him. Naruto tensed, however, as he felt the ground beneath his feet begin to shake. A chest-high wall rose up around their group, and Naruto glanced around looking for an exit but found none. He was getting ready to form a Rasengan and break out, taking Karen and his friends with him when Shugo spoke. Nothing to worry about, this is going to be your transport. How could this be transport? It looks like a fence to me, Naruto thought with a deadpan. His answer came immediately, as the ground they all stood on began to lift up and they were flying through the air, slowly at first, but once they reached the height of the stadium they were rocketing across the landscape. Not fast from Naruto and Karen's point of view, and clearly not for the members of the military who seemed to treat the trip as an everyday occurrence. However, some of the civilians had curled up in a ball, half expecting this to be the last thing they ever did. Naruto used this opportunity to run to the edge of the flying piece of land and look out over the stadium. The area was as big as it appeared on the outside, but what made it more impressive was the variety of terrains that they had constructed, like massive rings spreading out from grassy plains at the edge to a large lake that surrounded a massive tall tower in the middle. Wow, this must take forever to put together, he said in wonder. It's a several-year process. We have to import certain terrain types from other parts of the empire. For example, the desert section comes from the northern part of the empire. The stadium itself only took a few days to complete though, Shugo said, having made his way over to join Naruto and Karen as they gazed out over the expanse before them. Amazing, but how can we see anything? I mean, by the time we get to the tower the edges of the stadium are going to look so small in the distance, so how will we see anything? Naruto asked. It's all going to be shown on screens, it's not just jutsu that created this stadium. A lot of technology goes into it too, Shugo explained casually. So what do the competitors have to do? Karen asked. The placement trials are divided into 3 parts. In the first section the teams will be divided into pairs, one member of each team is going to be given to the other and it's the role of the other team to extract a password out of the other team's captive, Shugo explained. Both Naruto and Karen had some idea of what that meant and paled slightly. Teaching genin to torture was not something they usually did in the elemental nations, even if it was a useful tool for shinobi. What happens if a team doesn't get the information? Karen eventually asked. Well then it depends on their teammate. If they don't surrender the information then nothing happens, both teams go through. It is the same if both teams are able to extract the information. But if one team gets the password, and another doesn't then the team that doesn't give anything away gets a large head start in the second task and the other team is eliminated, Shugo explained. Then why doesn't every team just give up their password instantly and go through? Naruto asked as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. Shugo chuckled at this simplistic view of proceedings. It really was an ideal way for everyone to move on to the next round. For one, they don't know all of the rules for one. And also, trust is not exactly commonplace in the Empire, Naruto. If you don't trust someone you certainly wouldn't risk your career to give them a chance. Naruto could see his point. It was the same situation as the elemental nations before the war. The only difference was, they were all being controlled by the Uchiha clan. This distrust was instilled into them, the idea that only the powerful had the right to survive and you look out for yourself and that's it. He was able to push the resentment and anger he was feeling back and began to think about it from a more tactical angle. So teams need to balance their skills. There is no point sending your best interrogator to the other team because it would make it harder to get the information. Then again at the same time as long as you don't give up any information you still progress to the next stage. Ideally you would have someone who is a very good interrogator and another that can withstand any punishment. Very good Naruto. That's what the judges are looking for. Most of the top teams are very balanced and are not put up against each other anyway. The whole thing in unbalanced. I could tell that when I went through the trials, Shugo said with a mirthless laugh. Really, what was your role? Karen asked curiously. I was the interrogator. Tetsu got the rough end of the stick though. He was a captive, apparently he never made a sound. Thaternashal why Guhara-sama picked him for her Black Ops squad. She likes things that don't break easily. The Uchiha chuckled at what must have been an inside joke because neither Naruto or Karen understood it at all. So did you guys win? Naruto queried. Shugo shook his head. No, that honor went to one of my cousins. He wiped the floor with our entire team by himself. Naruto let out a low whistle, clearly impressed. So this guy must be pretty strong now then. Only if dead people still have any strength, Shugo said sarcastically. He waited a moment before continuing. He was considered a prodigy. People were whispering that he would be strong enough to become the next emperor. And the poor idiot believed them. He wanted to prove that he was the best, so he challenged the crown prince, first in line to the throne for his position. What, you can do that? Naruto questioned in shock. Yes, only the most powerful may rule, so if you beat the strongest you take up their position. However, it didn't turn out that way. The fight, if you can call it that, was more of a slow execution. He didn't even manage to land a single hit, Shugo sighed. But it served its purpose. After that nobody has said a single word questioning who the strongest is. Well, that certainly is one way to send a message, Karen replied with a small shudder. I feel the same way, Shugo replied as the floating disk of land began to slow down. Well, it looks like we're here. Welcome to the placement trials. Chapter 41, The Placement Trials Point 3. Naruto gazed at the various holographic screens in disgust. It was all he could do just to keep his lunch down. The sight of young shinobi, several years his juniors torturing their own companions, didn't sit well with the blonde. Casting a lingering eye around the large platform, where he and the other guests were watching the proceedings, he saw that he was not in the minority, and most of those watching on were visibly disturbed at what they were seeing. This is wrong, Naruto said quietly, clenching his fists tightly. Karen was nowhere near as badly affected by the sights as Naruto and the others. She had seen and done worse than this while under Orochimaru's employ, but at the same time she could understand why the blonde was so angry. She had been forced to perform those tasks or risk having them done to her. The contestants in the placement trials, however, were freely torturing companions. There is nothing we can do about it, Naruto-kun, we just have to let things play out, she whispered sadly. I know I can't do anything about this. I also know that torture and interrogation is an important part of being a ninja, but to have them practice on their comrades is just wrong. Naruto replied, his fists tightening as a loud scream of agony rocketed through the speakers as the scene on the main screen changed to that of a different room. What Naruto found to be almost as disturbing was that the members of the military seemed to be enjoying the proceedings and discussing amongst themselves animatedly who they thought had the best techniques of extracting the information, even though most of the time they were told lies. Naruto was glad that there was at least only another hour of the torture remaining. But in that hour the teams became all the more desperate to retrieve their information. More brutal methods were chosen and several of the so-called prisoners were receiving wounds that both Naruto and Karen were convinced would never fully heal. As the timer came down to the last 10 minutes, the guards at the top of the tower began to leave. Naruto guessed they were heading to retrieve their teams as they finished. I'm surprised that so few of you have been sick because of the first task, Shugo said, making his presence known as he approached Naruto. The blonde Jinchuriki was a little surprised. On the outside Shugo still seemed perfectly calm. It's quite a barbaric practice, but it does serve its purpose. The Uchiha added sadly. Naruto frowned and eyed Shugo analytically, and they are. If you can get your soldiers to go this far against their friends and allies, then they will never think twice about doing much worse to any enemy. It's kill or be killed, that is the way they deal with anyone that could be considered a threat, Shugo answered. No surrender, huh? Karen asked, a little shocked. Shugo shook his head. No, if the Empire lets someone live, then they're afraid that their message will spread. A man is easy to kill, an idea. Not so much. But that would mean they kill everyone they even consider could become a threat, Naruto said, a little stunned. That's right. The Shodai did let a few relatives of his enemies live, he humiliated them as example to anyone who would stand against the Empire. But the current emperor is less willing to take even the slightest risk, the Uchiha explained. Still, isn't that just a little extreme? Naruto asked. I agree. If you ask me, it's because, even for all the emperor's power, he is still nothing but a coward. He fears the people because they are oppressed. Eventually someone will say something against him, and because of that fear, he will kill anyone who even thinks about it, Shugo answered honestly. But you seem to get away with it, Karen pointed out. Well, I'm a bit of a special case. I'm a member of the royal family, so I have certain liberties that are not awarded to others, Shugo answered slowly. He was about to continue when a loud buzzer signaled the end of the first task. Aw man, I have to go get into position for the next round. It was nice to meet you, Naruto, Karen, he sighed, holding a hand out which Naruto took and shook it. A frown passed Naruto's features as he felt an object pass from Shugo's palm to his. What the? Don't react, I can't tell you much now, but open that scroll when the second task starts, the dark-haired man whispered urgently. Naruto didn't argue and gave a quick nod to signal he understood before Shugo disappeared via a shunshin. What was that about? Karen asked. I think something is going down, keep your guard up, Naruto replied softly. Oh Kami, don't let this be a trap. But everything seems to fit. The people here have higher than average chakra levels for civilians, some are even as high as low-level chunin. It certainly puts Shugo's lecture about kill or be killed into a new light. I think you're right, look, there are absolutely no guards on this platform anymore, Karen agreed, his voice shaking ever so slightly. Do you think we should get off the tower then? We're sitting ducks up here. If we were attacked by some high-powered jutsu, I would probably need to use my Biju cloak just to save us, Naruto replied. He didn't want to draw attention to himself, but if it was a question of keeping himself and Karen alive, then he didn't care. Maybe we should, Karen said with a short nod. If she was being honest, she was scared. Yes, she had improved greatly over the past few months training with Naruto, but that didn't mean she was ready to take on what she could only assume was an army of highly trained shinobi. Naruto gripped her hand and the pair began to move towards the edge of the tower. However, before they made it to the end, the whole platform began to descend quickly, falling all the way until the tower was no more. Naruto and the others now stood in a large clearing, surrounded by dense forest. Welcome to the start of the second trial, Naruto and the others looked up into the sky where there was a large projection of Guhara with a subtle smile on her face. This year's trial will be a little different. While the main goal of defeating another team and stealing the item they have been given to protect, before making to their assigned exit is the same. We have in play this year a bonus round, where teams can earn large sums of money and of course, impress the judges. The sky filled with a projection of the group of civilians that had been on the tower, and a list of names followed by a value was shown at the side. "What's going on?" a woman in her late 20s asked, her voice shaking. "Looks like we have become part of this sick game," a man around the same age said, his voice weak with defeat. "Each target has a different value on their heads. If you kill one of the targets, you earn that amount." Guhara explained while fear and panic was starting to settle in with the unwilling contestants. "There is one target however that is to be captured alive," she added as a large picture of Naruto filled the holographic screens around the arena. "His capture will grant the team that retrieves him the choice of what division in the empire that they join. Now I will of course, not put our poor civilians in a no-win situation. If they capture the main target and bring him to any of the exits before they are killed, then they can have their freedom. Enjoy," Guhara said with a grin before a loud buzzer signaled the start of the second task. "Well, this isn't good," Naruto mumbled as the pained and desperate eyes of the civilians turned his way. Karen, Tenji and Rei made their way to surround and guard Naruto from any possible preemptive strike from the other sacrificial lambs. "Don't even think about touching him," she barked threateningly, yet it did nothing to change the look in the civilians' now angry eyes. "Even if you do capture him, do you really think you can make it to an exit without running into the enemy? Besides, they won't keep their word anyway. As far as they are concerned, we are all as good as dead anyway." "How do you know?" an angry man in the crowd yelled. I guess I don't," Karen sighed. "But look at what they do to their own people. They gain nothing by letting you go." Naruto meanwhile opened the scroll that Shugo had given him. He was used to harsh gazes and killing intent sent his way. The scroll contained a large map of the arena with several places marked as places well hidden, easily defended, or potential camps. At the bottom there was a hastily written letter on a separate torn piece of paper. "You probably know at this point, but this exam is a trap set up to be your public execution. We know you have the ability to manipulate chakra, and are hoping to kill you before you become a threat. I can help you, but you will need to make it to the exit my comrades and I are stationed. Head to the southern border, we control the southernmost 3 exits. If you arrive at any other, we have been given orders to kill you all on sight. Shugo Uchiha." If you don't believe Karen-chan, then read this. It should be enough to convince you that it was all a trap and they have intention of letting any of us live, Naruto said flatly. The truth was he was trying to contain his anger, but if he reacted now he would lose a potential element of surprise. "He's right, the guards are under orders to kill us as soon as they see us," a man said loudly enough that the rest of the group could hear. "But why? What did we do wrong?" a woman asked, her voice breaking from fear. "Everyone here has a large chakra level. Well, large for civilians anyway. They see that as a possible threat to the empire and all threats need to be eliminated," Naruto answered. "Then what are we going to do? We're as good as dead already, left to be killed for sport," an older man probably in his late 30s with dark hair that was just starting to gray at the edges said while collapsing onto his knees. "It's not over yet," Tenji said urgently. "As long as you're still alive, then there is hope. We need to head south just like the letter said. It's not that simple. A large group is going to be easy to track, it's also slower moving as one group," Rei replied. "We can't just abandon them, Rei. Shugo is interested in saving Naruto, so he is the key in all of this. He's also strong, he can keep us safe," Tenji said urgently. "Keep us safe? They are members of the military, even if they are just recruits, a single one would be able to kill us all," a woman bellowed. "I doubt it," Karen scoffed. "Genin-level shinobi are no match for Naruto-kun and myself. Still, with that said, I wouldn't want to run into more of them than we have to," she said confidently. Picking up a stick from the ground, Karen began to draw a rough copy of the map. "In the dirt. This is us in the center," she said, pointing at a small circle. "We need to get to one of these 3 exits here and we have about 50 miles in between. Then we have a team of recruits at each entrance that are probably making their way here now as we speak," Rei pointed out. Karen nodded. Exactly, so if they all move straight for this location then we will have no chance to escape. In fact, the longer we wait the smaller the gap between groups of the enemy will become. If we move as one big group or not is irrelevant at this point, all that matters is we make a move south as soon as possible. We also have one more thing that will work to our advantage, Naruto said calmly. What's that? Ray asked, struggling to see how any of this could be seen as advantageous. Each team is competing against each other. They need to defeat another team as well as target us, we are just a bonus that they think poses no threat. They will fight each other in order to have a better chance of passing their exam, Naruto reasoned. That's a good point but not something we can bargain on. Either way I say we get moving south as quickly as possible. At walking speed it will take a few days to make it there, Karen said, knowing that she and Naruto could probably cross the distance in no time at all if they wanted to. A genin would probably need about 6 hours to cross this distance and we have already wasted close to 10 minutes arguing about our next move. As an unorganized group the civilians all began heading south. Nobody seemed to be interested in really forming a group or having anyone as their leader. Naruto guessed they really didn't see any point in it, many of them had already seemingly given up hope. Regardless, Naruto and the group from their village stayed close together, and so did a few others who seemed to have a little more faith in their plan. The traveling was difficult, having to travel with people who couldn't use chakra. Even the experienced jungle travelers like Tenji and Ray found moving around in the dense jungle designed to be a challenge to aspiring shinobi. How much more of this jungle is there? Tenji whined. At this speed, probably a little under an hour, Naruto replied, quickly gazing at Shugo's map. I wouldn't be so eager to exit this forested section of the arena if I was you. Once we are in the open, sure we may cross the ground faster, but everyone for miles will be able to see us, Ray reasoned. You're right, we will need a distraction, Naruto said while in deep thought. There is no way we will be able to pass the next 10 miles unnoticed. It's a suicide run. So what do we do? A young man a few years older than Naruto asked. He was well dressed for someone from the south though and seemed to be a little more calm than some of the others. I can handle the distraction. If the Empire wants a show, then I will give them one, Naruto replied with a frown. I can help, Karen said eagerly. She didn't want to let Naruto do anything reckless on his own. No, I need you to keep everyone else here safe. I know you can do it, Naruto said calmly. Are you insane? That's as good as sacrificing yourself, the better-dressed man stammered. Naruto shook his head, his will already set on what needed to be done. I'll be fine, believe it. If you say so. Hell, if you want to throw your life away like that, then who am I to stop you, the man replied a little gravely. Naruto didn't reply, deciding that silence was the best option. The more animated their discussion the easier it would be to find them. They continued on in silence. One thing that struck Naruto as odd was that despite being in the middle of an incredibly dense forest, there was no sign of any animals, not even insects. He wasn't necessarily complaining, but it made the whole experience seem surreal. The forest was just too calm. As they approached the edge of the forest, Naruto's group slowed to a stop at the edge. In front of them lay a large expanse of open plains. The only cover they could see was a few large rocks and the odd small tree. We will definitely be at a disadvantage here. But if a fight starts, the same can be said for the enemy, Karen thought. Okay, I'll go first, make a big enough racket to draw everyone's attention. The rest of you need to make a run for the next area, Naruto said, pulling out the map and laying it on the floor for everyone to see. The next area seems to be a large rocky area and there is a well-hidden cave right here, Naruto continued, pointing to a safe area marked on the map. That's the rendezvous point? Karen asked. Yeah, I'll meet you there, looks like a decent place to camp for the night. Keep everyone safe, Karen-chan, Naruto smiled, leaning in for a quick kiss before taking off, leaving the map behind. Alright, sit tight and wait for Naruto-kun's signal, Karen sighed. She didn't like him running off on his own but knew there was not much she could do about it. I can't believe that he actually thinks he will be coming back from this, the well-dressed man said, shaking slightly. He knew there was little to no chance of them making it through this open area. Just wait and see, there is no way Naruto-kun will lose to a bunch of kids, Karen replied confidently. The truth is, Naruto and I could have left here already and be halfway back to the village if Naruto wanted to. I guess he doesn't want to abandon the people who are believing in him. Naruto stepped out onto the field and cast an eye to either side, relieved to see that so far no other group of the civilians had made it to this area. So how should we do this? He thought calmly as he strolled out into the open. Well, you could go all out, summon me and we could blow this whole stadium to hell. Kurama replied. Let's save that as a plan B, Naruto chuckled in response. Well, you're no fun, the Kyuubi huffed. In that case, find a high point and spike your chakra. It should give everyone a good show. I guess that would work, but there might be teams without a sensor. I was thinking a little more along the lines of something that would make a lot of noise. That way we can get everyone's attention that could see, hear or feel my presence. It will give the others the best chance to slip by unnoticed. Naruto replied with a grin, still moving very quickly across the field until he was sure that he had moved to about halfway. It will feel good not having to hide my chakra for once. It's been a real pain ever since we have been here, he said out loud when he finally came to a stop and climbed on top of a large boulder and took a seat cross-legged. The process of entering Sage Mode only took a few seconds now for Naruto, and he relished the peace and tranquility it brought to be one with nature as the natural chakra began to flow into and out of his body. Well, if you want to get everyone's attention, then this certainly is the way to go, Kurama laughed as his chakra flooded the area and a clone appeared by his side. Karen's eyes shot wide as she felt Naruto's chakra spike. She was in awe at just how much chakra the blonde Uzumaki possessed, but she could also feel the slight traces of his Sage Mode, even without using her unique sensory ability. Then suddenly the silence was broken by a massive bell-like screech. Almost instantly the large monitors floating in the sky all changed to show Naruto standing with a Rasenshuriken held above his head. What the hell is that? Tenji asked in shock. Karen didn't really know how to answer. This wasn't a jutsu that Naruto would use haphazardly. It appeared as though Naruto noticed the screens had all locked onto his position as well and allowed a confident yet somewhat feral grin to appear on his face. You want a fight? They heard his voice magnified through the same monitors, as if broadcasting his defiance to the entire empire, telling the world that he would not go down easily. Then come and get me, he roared. Is that our sign to move? Rei asked, absolutely stunned by the show of power. For the first time she was actually thinking that maybe, just maybe Naruto could get them out of this. Up in the main spectators box, Guhara had a hungry look in her eyes. She had never seen such an amazing jutsu before. Guhara-sama, what is the meaning of this? You told me that everyone here was untrained civilians from the southern villages. What is going on here? A tall man with graying orange hair and a large dark green robe said angrily. They are. This boy must be special indeed. Oh, this is fun, isn't it? Guhara replied, a mad glint in her eye as she enthusiastically gushed over the prospect of seeing what would happen next. So what if this peasant can produce a decent Fuden jutsu, Jolie, Guhara's daughter scoffed. If he has no training, then the recruits will take him down. It's only a matter of time. Besides, a jutsu with that much compressed chakra would be unstable and heavy. There is no way that it won't have any kickback. So you're saying it's a close-range attack? A large bulky man in a long red robe asked, a little confused with what he was seeing. Of course it is. There is nobody who could possibly use a jutsu like that as a projectile, even if it does look like a demon shuriken, Jolie scoffed. Guhara, however, wasn't so sure. In fact, she was giddy with excitement. Oh, I want to see what beautiful destruction he will cause, she thought, willing for the first fight to start in earnest. Has any team noticed that man's presence yet? She asked, struggling to hide her impatience. Yes, it looks like 5 teams are en route to intercept our little troublemaker. First team will show up in under a minute. Tetsu said, his voice void of emotion. This is what you are capable of. No, this is just a show, to draw people in. It's a trap. What are you talking about, Tetsu? Jolie said casually. You have to stop those teams from intercepting Naruto, they will be destroyed. You need to send in our advanced squads to deal with him at once, Tetsu replied urgently. What, and end the games? The old man in green scoffed. Tetsu-kun, you may be my brother's son and will one day take over as the head of our clan, but you need to know your place. Besides, if we stop it now, then we miss out on the show. Guhara laughed. her eagerness for a bloodbath there for all to see. Guhara was no fool, she had done the maths and knew that if a jutsu like that would hit someone there would be nothing left to find. She also was aware that if someone was willing to use something like that to draw attention to themselves they were confident and had enough chakra to waste. You are going to sacrifice the recruits for sport? Tetsu asked, his voice weakening. Of course, what do you think these trials are? The world would be so very boring without a good fight, Guhara replied. So what do you think those tribal markings are around his eyes? I don't remember seeing them earlier on when we focused on him to give the contestants their main target. I don't know, perhaps it's a new Kekkei Genkei. The man in red mused. That might explain why he is able to use such a high-level jutsu. His counterpart in green replied. The Shodai removed all other traces of people capable of awakening a bloodline limit when he came to power, or have you forgotten that? A silver-haired man, this one was wearing a blue robe in the same design of the others, spoke casually. That was 100 years ago, things changed, the man in green replied. This is a pointless conversation. Kekkei Genkei or not, our laws are clear about threats to the empire. But I have no qualms with letting things play out as they are for now. Our guards are at the exits, will kill any of the civilians that make it to their gates anyway, Jolie said blankly. Oh look, it's about to start. Guhara said eagerly, leaning forward in her chair as the first group approached Naruto at impressive speeds for Genin. On the field Naruto knew he had a decision to make. The group that was approaching him was barely 14 years old, but he also knew that they wouldn't hesitate to kill, torture or do many worse things to him if given the opportunity. Kill or be killed, Naruto. I'm sorry to say, but showing mercy here would look like a weakness. If you show any weakness, then this empire will never stop hunting you. If you show them that you mean business, you could still save your town and friends. Either way, from this moment on things are going to change. Kurama said honestly. Naruto knew the fox was right. If he did what he had to do, then the enemy will think twice about coming after him later on. Naruto's eyes shot open as soon as the enemy came into a decent range. Sorry about this, he thought sadly as the screeching ball of chakra shot free from his hand and landed squarely in the closest Genin's chest before expanding in a massive ball of tiny blades that ripped the targets apart piece by piece. As the jutsu died down, there was one survivor who had just narrowly avoided the attack, taking his life at the cost of an arm and both his legs. The young boy was bleeding profusely. He had lost his arm completely, but his legs, while crippled beyond repair, had large, deep yet fine cuts all along their length. He couldn't wipe the fear off his face as Naruto slowly approached. The pain he must have been in hadn't even registered yet, as he knew that one way or another he was about to die. Naruto leaned down at the boy's side and took his ammunition pouch that was filled with kunai and shuriken. I never wanted this, he said, his bangs hiding his eyes. I came to this place to hopefully find peace, but all I get is more fighting, a world where a select few decide what someone is worth and give them no real hope of changing that. This is what Madara wanted for the elemental nations. It's wrong, and you had to suffer because of that. The boy couldn't reply. He had no idea what Naruto was talking about, but he did notice the blonde reach into the ammo pouch and draw out a kunai. Please, don't, he begged, knowing what was about to come. I don't want to, but either way you will be dead in a few minutes, you're losing too much blood. At least this way you won't suffer, Naruto replied. A tear fell from the young boy's eye, but he nodded once in acceptance before the cold steel clicked through his neck in a single swift motion. Naruto could feel himself be surrounded by several more teams as he stood up and flicked the blood off the offending blade. I can see why the prize for his capture is so damn good, a boy with black hair and dark eyes sneered, clearly unaffected by the death of his companions. This should be fun, he cheered, activating a Sharingan. Unfortunately for the young Uchiha, that was as far as he got. Blood started to pour from his mouth as a Rasengan was placed squarely in his chest, shredding his heart and lunges before tossing him away. The others had barely any time to register what was happening. Naruto effortlessly dismantled the Genin-level ninja without breaking a sweat. Once he had finished and tossed the last young body aside, Naruto glared up at the screen that broadcast what he had done all over the empire. You made me do this. I wanted a peaceful life, he yelled, unleashing the pain that killing the young shinobi had caused him. Karen and the others had watched what had happened in a stunned silence. Of course Karen wasn't surprised with the outcome, and she agreed with his actions, but the speed and brutality in which he dismantled his opponents was something that she hadn't ever witnessed. We need to move, come on. Naruto will deal with anyone who will come after us from here on out as we cross the plains, she ordered, making their group get up and run out of the tree line and into the open air. In the spectators' box there was a sense of bewilderment. A so-called civilian had just taken out 5 teams in an instant, and one even had a member of the royal family. The only spectator who seemed to be enjoying herself was Guhara, who licked her lips in anticipation of what she would see next. Chapter 42, The Placement Trials Point 4. What in the Emperor's name is going on? That boy is highly skilled. Guhara-sama, please tell me this is some kind of sick joke. A portly only man with thinning gray hair said. He wore a long purple robe with a silver eagle stitched on his shoulders. Yes, I too would like some explanation, Ka-san. Judging from just that very short exchange, I would say he has been trained for years. Those were some impressive jutsu, Jolie said, a twinge on anger in her eyes. If this is a game you have put together for your enjoyment, I am not amused. He even killed one of our clansmen. Guhara couldn't keep the look of hunger off her face as she stared at the image of Naruto standing in the center of the now lifeless bodies of the Empire's shinobi on the screen. Oh, I had no idea this would happen, she said honestly. He's magnificent. I want to see his blood, it would. No, it will be magnificent, I can't wait, she said to herself, almost salivating in anticipation. Other teams will have seen that display of power. It's likely that many teams will keep their distance now, Tetsu said, currently doing the math. He was sure now that it would take much more than the trials competitors to take Naruto down. The speed and fluidity of his movements were flawless. He wasn't even trying, and if I was to guess, it's probably only Guhara who can see that. I haven't seen her this worked up in my life. I'm glad I warned my team against trying to fight Naruto. But this is far beyond anything I could have imagined. That won't do at all. I demand that boy's head. Where is the closest team? The old man wearing purple said, his face twisted in a scowl. There appears to be 3 teams in a close proximity, however each team has halted their approach towards the target after what happened to the previous wave, one of Jolie's bodyguards said with a short bow. Quadruple the bounty on his head. I will take responsibility for the extra amount, the man in purple said. I'll equal that amount as well, another of the military division heads said. This one wore dark blue with a red fish etched on his shoulders. One by one the division commanders that were in attendance all donated the same amount. Naruto's bounty was now high enough to grant whoever claimed it enough money to buy their way into the richest areas of the inner empire. They may never have to work again. Oh my, you're making it almost impossible for them to resist. Guhara giggled as the information began to be processed, appearing on the screens around the arena for all competitors and spectators to see. You seem to be enjoying yourself, Ka-san, Jolie said with a light frown. Why wouldn't I be? I can't remember there ever being a placement trials this exciting, Guhara answered enthusiastically. Still, you're going to make the officers and other soldiers upset that they don't get a chance to cash in on that bounty. At least not just now. If the young man makes it to the borders of the arena, then I guess it would be fair game. You think he will get that far? There are still over 100 competitors left. Given the numbers he's up against, it should be no problem really, the old man wearing purple declared. Except for the fact that with so many people going after the same thing, there will be infighting. Then there is also the fact that they're in a competition, against each other. They need to defeat another team, so even if every team abandons the main goal of completing their mission, it's more likely they will fight against each other for the chance to take the bounty for themselves, Guhara reasoned. She has a point, but if you're so convinced that the test will not be hindered, then we have to keep things going and not let anyone else get involved, at least for now. Still, in case things go south, I'll order the guards at each exit to be doubled, Jolie added. Meanwhile, Naruto let out a breath he didn't even know he was holding. He could see Karen and the others moving slowly across the field. It would probably take them 2 hours at the speed they were going. He guessed that he would have discouraged many of the contestants from attacking him. I wonder what their next move will be. Kurama mused. The large fox was really somewhat bored with the proceedings. There was no challenge in fighting shinobi that were only around Genin, bordering on Chunin level. Hell, most Chunin couldn't keep up with Naruto if he was fighting seriously. I'm not sure. They could abandon these exams and come at me full force. Or they could try and tempt more of the trialists to attack me. Either way, the top priority has to be getting out of here with as many people safe as possible, Naruto replied. Why not just use your clones then? You could get everyone across this stadium in under an hour, the fox pressed. Naruto nodded in agreement. That thought did cross my mind, but they will just chase us down. When we leave, we need them to know that if they value their lives, they won't come after us. It is a good idea though, maybe if we can get off the radar for a while it would work better. Then why not summon me? A single Bijudama will be enough to make sure nobody ever thinks to question that attacking us will lead to nothing but death. I would rather not show my trump card just yet. I think it would be smarter to save your chakra for emergencies. Besides, this way I can see what type of shinobi they have. From the sounds of it, each of the 5 families that make up the empire has a different Kekkei Genkai that Madara thought might be useful. I want to find out what they all are, Naruto replied. Suit yourself, but I do hope the next fight is a little more entertaining, Kurama replied with a snort. Well, the message has been sent that I am willing to kill to save my friends. I don't think I should need to be that excessive in the future, at least not with Genin level shinobi, Naruto replied. He felt quite guilty about killing his would-be assailants, but killing is a part of a shinobi's life. He saw that firsthand the first time he left Konoha. Kakashi had killed the demon brothers after they had been captured. Then after that he witnessed the deaths of Haku and Zabuza. Just because they are a genin today, doesn't mean they are not dangerous. Showing mercy could cost you later on, Kurama lectured. Naruto looked down. He knew that Kurama was right. A shinobi's life was sacrifice and suffering, even for a ronin. So I just mercilessly kill anyone that gets in my way? He asked, his voice void of warmth. It's the safest option. Sometimes showing mercy can do the person more harm than good. Look at your so-called friend, Sasuke. His life was spared and the hatred that so-called mercy created ate away at him until he was nothing but a shell of a man devoured by the need to blame someone else for his problems. That's a little harsh, but I guess I understand where you are coming from. I should still be able to keep some of them alive. They won't all be so willing to fight me after what they have seen. I'm not saying you have to go out of your way to kill, just don't go trying to keep your enemies alive for the sake of being a nice guy. It won't end well for you. I know you want everyone to be able to understand each other, but look around you. There is no effort from this so-called empire to do anything but rule over the weak with force, Kurama said calmly before shutting off their connection. Naruto used his senjutsu to scan the area for any shinobi approaching. 2 teams still want to attack me, one from each direction. But why? He asked himself, not yet noticing the rather large sum of money placed on his head. I don't want to risk them attacking the others, I better do something about it, he sighed, forming 2 clones that immediately ran to intercept each group. Naruto, deciding that his clones could deal with everything, now ran to join up with his companions. Traveling the distance in almost a minute before coming to a stop in front of Karen with a small smile on his face. You went overboard, you know that, right? The red-headed Uzumaki said, slightly scalding the Jinchuriki. Naruto rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment while the group continued to move, not wanting to waste any time standing around talking. I only did it to keep us safe, Naruto replied. I guess that it probably worked, for now. But how long do you think it will be before they send someone stronger after us? There are some high-ranking officers here watching the exams. There are even 2 of the members of the royal family who are in line for the throne, Rei said darkly. Despite her angered tone, she was stunned that Naruto was that strong. Then I'll just beat them too, Naruto said confidently. As they sped across the open fields, the first of Naruto's clones came to a stop in front of a group of 3 shinobi a few years younger than himself. Hi there, the clone said in a rather friendly tone, however the look on his face was anything but friendly. I suggest you run away, I have no real desire to kill you. The 3 recruits backed up a little, a scowl on their faces. We're not scared of you, you filthy peasant scum. A boy with long silver hair and emerald green eyes spat. Why, yeah, he's right, one of his teammates said, a small bald boy. The final member of their squad was a girl with long brown hair. All 3 recruits jumped at Naruto's clone, who casually deflected their strikes one after the other. Well, you're not bad, but your teamwork sucks, you'll never be able to land a hit on me like that. Show me something else, I bet you know some pretty cool jutsu, Naruto's clone said casually as the three picked themselves up while fishing for information on what their families might be able to do. The bald boy growled knowing that the blonde was just toying with them. He had seen what had happened to the last group. Their plan was to sneak up on him when he rested, and keep their distance until then, but now they were facing the possibility of a painful death. Fine, I'll show you. Shikuten, incinerating flare. The clone's eyes widened slightly as a orb of fire and wind shot towards him. His surprise was short-lived and Naruto easily sidestepped out of the way. Then he noticed the silver-haired boy speed around behind him at an incredible speed, so scorch and swift release not bad at all, he mused before spinning away from the boy's attack, and sending him crashing into his bald teammate. That just leaves you, what's your clan's special skill? Naruto asked the girl. The young brunette was terrified, her opponent wasn't even trying and making them look like fools. Enhanced senses and strength, our clan is mostly used for tracking, and taijutsu, we're the lowest ranked of the noble houses. She whimpered, desperately hoping to avoid what would be certain death if they fought. Well, I can see why Madara would find these bloodlines useful, the blonde thought out loud, as he casually sidestepped out of the way as the two boys once again began a relentless taijutsu assault. The clone still seemed unaffected, easily weaving between each strike with practiced ease. Damn it all to hell, just die. The bald boy screamed before releasing a beam of fire and wind at point-blank range only to hit nothing but air. How? He gasped as he felt his consciousness begin fade. Naruto stood between the two boys, a kunai in each hand buried into each. I'm not someone you want to mess with. Now girl, get out of here. I really didn't want to kill anyone, but your empire has really backed me into a corner here. The young girl nodded frantically, her eyes widening in horror at the state of her teammates, and fear that she would be next. Are they going to be alright? The brunette asked, her voice shaking, unsure if she could take the answer, or if she would even be given one. Well, he might, Naruto replied, pointing to the silver-haired boy. Naruto felt a little sorry for the brunette. He could see that unlike the others, the young kunoichi was rather kind and cared about her companions. He will need some medical attention soon though. As for Baldy, I'm sorry but it's too late for him, the clone said calmly. Now before I let you go, promise me you will not attack me or do anything this reckless again. Do that and you have my word that I will let you go. Oh, and make sure you tell anyone you see that if they attack me or anyone I care about, I will kill them. I will bring this empire to its knees if I have to, he added, his face deadly serious. All right, I promise, I'll do as you ask, she said, cowering slightly. See that you do. Now you better hurry if you want to save that teammate of yours, the clone said before dispelling. Naruto's other clone also left one member of the team it faced alive, killing one and wounding the others severely, giving the survivor the same task of warning the others not to attack. Once both groups were soundly defeated, the original Naruto let out a sigh. It doesn't look like there are any more teams heading to attack us, for now at least, he informed the group, scanning the area one last time just to be sure. The group of civilians all collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Most of the civilians had branched off from Naruto's group and several small groups were just now coming to the edge of the forest. Naruto hoped they would be alright, but he didn't have the time to babysit all of them. He was more concerned with getting his friends, and the few who had chosen to join him, to safety. Naruto's group was not too far away from the edge of the open field now. They could see the next area growing closer with each passing minute. Large stone-like walls that rose, forming a maze-like path of tunnels and trenches. This offered both good cover for their journey and many excellent places to be ambushed. When they came near the end of the large open field, they were given a slight shock. Large patches of deep sand were scattered across their path. Not enough to bother anyone who could use chakra to move over the top with ease, but enough to slow down the civilians. Where did all this sand come from? There is nothing about it on the map, Naruto pondered as the group began weaving around the large sand traps. You can't expect him to put everything in there, you know. Maps are rarely 100% accurate, Tenji said, patting the blonde on the shoulder to get him to stop worrying. Naruto nodded and folded the map back up before placing it in his pocket. Yeah, I guess you're probably right, still something about it seems off to me, he said, casting a short glance to the nearest pit. Well, I can't sense anyone nearby, at least nobody that is heading this way. If it was a trap I would have sensed it by now, Karen said confidently. There was no way she would miss a surprise attack. She had been using her sensory abilities periodically since they left the site where the tower once stood. I guess, it's just kind of odd. Everything else on the map has been so perfect that missing these sand traps seems odd, Naruto reasoned. On that point Karen had to agree. The map given to them by Shugo had been highly accurate up to this point, even indicating areas of the forest that had been thicker or were known to be the sites of large predatory beasts. Maybe he didn't think that they would pose much of a problem to us. Maybe, Naruto said with a sigh. The more he thought about it the more likely that seemed. Still there was just something off about such an obvious gap in the information. It was almost as if the sand dunes had appeared after the map was drawn. That's also a possibility, he told himself to shake off the uneasy feeling. The next section was a slow ascent up a rocky hillside within the confines of a deep maze of trenches. Naruto was grateful that the quickest path had already been marked, meaning that even for civilians they were making decent time. Every so often however they would run into another large sandpit, often in large areas where multiple paths would come together. It was mid-afternoon when the group began to slow down, with Naruto eventually bringing everyone to a halt in front of a large cave. Is there something wrong? Ray asked, earning some worried glances from the other civilians. No, we're going to rest here, Naruto answered, trying to reassure the group. But it's still light out, we can go on for a few hours yet, a well-dressed man said, eager to keep going. I think Naruto might have a point. It would be better for us to rest for what's left of the day. It might be safer to move under the cover of night, Ray reasoned. Well, that is one of the reasons. There is also the fact that if they are monitoring our movements they might guess which way we are heading. I have a way for us all to travel the distance remaining in only about an hour, but I want to wait until later tonight when most of the spectators will be sleeping, Naruto suggested. Well, I'm in. If you can't get us out of here then we're all as good as dead anyway, Tenji said casually, clearly siding with Naruto. I guess it can't really be helped. Whatever you have planned, I'm in. You may have inadvertently started a war with the Empire, but I guess that's better than death, Ray sighed. Slowly the rest of the group all came to an agreement that they would trust in Naruto's plan. While most still didn't know Naruto that well, they had to admit he was strong, maybe even strong enough to actually save their lives. The group moved into the cave, and once they were sure it was safe set up a small camp. Naruto sat at the back of the cave with his eyes closed, quickly scanning the surrounding area for any sign of approaching threats. You don't need to do that, you know, Karen said kindly, taking a seat beside the blonde and resting her head on his shoulder. I know you have been scanning as well. I guess I just feel a little less anxious if I check myself, even if my sensory skills are nothing compared to yours, the blonde replied before softly kissing the top of her head. I can understand that. Better to be safe than sorry, the redhead said with a smile as the two cuddled up together. So are you going to tell me what your plan is, Naruto-kun? It's not much of a plan. After midnight I will create a clone to carry everyone. If we move at top speed we will make it to the southern exit well before dawn. It's a full moon tonight so the visibility won't be too bad, Naruto explained. Karen hummed, contemplating the blonde's plan. I suppose if we keep going so slowly the Empire will be able to move all their units into place to intercept us at the exit. As soon as your clones start moving it will probably be quite obvious what your plan is, she said, pointing out a potential risk. I know, but I think if we go this way I can reduce the potential casualties. There are 2 high-ranking Uchiha clan members here so I don't think we will get out of here without a fight, Naruto sighed. The blonde's face quickly became very serious as he readjusted his body so he could look the redhead in the eyes. I want you to promise me that you will do what I say when the real fighting starts. Karen looked a little confused at why Naruto would ask that of her. I don't understand. I can fight too. I've become a lot stronger after training with you, she said quickly. She was slightly afraid that Naruto didn't think she was strong enough to fight with him. It's not about that, Karen-chan. This is a dangerous situation and I might need to summon Kurama to help out if I need to. If that happens you will need to be as far away from here as possible, Naruto explained. If it's that dangerous then I can't leave you behind, Karen protested readily. Naruto shook his head, determined not to let Karen get involved if things became too dangerous. You have to trust that I will be fine. But I won't be able to concentrate properly if I know you could get hurt. If the top shinobi show up, you need to let me handle them myself, please." The redhead was far from pleased with the request, but upon seeing how dead set Naruto was, she sighed in defeat. "Fine, but don't you dare get yourself killed out there, or I will never forgive you." "Don't worry Karen-chan, it's going to take a whole lot more than a couple of wannabe dictators to take me down. I beat Madara, Kagaya and eventually Sasuke after all. After them these guys are nothing," Naruto said, flashing his boyish fox-like smile. "But didn't you lose the power of the Sage of Six Paths, so it's not the same," Karen replied. "She's got a point there Naruto," Kurama added. The fox was not overly concerned with Naruto's safety, he was confident in his partner's strength and even more so if they were working together. While he didn't want Naruto to have to rely on using him in a fight, he had to admit it had been a while since he had been summoned outside of the seal. "That's true. But I could still hold my own even with just my fox cloak. Hey, if I'm lucky I might not even need Kurama's help. I've gotten a lot stronger since the war as well. So I'll be fine, believe it," Naruto said, answering both parties. "Besides, I need you to keep the rest of the group safe while they get out of the arena." Karen didn't argue any further, deciding that if they were going to rest then she should get some sleep. She shuffled her position so she was using Naruto's lap as a pillow. While the content redhead slept peacefully, Naruto kept watch. Careful not to wake the sleeping beauty, he decided to send a few clones in sage mode out of the cave to scout and keep a wide perimeter around the cave free of any intruders. He watched calmly as the orange tint the setting sun gave Tati walls slowly faded into the silvery dull glow of the full moon, that failed to light more than the very entrance to the cave where the group had stopped. With only a few hours until Naruto and the group would make their next move, he decided to wake the sleeping redhead, softly shaking her shoulders. "Karen-chan, it's time to wake up," he whispered quietly. He didn't really want to wake her, but he needed to get some sleep as well while he had the time. He couldn't help but smile as she cutely yawned and stretched out on his lap, clearly struggling to free herself from slumber. "What's the time?" she asked, gazing up into his cerulean eyes that were hidden in the dark to everyone but her as the only member of the group that could use chakra. "It's almost midnight, I need you to keep watch so I can get some sleep. Can you wake me in 2 hours?" Naruto asked with a small yawn while settling himself back against the wall. He was far from comfortable, but that didn't bother him all that much. Comfort was something he and Karen had done without for their entire trip over the mountains, so a few hours sleeping up against stone wouldn't be unbearable. With that said though, it was still only 2 hours sleep. From Naruto's point of view, no sooner than he had closed his eyes, Karen was lightly shaking him awake. "Naruto-kun, it's been 2 hours, time to get up," she said quietly, waiting for a moment to see if the Jinchuriki would stir. Naruto groaned in protest. "A change in plans Karen-chan, we're not leaving for another 5-6 hours, he said half asleep, before adjusting himself against the wall. Karen smiled sadly knowing that in his sleep-addled state he was saying things that he didn't mean. "Sorry Naruto-kun, but that wasn't the deal. You need to get up so we can move on," she said, shaking him a little rougher. Naruto groaned in protest but slowly opened his eyes. "I really hate you right now," he pouted. "Well, that sucks, because I love you," she teased, offering the blonde her hand to help him up. Naruto smiled back, knowing that she truly meant those words. Without further delay he grabbed her hand and allowed the redhead to help him to his feet before he stole a quick kiss. "Any sign of movement out there while I was asleep?" he asked quickly, switching from playful to very serious. "No. I have been checking every 10 minutes, but there has been nothing outside this cave for miles," the Uzumaki Kunoichi answered quickly. Naruto nodded and quickly made a clone for every member of their group including Karen. "You don't need to carry me as well. I know, but at the moment the enemy only knows that I can use chakra. We can surprise them with that later if it comes down to it, and I would rather not have them think you're a threat to them. I don't want them to target you as well," Naruto said firmly. "You don't have to do that, I can protect myself just fine. I may not be as strong as you are, but I have gotten a lot stronger since we have been together. I'm much stronger than anyone we have seen so far, that's for sure. Besides, if they are trying to kill you then they might as well be trying to kill me too." Karen replied, clearly disapproving of what she considered Naruto thinking she wasn't strong enough to fight with him. That's not it, I know you're strong, Karen-chan. I just want to keep you safe, no matter what, Naruto replied with a slightly pained expression. He never wanted to lose another person that was precious to him. He had lost his parents on the night he was born. Jiraiya had died just as he was starting to make a real name for himself in the shinobi world. Even Sasuke was gone now, unable to compromise on his beliefs. He forced the blonde's hand. Karen still wasn't convinced. And how do you think I feel? I am no different, to me you are everything. She said honestly before her featured hardened somewhat. I will do as you say this time. You are right, if we are attacked by stronger shinobi I will need to protect the others so we can all escape. But the Empire won't stop hunting us when we escape, so next time I will be fighting too, she demanded, the steely determination in her scarlet eyes that told the blonde that no matter how much he would argue this was one fight he wouldn't win. Deal, Naruto replied with a bright disarming smile that even in the dark of the cave seemed to brighten everything. Alright, no more time for discussions, time to wake everyone, he added while giving a silent signal to his clones who stooped down and each picked one member of the group up. Unsurprisingly, this was followed by loud yells in protest that soon tuned into screams of fear and surprise as the clones and Naruto wasted no time in speeding out of the cave and out into the cool night air. Well, in terms of a surprise that was really something else, Karen giggled from her position on the back of the clone that was closest to the real blonde. I figured it would be quicker this way. If we move at this pace we can get to the edge of the arena long before the sun comes up, Naruto replied. Then, as if to make a point, the group picked up the speed even more. Wow, I'm faster than I have ever been, all that training is really paying off, he thought while his clones attempted to calm their individual passengers. Of course, those old toads have been kicking your ass all over the countryside for months, it's hardly going to make you weaker, Kurama said with a roll of his eyes. I guess you have a point, I really need to thank Shima and Fukusaku-sensei the next time I see him, Naruto replied. So what's the plan once you exit this death arena? The fox asked. Well, if we don't go over the top they won't think twice about chasing us down. That really only leaves us with shock and awe. Kurama grinned. Despite being a far calmer since he befriended Naruto, the giant fox still enjoyed a good bit of destruction, and if that means crushing a few Uchiha, then all the better. The grin only seemed to grow as the thin outline of the mountainous perimeter of the stadium came into view in the distance. This should be fun. Chapter 43, The Placement Trials. Point 5. Naruto and his clones sped rapidly across the countryside, the changing portions of the landscape designed to slow the contestants down and give a changing battlefield didn't affect him at all. The edge of the giant arena was gradually growing larger and larger at the edge of the horizon, each step brought the blonde closer to their destination. The full moon illuminated the landscape, the silvery glow allowing Naruto to see easily without even needing chakra to enhance his vision. At any other time he would have considered it hauntingly beautiful. Naruto knew it was only a matter of time before the Empire would have troops intercept him, and because of this he had been scanning the area for any shinobi that would be either approaching or moving between his group and their destination in case of an ambush. In the past hour the blonde and his clones had to change paths several times in order to avoid teams of genin-level shinobi that were obviously camping for the night. Despite the anticipation of an impending attack, it came as quite a surprise that by the time he felt any sizable foreign chakra signatures heading in his direction, they were almost at the exit. In fact, it made it an easy decision to separate from his group and go it alone. Naruto stopped as his clones changed direction, hoping to put some extra distance between them and the approaching shinobi. Alright, let's see what this empire is really made of, he thought, preparing himself for what he had to do. You gonna let me out to play? Kurama asked a little eagerly. If there was one thing that Kurama still hated above all else, it was an Uchiha, and the fact that this particular branch of the clan were directly related to Madara didn't help. Not just yet, I don't just want to defeat them, I need to humiliate them so they question whether or not they can ever defeat me. It's the only way to assure our safety for a longer period of time. They are so set on being all-powerful and hate all weakness. I think they need to experience what it feels like to be the one on the receiving end, so that they feel helpless for once, Naruto replied seriously. Isn't that a little far from your attempts to have everyone understand each other? Kurama asked. Naruto looked quite sad as he nodded his agreement. You're right, and I do want that, but I also have seen this empire in action. This won't be solved by simply talking to them, they're too set in their ways. I'm surprised you came to that realization without more prompting, the fox said, a little impressed. Naruto didn't bother responding. He could feel the approaching shinobi begin to spread out in an attempt to surround him. But then Naruto didn't really care. His first job was to give Karen and the others in his group the time to escape the area, then cause as much destruction as humanly possible, which for Naruto was quite a lot. Naruto came to a stop in a large clearing scattered with large rocks, some the size of houses. This spot looks perfect, small tactical area. I can keep the numbers that I'm in direct contact with to a minimum if I need to, he said to himself, while running around the small area to assess any well-hidden locations. I'm shocked, you're actually thinking like a ninja, and not like. Well, you. Hey! Naruto yelled in indignation, completely ignoring the group of 10 Empire shinobi that was currently landing in a large radius surrounding the blonde, evidently to prevent him from escaping the area. Priority target located, one of the shinobi said, speaking into a small radio. Target seems distracted, so far unaware of our presence, he added, but then froze when he heard a voice behind his ear. Oh, I know you're here, I just don't care, Naruto said casually. The group froze in shock, none of them saw him move. Then again he didn't move. Naruto was still standing in the center of the clearing. The Naruto behind the Empire shinobi dispelled itself quickly, but the message had been sent. If Naruto wanted to, he could have killed the man already without even lifting a finger. So how are you going to do this? You going to attack, or if you want I can embarrass you all one at a time, Naruto said with a smirk. He didn't really want to admit it, but he was excited. He was a shinobi and this was his way of life. He loved a good fight. Oh, that's it, I'll take this guy, you guys just watch. A man with spiky silver hair said with a scowl. The silver-haired man seemed to shimmer out of existence, before reappearing behind the blonde, his fist cocked back in preparation to land a powerful blow. Naruto, while unable to follow his movements easily, still rolled forward just as the mon's punch was about to hit. Phew, you're much faster than the genin I fought with your blood limit, so I'm guessing this is going to be lesson 1, huh? He said with a smile. Lesson 1? What the hell are you talking about? The silver-haired man asked. Taijutsu. Naruto yelled, his fist flying forward aimed right at his opponent's face. The silver-haired man moved at a blur, easily blocking the punch with a smirk on his face as he knew that he could match the blonde for speed. That smirk quickly turned to horrified shock, however, as he was unable to deal with the power behind Naruto's fist, jumping back as he grabbed his arm in pain. What the hell was that? Unfortunately, he didn't have enough time to dwell on that though, as Naruto continued his assault, using a rock to push off, spinning into an axe kick, forcing the silver-haired man to jump back as the blonde's legs slammed into the ground, cracking the earth beneath him. Unlike Tsunade's strength that came from her precise chakra control, Naruto's strength came from the intense physical training he had been undergoing, and while not as powerful as his precious Ba-chan, the effect was still substantial. Knowing he couldn't stay on the defensive, the silver-haired Empire shinobi shot forward in a blur, slamming his fist into Naruto's stomach. Naruto curled over apparently in pain, only to have the blonde smile. What the hell? He asked himself as he looked down, only to see his hand had been easily caught by the Jinchuriki. He quickly tried to remove his fist and jump back, but found Naruto's grasp was too tight and couldn't free himself. Sorry, no more running, Naruto said calmly. He briefly saw the flash of fear in the mon's eyes before smashing the silver-haired man right through the nearest rock. Well, that's one down, he added in a bored tone. The remaining members of the group tensed. Once more they were shown that they were in over their heads. One member down, suspected Kia, request for backup, a man with brown hair said into his radio. You don't need to bother, they were watching that little fight. Besides, I can already feel a much larger group approaching, Naruto said, taking a seat atop the collapsed rubble of the stone used to pummel his previous opponent. Wordlessly, the Imperial Shinobi came to an agreement. The only way they would be able to beat Naruto was to attack as a team. 3 taijutsu specialists converged on the lounging blonde, each landing a perfect hit. At least they thought they did. Before the thought of victory could take hold, Naruto burst into smoke. He was a clone. They all asked simultaneously. 3 more Narutos appeared, obviously they had been hanged as stones on the ground, and each with a Rasengan in hand. Each clone impaled 1 target each, right into the ground that crumbled away into a small sand pit that effectively swallowed the now deceased trio. Well, that's odd, the 3 Narutos said together, surprised to see yet another sand pit. Did they build this stadium on top of a desert or something? He asked the remaining 6 shinobi who had surrounded the trio of blondes. So am I going to have to kill all of you, or are you just going to admit that you're not strong enough and run away? Naruto's answer came in the form of his opponents racing through hand seals. Our orders are absolute. We are to kill the priority target and return his head to Guhara-sama, they chanted in an almost uniform fashion. Naruto's clone face vaulted as a cascade of jutsu descended upon them. The attacks seemed to combine together and exploded outwards, scorching the land of all signs of life. They looked around, hopeful for any signs that the blonde had be able to evade their attack. Did we get him? One asked hopefully. Sorry, but not quite. Haven't you figured out how this works yet? Naruto's voice claimed, echoing from various directions, meaning that they couldn't guess his exact location. No. Okay, fine, I'll tell you, the blonde scoffed in good spirits. I knew you were coming from the start, and drew you in here where I quickly set up my clones to trap you here. My real body is long gone. So you're not even here? A kunoichi asked, with thinly veiled rage. Yeah, I left as soon as I was sure there were no Uchiha in your little welcoming party. I knew I had to do something to make your superiors take me seriously, the various clones in the area explained. So why are you telling us this? You can obviously kill us whenever you want, I can see that clearly enough. You have had us beat from the moment we surrounded you, the same kunoichi said. Her muscles were tense while she was carefully scanning the area to assess where the final blow might come from. That's simple. For one, I know that the leaders of this empire are watching right now. These exams get broadcast all over the empire, so your superiors can pick who they want in their squads. I also know that they probably sent some middle-ranked shinobi to test me. But the truth is, I doubt even a team of Junin-level ninja could trouble me anymore. Man, I bet I could so kick Kakashi-sensei ass now, Naruto chuckled, fondly remembering the old Team 7. Who the hell are you? There's no way you're just some civilian. The kunoichi demanded, her voice cracking while several of her team began to back away in hopes of escaping. I'm a ninja from Konoha, and I just want to live a peaceful life. But I won't stand by while your empire treats its people like slaves. I have no interest in going to war with the empire, but I also know the empire has no interest in letting me live. You kind of have me backed up against a wall at the moment. I have to fight, Naruto answered firmly. Where is this Konoha? I have never heard of it. Did they have other shinobi like you? The kunoichi asked, searching for any information that the empire might find useful before her time was up. Naruto knew exactly what she was trying to do. Trust me, Konoha is a long way away, and has no interest in the empire. That's all you're going to get from me. One member of the group of Imperial shinobi arrived at the edge of the clearing, however, rather than make a glorious escape as he had planned, he collapsed, a kunai punching its way through his torso covered in and propelled by Fuden chakra. This set in motion a chain of events that started with the remaining 5 shinobi taking off in different directions, hoping that they would get lucky. However, Naruto's clones effortlessly intercepted the fleeing figures, striking each one down with ease, appearing seamlessly from where they had been camouflaged against a stone before lazily dispelling themselves. Meanwhile, impossible. He just took out 10 of our search and destroy squad officers. With only clones. One of the judges of the placement trials yelled in shock. And where is this Konoha? There is no village with that name in any map I have ever seen, another said, clearly stunned. Jolie-sama, Guhara-sama, where is he now? The first judge asked. He's approaching the main group of our military sent to intercept the target. This should be much more interesting. There is almost 200 shinobi out there going up against one. I wonder what he has planned this time, Guhara answered, barely able to contain her excitement. Perhaps we should go take a closer look, mother. If there is even the slightest chance that he could actually end up victorious from this encounter, only our elite forces will be able to deal with him. As much as I hate to dirty my hands on a peasant, we might even have to get involved ourselves, Jolie suggested. You don't have to ask me twice, I'm more than eager to see what Naruto-kun can do in person. Tetsu-chan, let's go, Guhara replied, standing up and quickly making her way out of the main observation room. Elsewhere. The real Naruto was quickly speeding across the arena. He knew that his clones carrying his friends would soon be reaching the edge of the arena where they would meet up with Shugo. He also knew that if he could deal with the small army he was approaching, that the Empire would be hard-pressed finding the numbers needed chase after him. Your clones dealt with that last group quite well, Naruto-kun. I don't even think that lazy friend of yours could have planned that any better. Well done, Kurama mused. Thanks, but I'm no way near Shikamaru's level when it comes to planning and strategy. Anyway, the real show starts now. I promised you Shakunin, didn't I? The Jinchuriki said as he created 4 clones, 2 on each side that separated so there was about 20 feet between each of them as they ran in a line. It was a rather surreal scene for Naruto. In front of him was a large group of shinobi approaching in groups of 10 to 20. It was similar, yet somehow different from the last time he was faced with the same situation. Last time his opponents were all white Zetsu and he had the rest of the shinobi army to back him up if something went wrong. I don't think they're going to stop and chat, Naruto. Whatever you have planned, you should do it soon, Kurama sighed. Yeah, don't worry, this will be over quickly, can't play games with this many, Naruto replied as he and his clones began forming hand seals. They all simultaneously slammed their hands to the ground, forming a massive wall of smoke, bringing the approaching army to a momentary halt. When the smoke cleared, each of Naruto's clones was standing atop a giant boss-class toad. Naruto on the other hand had both Fukusaku and Shima sitting on his shoulders. Well, this is a fine mess you've gotten yourself into, Naruto-chan, Fukusaku said from his perch as the orange marks forming around his eyes indicated that the blonde was entering sage mode. So I take it this is the Empire ya told us about, Shima guessed. Yeah, I guess they found out that someone outside of their direct control could use chakra, so they set a little trap for me. So far it hasn't worked out so well for them, Naruto explained. I see. Naruto-chan, where's Karen-chan, shouldn't she be here with you? Shima asked, wondering about the kunoichi she had helped train. She's fine, a small group of civilians trusted me enough to join me. I asked her to stay with them and some of my clones for their protection, Naruto replied. So, or did ya just not want her to face this? Fukusaku asked, already suspecting the answer. Maybe, the blonde admitted. But it doesn't matter right now. Either way we have to stop the Empire here, put enough fear into them so that they will never come after us again. Naruto said, let's do this. He cheered and the 4 giant boss summons launched into the air. Gamakichi and Gamabunta both spewed out a jet of flames over the first few waves of Empire shinobi. Gamaken thumped his big shield to the ground, sending ripples through the earth, forming a massive swamp enveloping a large section of the approaching army. Well, that's more impressive than Ero Sennin's swamp of the underworld. Gamahiro drew his 2 giant katana, channeling Fuden chakra through their blades. He used them to send numerous blades of wind onto the approaching army. Each strike would form a deep scar on the landscape, continuing on for miles. By the time the giant toads landed, the army was in complete disarray. Those that were able to protect themselves from the ninjutsu assault had lost all sense of order in their ranks. I'm guessing it's our turn now, Naruto-chan, Fukusaku asked, seeming unaffected by the destruction his clan had just wrought on their summoner's enemies. Yeah, let's go, Naruto said, charging forward while all 3 were racing through hand seals. I never tired this before, so I hope it works. Senpo, Gomon. Naruto spat forth a powerful jet of air that combined with toad oil provided by Fukusaku, and fire from Shima. The 3 elements combined, creating a massive wave of boiling oil. Anything that came into contact with the jutsu was boiled or combusted into flames as it was enveloped by the oncoming tsunami. Well, if the Empire didn't consider you a believable threat before, they sure will now, Kurama mused. The fox had been half hoping that he would have been summoned. The feel of the Biju's chakra held enough killing intent to make veteran shinobi weak at the knees. After less than a minute, the result of the battle was clear. Of the 200 shinobi that had been sent to eliminate Naruto, less than a quarter had survived, and those that were uninjured knew the chances of survival against Naruto and his summons was less than favorable. You never can do things the easy way, can you, Gaki? Gamabunta boomed, as the boss toad assessed the damage they had caused. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck in embarrassment. I guess not, sorry Bunta. Don't apologize, I mean thanks to you our lives ain't boring, Gamakichi said with a smirk. Thanks guys. I mean it, all of you. I would have had to use my Biju cloak if I wanted to deal with this many without all of your help, Naruto admitted. That's fine, Uzumaki-sama. I may be clumsy but if ever you require my assistance do not hesitate to call on any of us, Gamaken said performing a rather awkward bow before he and the other giant toads disappeared. What about you guys? The big fish are almost here, but I can handle it myself if you both want to head on home, Naruto asked talking to the two toad elders. Nonsense Naruto-chan, we will stay and fight alongside ya, Fukusaku said proudly. Naruto couldn't help but smile, at the loyalty the two had shown him since Jiraiya had passed away. Even if they couldn't fuse with him like they were able to with his master, they still were able to fight together almost flawlessly. I really have to thank you guys, because of your training I'm twice as strong as I was before I left the elemental nations, the young Jinchuriki said with a smile, glad that the survivors of the toad's attack had no desire to keep fighting. Naruto sat down in meditation while he felt one last, yet much smaller group approach. Summoning so many boss-class summons was quite a drain on reserves, even for Naruto. 5 minutes later he was forced to quickly jump out of the way as a blade of wind smashed into the rock he had been sitting on. Oh what fantastic reaction time, and he caused all this destruction. I can't wait to play with him, Guhara said in a sultry, half-seductive voice, her long white hair blowing behind her in the breeze. So I take it you're the ones in charge? Naruto asked, careful not to look them in the eyes. He could see from his periphery the blood red of a Sharingan active in the smaller of the two women. Maybe, but judging from how effortlessly you dispatched our men, I would say you have been the one in charge, Guhara replied flirtatiously. Naruto, still being relatively dense in these matters despite his experiences with Karen, didn't catch on to the inflections of her voice. You sent Genin, Chunin and low-level Junin to fight me. Most S-rank shinobi could deal with that, he replied. That's right, you claim you're a shinobi from somewhere called Konoha. Where is that? Jolie asked demandingly. I don't feel like telling, Naruto replied, smirking slightly at how he had clearly gotten under the younger Uchiha's skin. What was that? Look me in the eyes and say that, you disrespectful worm. Jolie scowled. No thanks, I would rather not have you attempt to use your Sharingan on me. While I'm in Sage mode I doubt any of your normal genjutsu will affect me. But I'm guessing a Tsukuyomi would probably still work, Naruto said casually, shocking the Uchiha present. It had been a calculated move. Naruto wanted them to know he knew about their ocular abilities. The more they thought he knew the better, because it would make them second-guess themselves. Well, it seems you have us at a disadvantage, Naruto-kun. You know so much about us, yet your skills remain a mystery, Guhara said sweetly. To Guhara the blonde was becoming more and more fascinating by the minute. I have an idea, let's end this fighting. A powerful young man like you should be working with us, not fighting against us. With the show you've put on since the second trial started, you would be a very valuable asset and a desirable ally, she purred. Naruto couldn't help but feel slightly uncomfortable under Guhara's gaze. Sorry Uchiha Haim, but I don't like the way your empire operates. I'm going to leave this place and hopefully go back to my quiet life. If the empire leaves me alone, then we won't have a problem. Funny, you think you're actually leaving this place alive, we're going to kill you where you stand. Jolie scowled. The surviving Empire shinobi seemed to gain some confidence now that two of the strongest members of the royal family were there. I really just wanted to live in peace, I never wanted any of this, I hope you remember that, Naruto sighed while readying himself for an attack as he was slowly being surrounded. Such a shame to let such a fine specimen die, but at least I will still get the pleasure of watching you bleed, Guhara replied with a small pout, thrusting her palm forward releasing a devastating blast of wind. Naruto had to jump to avoid the blast, which was followed by a large ball of fire blown by the younger Uchiha. Predictably their aim was perfect, Naruto had to create a clone to pull himself out of the way. No hand seals, she has some crazy powerful abilities with wind chakra, Naruto thought a little shocked. As he landed, two shinobi with the swift release bloodline appeared behind him and drove their fists into his back, knocking Naruto forward. Naruto rolled back to his feet just as the two were ready to descend on him, each with a tanto. They reacted quickly as Naruto threw a punch in retaliation, using their speed to avoid the strike without changing their momentum. However, despite missing his hit, both shinobi were blasted away, their bodies flying away like rag dolls. "What was that? He missed, I'm sure of it," Jolie whispered to her group. "Tetsu-chan, perhaps it would be best if you deal with him. He somehow has information on our clan's abilities, and we need some extra time to gather more information on his. If you command the remaining forces here, then you should be able to win." Guhara said, her interest piqued even further by this strange new ability. Taijutsu that doesn't require to even land a hit, what a brilliant technique. Tetsu sighed while stepping forward in front of the two Uchiha Kunoichi. "I really hoped that I wouldn't be the one who had to do this." The rust-haired man sighed. There was little doubt that he was upset that things had turned out this way. He was cursing the day he had stepped foot into the small village where he met Naruto and Karen, not because he was scared, it was more to do with the fact he had liked them both. Naruto nodded. He had no desire to kill the man who he had befriended during his time in the village. "I figured that you're the one that turned me in, but I have to ask, how did you know I could use chakra?" "I kept all my chakra suppressed," he asked, genuinely curious. "It's the way you hold yourself, completely confident like nothing could ever harm you, and let's just say there's this feeling you give off that screams that you're powerful," Tetsu admitted unashamedly. "I see," Naruto mused, still not completely convinced. That said, he could also tell that Tetsu was a lot stronger than any of the other soldiers he had faced so far. "Then tell me, do you think you can defeat me?" he asked while the soldiers surrounding him tensed waiting for the first move. "You're certainly strong. The longer the fight draws out, the more it favors you, but nobody is unbeatable. Regardless of what I think about you personally, my orders are absolute. You have to die here," Tetsu said, drawing a small blade, about half the length of a kunai, in each hand. A quick glance to a few of his soldiers passed on a wordless message and they started racing through hand seals. Pillars of iron shot out of the ground around the blonde, trapping him inside a large cage. The bars then shot spikes inwards to impale Naruto where he stood. "Fukusaku-sensei, I think your water jutsu would be best here," Naruto said calmly. If he knew that if used his Biju cloak the sharp spikes wouldn't even be able to harm him, but he knew that wasn't necessary with the two elder toad sages at his side. Fukusaku didn't need to be told though, as he had already began the preparations. The small green toad spat a stream of highly compressed water combined with senjutsu that sliced right through the iron beams, effectively ending the jutsu. "Those little frogs are powerful," Jolie said intently. "They're toads," Guhara said in a matter-of-fact tone. "You saw the giant ones before, the shape of the body proves they're not frogs. Naruto-kun obviously has a summoning contract with toads, not frogs," she explained. "What's the difference?" one of the younger princess's bodyguards replied in defense of his master. "More of a difference than there is between you and slime," Guhara smirked. Seeing his first plan backfire magnificently, Tetsu had to act quickly. Using the small blades to cut the palms of his hands ever so slightly before tossing them at Naruto. Naruto quickly weaved through the two attacks and charged forward. The rusty-haired shinobi ordered the others to stand back and ran forward to meet the blonde halfway, swiping his hands out in front of him, sending two small arcs of blood towards his target. Naruto ignored the blood as he was focused on Tetsu, but this proved to be costly. The blood particles in the air solidified, forming a whip. Realizing what could prove to be a costly mistake, Naruto had to jump back quickly, narrowly avoiding having the blood whips tear him apart. "That was close," he said, letting out a small breath as he touched the small yet deep cut on his cheek. Guhara was close to salivating at the sight of the blonde's blood. "It's not every day you see someone escape from that technique, even if you know it's coming. Is it wrong of me to hope the Naruto-kun lives through this?" She pondered, biting her lip as the cut on his cheek closed itself before her very eyes. "Regeneration," she gasped in excitement. "Oh, think of how much fun I could have with someone like him." Tetsu continued to use his whips, forcing Naruto back, towards the edge of the perimeter created by the other Empire shinobi. The two closest saw this as their chance, formed two floating bright orbs that flew towards Naruto's back. The other created a large blade of iron that shot forward, intending to impale the blonde. Naruto sensed the spike in chakra, but waited until both attacks were almost on top of him before sidestepping them both as they crashed into Tetsu's blood whips. "Well done, Naruto-chan, perfect situational awareness," Fukusaku said, praising his young charge. "Not bad at all, Naruto," Tetsu said with a sad smile. "Unfortunately, it's game over." Naruto seemed confused by this. "It is?" "Yes. I'm afraid that this fight was decided the moment I cut you," Tetsu said. Seeing Naruto's blank, clearly confused expression, Tetsu decided to elaborate. "When my blood whips cut you, it allowed my blood to enter your body. From there it has quickly spread and now sits within each of your vital organs. At any moment I can end your life." What a pathetic ending. Then again, he was a fool to think he could stand against us. He was certainly the strongest person to ever stand up against the Empire, but he spent too much time holding back and it killed him. "What a fool," Jolie scoffed. "I'm sorry it has to end this way, Naruto," Tetsu sighed, holding his hand out before clenching his fist. A few seconds passed and nothing happened. A confused look crossed Tetsu's face. "What the? How are you still standing? Your organs should be torn to shreds by now." "Well, it was a good plan, I'll give you that. It's too bad that foreign chakra, much like poisons, can't live in my body. They're destroyed before they can ever threaten my life," Naruto said with a carefree tone. "What? How is that possible?" Tetsu stammered. "I have a little help. My partner keeps me alive and healthy," Naruto said cryptically. "You mean those toads?" Tetsu asked, two short swords forming in his hands. "Not exactly, although the senjutsu they taught me helps a lot. It speeds up my already accelerated healing several times over," Naruto admitted. "Damn, looks like I'm going to have to do this the old way." His wounds heal almost immediately, and he's immune to internal attacks. Just what type of Kekkei Genkai does he have? Tetsu wondered as he slid into a Kenjutsu stance. "Well, seeing as my friends have escaped the stadium and are now well out of harm's way, I guess it wouldn't hurt to show you a little more, but I can't hang around here all day," Naruto mused, only tensing slightly as Tetsu charged. Tetsu didn't make it halfway to Naruto before his attack was intercepted. "I really hoped you wouldn't be here, Tetsu," Shugo sighed, blocking both of the blood swords with a katana. At the same time, a small group of the rebel Uchiha's allies were intercepting the other Empire shinobi, clearly catching them by surprise. Tetsu and the Uchiha split apart, and Shugo came to land next to Naruto, giving him a welcoming nod. "You guys sure took your time. I was half wondering if you were really going to let me fight them all myself," Naruto said with a smile. "I was kind of hoping to see you go all out, but you were too busy buying time for your friends, weren't you?" Shugo admitted. "Guilty," the blonde admitted. Shugo smirked at how calm his newfound ally was. He had been watching every move Naruto had made and was highly impressed that his initial prediction about his strength had been so far accurate. "One thing does confuse me though." "Really, what's that?" Naruto asked. "What's the deal with all the sand you have been spreading around the arena?" the Uchiha queried. It's not me, I don't know anything about it," Naruto admitted. A thought quickly came to him, and he began doing some math in his head. "Hey Kurama, you don't think it's—" The fox didn't need to answer. At that moment, large beams of sand shot out of the ground from all over the stadium. For the first time, even the two Uchiha looked scared. The sand was quickly converging together and a powerful chakra began to pour out of it. "Shukaku's back, and it looks like that crazy Tanuki has come looking for you, Naruto," Kurama said with a small smirk, knowing that the return of the Aikibi would be, if nothing else, entertaining. Chapter 44, The Placement Trials Point, 6. Naruto stared apprehensively at the giant ball of sand that was currently converging into the Aikibi, Shukaku. "Why the hell is Shukaku here?" he asked in shock, completely ignoring the almost terrified looks that were being shared collectively by the Empire shinobi as well as the blonde's newfound allies respectively. Shukaku was always going to be the first Biju to reform in this world after being freed from the Akatsuki's ceiling. "He only has one tail and much less chakra than the rest of us, it's only natural that he would need less time to recover," Kurama answered eagerly. "Well, that part at least makes sense, I guess. But shouldn't Shukaku be reforming in the desert somewhere near Suna? Naruto questioned, still struggling to come to terms with what he was witnessing. That is Shukaku's preferred stomping ground, but don't forget that you have a portion of his chakra inside you as well. It's possible that may be the reason why he is reforming here. Either way, you're going to have to get ready for a fight, the fox replied, resting his head on his paws while making sure to keep watch on what was happening outside the seal. Why? The Biju shouldn't be attacking me, we came to an understanding, Naruto declared. Yes, that's true. But when a Biju reforms, it takes multiple steps. Unfortunately, it's not until the very end that our consciousness returns. Once that crazy Tanuki's body is formed, he will go out of control, Kurama explained as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. I still have to deal with these Empire ninja as well. How long do you think I have before it becomes dangerous to ignore Shukaku? I don't know, I have never seen any Biju reform before. But if I had to guess, then I would say you have a few minutes before he goes out of control. Naruto sighed, knew that he couldn't leave a rampaging Biju alone, which meant that he had to deal with the Empire Shinobi quickly. His gaze hardened as he turned his attention back to Guhara and Jolie. The two Uchiha commanders were gazing in shock at the large ball of sand, hardly believing their eyes. In a few minutes that lump of sand is going to transform into a creature of amazing destructive power. So I can't waste any more time playing with you, the blonde said firmly, effectively reminding every shinobi in the area of exactly why they were here in the first place. Idiot. You should have used that sand as your only chance to run. You didn't even try to use it as a distraction and attack us, just what kind of fool are you? Jolie asked stiffly. Around them her bodyguards were in combat with soldiers that had sided with Shugo, who was currently face to face with Tetsu, his katana clashing against blades formed from the rusty-haired shinobi's blood. Naruto remained unfazed by the taunting, he had gotten much worse in the past. If I attacked you and defeated you like that, it wouldn't serve my purpose at all, he said with a small smirk as he gathered some more natural energy for his sage mode while he had the chance. You desire a fair fight. Well, I'm more than willing to give you anything you want, Naruto-kun, Guhara said with a flirtatious drawl that seemed to go right over Naruto's head, completely unaffected by the attempt. Naruto meanwhile wasted no more time, rocketing forward, his fist drawn. But just as he got within range of Guhara, he quickly jumped back. What's wrong, Naruto-kun? I thought we were going to play. She teased, licking her lips hungrily. Did you guys feel that? Naruto asked the small toads sitting on his shoulders. I sure did, Naruto-chan. Young lady can freely manipulate wind Tadu. Bidden, Fukusaku replied, he was reluctantly impressed by the Uchiha princess. She uses wind in a similar way that Gaara uses sand, that could be a problem, the blonde thought before quickly rolling out of the way as a long blade of wind shot from around Guhara, forming a thin yet deep laceration in the ground where Naruto had been standing just a second earlier. Guhara's assault was relentless. Each time Naruto stopped for a second, a new barrage of wind would descend upon him, forcing him to run. Yanida countered a wind, Naruto-chan. A Kaiden jutsu should easily overpower pure futon manipulation, Shima suggested. I don't know any Kaiden jutsu. In fact, I still only know futon ninjutsu. I'm going to need some help here, the blonde admitted. That's alright, Naruto-chan, we can help ya. But we're going to have to fix your limited knowledge of jutsu once this is over. Even if y'all lost the ability to use the senjutsu of 6 paths, you should still have the ability to use all of the elements, Fukusaku sighed. It was Shima, however, that supplied the fire to counter Guhara's wind blades. A powerful wide wall of flames spread out between them and sped towards the two Uchiha princesses. Jolie and Guhara were forced to jump back to avoid the senjutsu-powered flames, splitting apart as they did so. Both Uchiha began racing through, had seals and in perfect sync, each created a large dragon, one of wind and the other of flames, that circled around the blonde before they combined together. In a perfect collaboration that created a giant dragon of white-hot flames that scorched the earth around the blonde as it continued to circle him, forming a dome of flames. If he doesn't suffocate from the loss of air, he will be burnt to a crisp in a matter of seconds, Jolie said with a smirk. What she didn't expect was a massive pillar of mud, water and wind to shoot up into the sky that opened up to show Naruto and the Toad Elders perfectly fine. How did he break out of that collaboration? The circling flames should have sucked the oxygen out from his lungs before he even knew what was happening, she gasped. He collaborates with the summoned toads, they're powerful, he's also somehow gathering chakra from nature to greatly enhance his strength, Guhara explained, a massive smile on her face. I haven't felt this alive in years. He truly is magnificent, she declared as the wind around her began to pick up, forming what looked like a mini tornado that cloaked her body, her long white hair flailing behind her. She shot forward in a blur, the wind propelling her faster. Naruto at first thought of blocking her strike but then thought better of it. He knew firsthand the destructive nature of wind, so instead he narrowly dodged the attack. He wanted to keep the distance tight between them so he could counter, so he waited until the last second to move, rolling his body to the side as she passed him. Even with the Sharingan she didn't have time to counter the lightning-quick reactions Naruto had from his use of his Biju cloak. Once behind the white-haired Uchiha he casually kicked her away before he realized the extent of the damage her wind cloak had done. He has several deep cuts on his arms, a gash along his cheek and the right leg of his pants was torn to shreds when he kicked her. Fortunately his wounds were already rapidly healing. That's dangerous. It's a little like Gigi's lightning armor. But it trades some of the speed for the ability to cut anything that it touches into ribbons, Naruto said analytically while wiping the excess blood from his face as it healed. He didn't have any more time to rest as a large spectral arm came crashing down ready to crush him where he stood. He had to act quickly, creating a clone to throw him out of harm's way before spinning to face his attacker. Jolie was standing shrouded in a dark skeleton with a semi-humanoid face. Susanoo, Shima said, a little surprised at this. I guess it's not a surprise that you have the Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto said calmly. I've heard about the way your family practices, pitting you up against your family in a fight to the death, so it's no surprise that some of you have those eyes. You know far too much about our clan, Jolie said with a scowl. A large sword forming in each hand of the large spectral skeleton. At the same time Guhara was picking herself up and admiring the handiwork of her futon cloak. The fact that Naruto's wounds had finished healing with only the light traces of blood on clean skin as evidence excited her. She wanted to watch him heal next time. She was also aware that if the wind didn't lessen the blow from Naruto's kick, she would probably be dead. Are we getting to the main course so soon? I wanted to play for a little longer, she pouted, but her eyes too slowly morphed into her own Mangekyo Sharingan. Things are getting pretty serious now, the blonde thought, now being extra careful not to look either Uchiha in the eyes. Fukusaku-sensei, Shima, I think you should head back to Myobokuzen now, he said, his body stiff as he waiting for any subtle sign that either might attack. But Naruto-chan, it's too dangerous, Shima declared. It's all right, I'm not strong enough alone to beat them both like this. At least not easily, and I don't have any more time to test myself, Naruto said, kneeling down so the two toads could easily hop off his shoulders. What is he doing? Guhara wondered while silently signaling to Jolie behind the blonde's back. Be careful, Naruto-chan, summon me again when you get home, we still have a lot of training to do, Fukusaku declared. Both toads gave a short wave before they both disappeared in a puff of smoke. At that same moment the two large blades from Jolie's Susanoo descended on where the blonde remained crouching, and on the opposite side of black flames descended on their target. Neither attack would come close to hitting him. A massive burst of chakra preceded two large yellow claws grabbing both the blades of Susanoo and blocking the black flames from Guhara's Amaterasu. Naruto slowly stood covered in the golden chakra of his Biju cloak. He felt stronger and faster than ever before, the only thing that could compare was when he was in his six paths mode. Amazing. That's right, by increasing your speed and strength without my chakra, it greatly improved your ability to use my chakra, Kurama said proudly. What jutsu is this? Jolie asked. For the first time in years, she was feeling intimidated, even scared. The other fights had also stopped the pressure that Naruto's chakra exerted felt crushing. They had never experienced anything like it before. It dwarfed even the strongest of the Empire, and the large beast that had almost formed. What kind of monster is he? Tetsu asked, ignoring the smirk that seemed to be spreading on Shugo's face. The kind that will be able to change this empire for the better. Can you see that now, Tetsu? Don't you think putting our faith in someone that would fix our mistakes is better than the way things are run at the moment? Shugo asked. What I think doesn't matter, I have a duty, and I will fulfill that until the end. The real question is why are you siding with him? What about your family? Tetsu replied angrily. You mean the family that forced me to kill my own brother? The family that thought I was worthless because I did not appear to have our dojutsu. But you know what? They were wrong. Shugo replied, his black eyes turned red in the telltale marks of a fully developed Sharingan. Tetsu's eyes widened. Since when? Since I was 5, I just didn't let anyone know. I was the youngest of our generation to awaken the Sharingan, I just never let anyone know, Shugo replied, his eyes hardening as he found that blocking his friend's attacks was now effortless, like he moved in slow motion. I wanted to know how good I could become without needing to use these eyes, but that changes now. I'm ready to make a stand against everything this empire has done. So when I beat you all those years ago, you weren't even trying? Tetsu asked incredulously. Not really, I was always the black sheep of the family. They would also allow me to get away with a lot more if they didn't consider me to be a real threat, the Uchiha rebel explained. Tetsu had to admit he had a point, the higher your rank in the empire the more eyes were on you. Shugo had found a position where he was in contact with top members of the empire without having direct influence on anyone important. He had the perfect role to fly under the radar, gathering supporters without raising any suspicion. Which led to the 20 shinobi that were in combat around them. That's just the allies he has with him here, there's no telling just how many allies he has within our ranks that aren't ready to expose themselves, the blood wielder realized. Meanwhile both Uchiha Kunoichi were struggling to deal with Naruto, his cloak was acting as the perfect buffer for any attack that either Kunoichi was able to throw at him. Jolie's Susanoo had been effectively cancelled out, however she soon found that it would be detrimental to allow herself to allow the spectral figure to disappear. Up to this point Naruto hadn't moved a muscle, he simply allowed the extendable arms of chakra to swat at the two Uchiha princesses, effectively keeping them on the defensive. This changed however as Guhara formed two massive tornadoes to which Jolie added fire. Naruto knew that even in his current state he wouldn't be able to withstand something like that. He waited until the last moment when the spiraling infernos were almost upon him before making his move. Even with their Mangekyo Sharingans Guhara and Jolie could only just follow his movement with their eyes. Before they knew it Naruto was behind Jolie, his fist buried into the back of her Susanoo, sending the younger Uchiha crashing to the ground tumbling quickly towards their own jutsu. Guhara reacted at the last second and used a Fuden jutsu to stop her before she ended up caught in their flaming tornadoes. Guhara was now starting to realize just what she was messing with. Naruto was more than capable of defeating both her and her daughter with relative ease, a prospect which both frightened and excited the albino Uchiha. A loud primal roar drew everyone's attention away from their fights into the giant ball of sand that now looked like a semi-formed monster. This isn't good, Naruto realized as the beast began to thrash about sending waves of sand across the field tearing apart the landscape. I'd hoped we would have more time. What the hell is going on? Jolie asked as another powerful screech shook the ground shocking everyone except Naruto. Naruto sighed and closed his eyes as the black marks on his chakra cloak began to spread and his chakra thickened until he had the appearance of wearing a sage robe made entirely of chakra, fleck of golden flame-like chakra flicked at the edges of the cloak. No more playing around. Let's do this Kurama, he yelled before slamming his fists to the ground. A second later Naruto stood atop a glowing Kurama, his 9 tails waving around eagerly behind him. Ah, it's good to be outside again, Kurama said as his attention turned to the rampaging Ikibi. Ah Shukaku, it's always a pleasure when I get to put you in your place, even if you're not fully awake yet. Naruto hopped off of the fox's head allow the Biju to take care of his brother. Now to deal with you too. What the hell are you? Jolie stammered, backing up slowly. Someone who you shouldn't have tried to kill, Naruto said as 2 chakra claws rose from his shoulders forming a Rasenshuriken in each hand. I should be able to use all the elements, that's what Fukusaku said. But I've never tried without the Biju helping me out, and now isn't the best time to try. I guess I'll just stick with Futon for now. He threw both spinning discs of chakra at the 2 Uchiha who had no choice but dodge. We need to retreat, this isn't a fight we can win, Gohara admitted as Naruto began forming several more of the wind-powered Rasengan variants. Jolie was less than impressed with that declaration. I'm not a coward who will run away from some ill-bred piece of trash, she declared. Don't be a fool, you claim to have better eyes than mine, yet you can't even see that he's been toying with us from the start. We need to escape, if we don't we will die, Gohara said in a urgent whisper, unwilling to take her eyes off the blonde in case he moved again. Once more the Rasenshuriken came flying at the pair. They jumped in the same direction, but before they landed Naruto was right behind them, a Rasengan on hand. Gohara was the first to react, creating a small bubble of air pressure between her and Jolie to send them rocketing in different directions. Neither landed gracefully, but they were saved from being impaled by Naruto's jutsu. How much chakra does this guy have? He's been going non-stop for hours now and it hasn't even made a dent. It's like staring at a never-ending well of chakra. I hate to admit it, but maybe Ka-san is right. It's going to take more than the two of us to beat this guy. Damn it, where did he come from? This makes no sense, Jolie thought as she pulled herself to her feet, glaring daggers at the blonde who was momentarily distracted by the fox and tanuki that were currently destroying anything in their path. Now's my chance, she realized, kicking off, forming a single arm of her Susanoo with sword in hand ready to impale the blonde who had his back turned. Jolie's victorious grin faded as once more an arm of chakra extended out, grabbing the blade as a second clawed hand delivered a devastating blow that crushed the kunoichi into the ground. Jolie screamed in pain, coughing out a large amount of blood. Naruto sighed. If he let things drag on anymore, it would be dangerous to his newfound allies. In an instant several clones appeared and quickly dispatched with the enemies that his allies were fighting. Tetsu and Shugo were engaged in a vicious kenjutsu match as a blur of yellow struck Tetsu and sent him flying, eventually falling into a large ravine that had been filled with sand. Thanks for the help, but that was kind of personal, we had some stuff we needed to deal with, Shugo said, trying not to sound annoyed that Naruto had interfered with his match. Sorry, but the boss wants to end this, so he needs to get everyone else out of here. It's too dangerous to stay here, one of Naruto's clones explained, while Shugo's allies were one by one being carried in a blur far from the field. Do you really have to carry me? Shugo asked with a deadpan. He didn't like the thought of being that helpless. I'm afraid so, otherwise you won't get out of the way in time, Naruto admitted. Shugo raised an eyebrow, his curiosity piqued. What's he planning to do? Trust me, you will see soon enough, the clone replied before grabbing the rebel Uchiha before he could complain anymore. The real Naruto gave a quick nod as the clones indicated that the others were safe, knew what he had to do. He used his chakra to kick off high into the air, almost defying gravity. He then threw both arms into the air and a mixture of blue and black chakra scattered in the air around him as he appeared to hover. Gohara was crouched beside Jolie, both looking up at the surreal sight before them. What the hell is that freak doing now? Jolie asked, coughing up a small amount of blood. Naruto's chakra claws began to gather the chakra, slowly combining the two types of chakra. The pressure from the chakra was building to an incredible amount. We have to go, if that hits, there is going to be nothing left of us, Gohara realized in a horrified fascination. She helped Jolie to her feet and the two began to make their retreat, however that was slowed due to Jolie's beaten state. Once the large ball of chakra had formed, Naruto compressed the chakra to the size of a ball, easily small enough to fit in his mouth, however the weight of the jutsu had forced him to slowly descend. This is a lot harder without Kurama's help, the blonde thought as he swallowed the small black ball of compressed chakra and found his target. Bijudama, he thought as she let fly a beam of chakra that eviscerated anything it came in contact with. The beam growing back to the full size of the ball of chakra had been before Naruto had swallowed it. The blast continued, ripping a massive hole in the side of the arena. Looks like you've got that down without any help. Not bad, Naruto, Kurama said with a grin as the fox shoulder charged the sand biju, who let out a wail of compressed air that narrowly missed Kurama but formed a mini trench halfway across the arena, tearing up trees and tossing stones as it continued on its path. The beam died down. There was no longer any sign of Gohara or Jolie. This seemed to change something in the Ikibi as his dead-looking eyes seemed to gain the spark of life, the beast's pupil brightening. Kurama, stop, I'm conscious now, Shukaku bellowed quickly as the fox's fist rapidly approached the tanuki in what appeared to be a haymaker. Kurama's fist stopped an inch before making contact. About time you runt, I could have sent you back to the other side, then you would have to wait to reform again, the fox scoffed. Oh shut up you damn fox, I'm not here for you, Shukaku scowled. That reminds me, why are you here? Kurama asked curiously. The one father chose is here, he entrusted us to look after him and vice versa, Shukaku explained. Naruto, who had heard the conversation, landed atop Kurama's head. You didn't have to come all this way, Gaara and the others would have taken care of you in my absence, the blonde said. There is no telling if the humans will respect the Biju in your absence, Naruto. Shukaku came here because this is where you were not wanting to lose his freedom again. Is that about right? Kurama guessed. For the most part, yes, Shukaku admitted. Naruto smiled happily at this news, but began rubbing the back of his neck in embarrassment. That's great and all, but I don't exactly know what I'm supposed to do with a 30-foot Biju, we don't have much room where we're heading, he admitted. I can fix that, you already have my chakra in your system, so all I have to do is. A large stream of chakra flew from Shukaku directly into Naruto's seal. The more that entered the seal, the smaller Shukaku appeared until the tanuki was about the same size as a large horse. There. And if you ever need me at full strength, all you need to do is release my chakra to me, Shukaku explained. While you look like you did in Raikudo Jiji's memory he showed me of you after your birth, Naruto said as he ended his Biju mode and Kurama returned to Naruto's seal. I believe at this size I could be both useful in a fight and a manageable size that I wouldn't get in the way, Shukaku said hopefully. Naruto nodded in agreement. Yeah, I can't see any problem now. Glad to have you join me, Shukaku. Thank you, Naruto-sama, the Biju said with a bow. Ah, don't go bowing to me, we're partners, I'm not your master, all right. Naruto replied a little embarrassed. Very well, but I will watch over my father's legacy and I vow that no harm shall come to you on my watch, I swear on my pride as a Biju. Shukaku said proudly. Naruto blushed a little in embarrassment at the declaration. You really don't need to go that far, Shukaku, you and all the Biju are my friends, not servants, he said sheepishly, not wanting to abuse his relationship with the Biju for his own gain. Perhaps we should have this conversation someplace else. I'm sure your vixen is worried about your safety, and let's face, the longer we wait around here doing nothing, the more time it gives for our enemies to attack again, Kurama reasoned. Yeah, you're probably right, the blonde thought calmly. Hey Shukaku, it's not safe here, let's get out of here and meet up with the others. Oh, and welcome to the team, Naruto said calmly. He ushered the Biju to follow after him as he walked towards where Shugo and his surviving allies were eyeing him with varying degrees of suspicion. Naruto, do you know that? What do I call that? Shugo asked, his eyes trained on the Ikihibe. Naruto thought about the question for a moment. Should I tell them about the Biju? No, that's probably not a good idea. Potential ally or not, it's a risk to tell anyone about the true nature of the Biju, and certainly not an Uchiha. He thought carefully before deciding on an answer. Oh, this is Shukaku, he's a tanuki. He's a lot smaller than he was before, and I sense a lot less chakra, Shugo commented. Yeah, I'm holding onto his chakra for him, it's no big deal for me, Naruto replied, neglecting to mention that the only reason it is possible was the fact he already had a small amount of the Ikibe's chakra sealed within him in the first place. Well, I have to admit seeing him like this is far less intimidating, Shugo sighed, regaining his composure. So what's the plan now? Naruto shrugged. I'm heading home, I never wanted to get involved in the Empire's business. Isn't it a little late for that now? They're not just going to let you live after all you have done, Shugo replied. Maybe, not, but I'm not strong enough by myself to take on the entire Empire, and I should have done enough today to deter them from attacking me for a while, Naruto reasoned. What do you mean not strong enough? You just took out two of the strongest shinobi in the Empire single-handedly, not to mention all the soldiers you took out beforehand, one of Shugo's allies said in disbelief. Naruto shook his head. I'm strong, but I'm sure the Empire has tens of thousands of shinobi, I'm only one man, I can't fight a war by myself. The best I can do for now is protect a small area, if I have home ground advantage I'm confident that I can at least repel any attacks sent my way, the blonde exclaimed confidently. Shugo nodded in agreement. This would not be a fight won in a single battle, Nor would it be an out-and-out war, there were steps that they needed to take. Naruto's right, but at the same time your isolated little village is too small of a target, the Empire won't even hesitate to wipe it off the face of the earth. It would only take one half-decent jutsu for it to happen as well. Yeah, you're right, but what else can I do? Naruto sighed. That's simple, claim more land for yourself. Give the Empire something else to think about, take the southern capital for your own, change the laws of those southern districts and turn it into a place where you can offer a fair way of life to the people, Shugo replied. Isn't that a lot of land though? It might force the Empire's hand and retaliate, Naruto replied. Shugo and the others all broke out into laughter at this. Sorry Naruto, but the outskirts of the Empire are nothing but trash to the higher-ups, why do you think it's so lawless? I doubt they will waste any real resources trying to claim it for themselves. At least not until it's too late. Too late? What do you mean by that? Naruto asked calmly. There is more than one way to win a war, Naruto. The side with the superior numbers or weapons can still lose if the people turn against them. If you oppose the Empire and offer real equality, unrest will spread throughout the Empire, not just in the south where it can be ignored, Shugo answered. You think that will work? Naruto pressed. I do. Show the people that there is a better way to live and they will not take being oppressed any longer. People will flood to join your side, even some of the Empire's soldiers will side with you. Whether you like it or not, today you started a war, but for now fight with ideas rather than fists. Shugo declared. You might have a point, still I don't want to rush into anything just yet. But that's definitely an option. Now let's get the hell out of here. Karen-chan will be on the verge of killing my clone and running here herself if we wait any longer, the blonde said with a smile. Chapter 45, So what happens next? Well, now that was certainly an interesting exam this year. A hooded figure spoke to a dark room lit only by the glow of a screen holding the image of Naruto in his Biju cloak. The image had been frozen after he had used his Bijudama. That's one way to put it, another would be a complete and utter disaster. More than 3/4 of the Empire were watching as that thing dismantled two of our strongest warriors and the large group of soldiers under their command. A second hooded figure spoke. Dim lights slowly sprung to life showing a table with 15 seats, 4 of which were not currently filled. Well, there's not much we can do about that now, is there? But at least on a positive note, it wasn't boring. These exams are so often a bore, the first figure spoke in a calm manner. I have to agree, Guhara promised everyone excitement and she delivered. I'm sure they will be speaking of these events for years, a third figure chuckled, finding the entire situation quite amusing. Somehow I don't think that what we just witnessed was what she had in mind. But it looks like her relentless ambition has finally come back to bite her in the ass. What a foolish woman. Still I do hope she's not dead, the first figure to speak replied. What? Could it be that you're feeling sympathy for our dear cousin? I would have thought her passing would be good news for you. After all, it's likely that you would have been her first target when she decided to make a play for more power, a new voice declared with some taunting. It seemed that had been a sore spot for the first speaker, who stood up threateningly, Sharingan eyes glaring at the figure that had just spoken. Do you want to repeat that? I think I must have misheard you. I would have thought you would have understood. I mean, the answer is simple. She would go for the weakest amongst us, it was only a matter of time. She was always determined to be the best, even if she was far from it, the other man replied in an almost taunting manner. He seemed to revel in Guhara's plight. The first speaker scoffed at the insinuation. Guhara's flaws are her own. And as for being concerned for her well-being, hardly. I was more concerned with the fact that should Guhara have perished in that last attack, the responsibility of informing the Emperor and Crown Prince of the events that transpired at the exams will then fall on one of our shoulders. Do you really think that's wise? A new voice questioned, this time a feminine one. We go to the Emperor like this, empty-handed. We should really resolve the situation first, kill that young man and take his head to the Emperor as both a prize and deterrent to anyone who thinks they can stand against us. We can't let a potential uprising go, they need to be crushed immediately. So do I take it that you are volunteering to take that freak on? He killed over 300 of our men without even breaking a sweat, the second hooded figure to speak replied. He's also not alone. It seems little Shugo has been playing all of us for fools for quite a while, another man added, voicing his opinion. He was clearly agitated by the betrayal of one of his clan members. Such a thing was unheard of in the royal family. As much as it pains me to say this, we have no idea how strong that little sneak really is. He kept his Sharingan hidden from us for years, even without it he was capable. So what, we just do nothing. We are the members of our clan eligible to be considered the next in line for the throne. And every one of you is a coward. The woman spat incredulously. Don't think you can speak to us in such a manner, we know they have to be dealt with. But running in blind is what put Guhara and Jolie in their current situation. It would be more prudent to pool our resources, wait, and prepare for their next move. Then we might have a better idea of what we are dealing with, a much shorter hooded figure declared. There is another issue that requires our attention, that giant creature made of sand, the woman replied, a little sourly. I have never seen anything like it before in my life. It may be a summons from the blonde man as there has been no reports of further fighting since Guhara's defeat, the short figure reasoned. I don't think so, that boy seemed to be just as surprised as the rest of us at seeing that creature. If they are indeed allies, that could be a problem, the first hooded figure to speak declared. All the more reason why we should act, strike them down before they have a chance to regroup, the woman said firmly. Again with this, even if we wanted to, it would take us at least 2 weeks to reach their current location, and that is if we didn't rest. By that time we will be tired and easy pickings for someone like him, another man said derisively. After that the hooded figures continued to bicker for what seemed like hours. In the end the only thing that they could agree on, was the fact that none of them were all that fond of one another. Mostly because they had no trust in the others, they knew that at any point they could be stabbed in the back by someone attempting to remove an obstacle that stood between them and the position as the next emperor. Meanwhile, Naruto stood next to the much smaller version of Shukaku. Truth was he was still the size of a large horse, but that was much more manageable than the massive full-sized Biju he had been just a few moments earlier. In every direction the devastation that Naruto wrought during the so-called trials was on show. Dead Imperial shinobi were scattered around him, a few still groaning, their final breaths in agony. Are you going to do anything about the survivors, Naruto-sama? Shukaku asked, his head tilted to the side like an inquisitive puppy as he sat back on his haunches. I should probably put those who won't survive out of their misery. They shouldn't have to suffer any more than necessary, Naruto answered forlornly in a grimace. He was certainly not looking forward to what he had to do next. It was one thing killing someone in an even contest, but this felt wrong, even if it was as a kindness. Just the ones who won't survive. Forgive me, Naruto-sama, but wouldn't it be smarter to kill everyone? Are they not your enemies? Shukaku queried. Or if you prefer, I could blanket the area in my sand, there should be no survivors after that. Naruto had to admit he found the proposition tempting. If he did that he wouldn't have to directly deliver the final blow, but at the same time it would kill more than was necessary. I can't let you do that, Shukaku, thank you for the offer, but I will only finish off those who will not survive their injuries, he answered. That's foolish, Naruto, you should turn this arena to glass. Make sure nothing is left alive. Kurama spoke up in Naruto's mind. As loath as I am to admit it, I agree with Kurama. Allowing any of these men to live is an incredible risk. They could come after you and threaten your life again, Shukaku added urgently, indicating that the presence of Shukaku's chakra in Naruto's system had reopened the link with the Ikibi. He quickly filed the information away for later with the intention to test long-distance communication at a later date. He sadly shook his head. You're right, both of you. But I can't do that. I need to believe that we can come to an understanding. If I show mercy here, then the survivors might remember that. That is the path Eros Sennin would want me to take, he answered. You can't afford to be restricted by your perverted master's teachings here, Naruto. You have seen how these Uchiha operate, they do not share power. Letting any of these men live will only mean there will be that many more opponents you will have to compete with later. Any one of these men could potentially end your life, even if they are significantly weaker than you are. The point of a kunai does not discriminate between strong and weak, even a genin can kill a kage if the situation is in their favor. Kurama warned despite knowing that Naruto's mind was already made up. Naruto couldn't help but chuckle at the end. knowing full well that officially he was still ranked as a genin, yet he could easily take on any of the 5 Kage should he need. Sorry Kurama, but I can't just change who I am. I know it's risky, but this is my answer to Raikudo Jiji's and Jiraiya Sensei's dream. I know peace can't be achieved through words alone anymore, but neither can it be found using solely violence and power. The truth is I think both Asura and Indra were wrong in their answer. So I will forge my own way, Naruto declared. A new sense of determination sweeping over him as a large group of clones appeared around the blonde and instantly set to work checking on his fallen adversaries. A few minutes later most of the clones had dispelled. The truth was that not many of those that had decided to face him and still drew breath were at all likely to survive. You could count the final number on both hands. Now that's done, we should get out of here. I'm guessing Karen-chan and the others will be wondering where I am. And it could be a little tense if Shugo and his men get to them before me, Naruto sighed, thinking out loud. If you would like I can take you there Naruto-sama, it will be much faster than a normal shinobi running, Shukaku suggested. Yeah, that sounds good, I could use a bit of a rest. By the way, you don't need to call me Sama, as far as I'm concerned we're equals. So just call me Naruto, okay? Naruto asked with a friendly smile. The Tanuki paused in thought for a moment before nodding. Very well, I will try and remember that Naruto. Good, I don't want to have to remind you again, the Jinchuriki said happily as he swiftly jumped upon the Biju's back. The sensation was something new for Naruto. He had moved significantly faster than Shukaku could travel before, but it was an odd sensation as he was expending any effort. The Biju moved like wind through the air, its feet barely touching the ground as it bounded towards the side of the arena, effortlessly leaping over the massive walls without breaking stride. In the distance he could see Shugo and his group hastily heading south in the same direction that Karen and the other forced exam participants had gone. One of Naruto's cones was at their head leading the way but dispelled upon Naruto and Shukaku's arrival. Yo! Naruto said casually from astride the shrunken-tailed beast. Shugo and the others were understandably cautious at seeing the creature. Naruto, is that the giant creature that appeared in the stadium? The calculative Uchiha asked, careful not to get too close as despite being much smaller in stature, Shukaku still possessed immensely powerful chakra. Oh yeah, don't worry, he won't hurt anyone. This is Shukaku, he's the Ikibi and one of my partners, Naruto replied happily. Speak for yourself, I'm not against killing an Uchiha or two, Shukaku added with a scowl. It was clear that the Ikibi had not forgotten or forgiven the Uchiha after what Madara and Obito had done by reviving the Jubi and Kagaya. It can ta-lk. Shugo stammered in surprise. Yeah, the Biju are actually really smart, but the truth is I don't really know most of them all that well, Naruto replied, rubbing the back of his head almost apologetically. Biju? Shugo queried. Realization struck Naruto. That's right, you guys aren't from the elemental nations. I guess I forgot this place is completely different than where I'm from, he chuckled, getting a look of disbelief and a few people shaking their heads questioning whether it was smart to be following him. Ignoring these looks, Naruto decided on a very quick explanation. The Biju are 9 beings of concentrated chakra, each one is incredibly powerful. They sometimes get a bad reputation for destroying things, but it must be hard not to when they're the size of a small mountain, he finished with a small laugh. This information seemed to leave Shugo and his men stunned. Once more it was their leader who asked the unspoken question. You said there is 9 of these things, are you telling me that you have 8 more sitting around to use as a weapon? We are not weapons, Uchiha. Why is it you see something like us and think just because it is powerful it is nothing but a tool? Shukaku raged, sand being flung up around its feet threateningly. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend, Shugo replied as calmly as possible. However, the quickness of the apology showed he was indeed intimidated. I'll lay off him, Shukaku, he's just interested in you, that's all, Naruto said, calming the irritated Biju. In any case, to answer your question, only Shukaku and Kurama are here with me. Kurama? So that's another one of these Biju, right? Shugo's question was more of a confirming statement. Yeah, Kurama's the Kyuubi, the 9-tailed fox, the blonde explained. I see, so their title refers to the number of tails, I guess, Shugo theorized. That's right, from the Ikibi, Shukaku all the way to Kurama, Naruto said happily as if he was talking about a long-lost family he had been reunited with. Shugo nodded in understanding. Wow, that's a lot to take in, and I know they're not supposed to be weapons, but man, if you had the other 8 we could probably take the Empire head on, we wouldn't even need to retreat and make plans. Well, that is only a matter of time, Shukaku declared. Really? Naruto asked, slightly stunned. Of course, you are our father's legacy and we will protect you. The other Biju will be drawn here when it's their turn to re-materialize, the Tanuki said without a doubt. Naruto beamed at the thought of being able to see all the other Biju again. The only exception would have to be Gyuki. As long as Kurabi lived, the Hachibi was going nowhere. That's awesome, I can't wait to see everyone again. It will take a while, it's usually a year per tale, due to the increase in chakra, Kurama informed the blonde. Really? Man, that sucks, Naruto said, his mood slightly dampened. What does? Shugo asked. Kurama just told me it will be able 7 years before all the Biju are all going to be alive again. 1 Biju each year. It's a real pain in the ass, Naruto explained. You can talk to the other one even when it's not here. Shugo asked, once more stunned by the sudden information. Kurama is always with me, he's sealed inside me, Naruto said before going into a brief explanation about Biju as well as informing him that he is technically the Jinchuriki to all 9 Biju with part of their chakra sealed within him. He left out the part where most of their chakra sealed within him was still locked away by the Raikudo Sennin after defeating Kagaya. Still, what he had not only provided him the ability to communicate with the other Biju, but also added a bit of protection from them being sealed into another host. They already had one. With Shukaku's return, however, he felt access to his chakra once again return. Do you think this means once the others are revived I can access the Raikudo Sage mode again? He asked the fox. It's possible, but don't forget Gyuki's chakra has also been sealed, yet the octopus still lives in that poor excuse for a rapper, Kurama reasoned. There's nothing wrong with Bioja-san, B and Gyuki are partners, just like us, Naruto replied, defending the man who started the process that led to him and Kurama being friends. The conversation was stopped there as they were now quickly approaching Karen and the civilians, each being carried by one of Naruto's clones. Once Karen felt the real Naruto approaching, she stopped dead in her tracks and all but tackled the blonde off the back of Shukaku. Baka, who do you think you are taking on an army all by yourself? She said, trying to disguise how worried she really was by burying her face into his chest. While the rest of the group continued for a short distance to give the two at least some semblance of privacy before stopping to rest. Ah, come on Karen-chan, it all worked out, besides you had my clones to keep you informed of everything that was going on, Naruto replied with a sheepish laugh, but Karen just tightened her grip, refusing to let go in case he would suddenly disappear on her. That isn't an excuse, she said, violently shaking her head against his chest, her dark blood-red hair shaking about in a way that reminded the blonde of his mother when she was angry. You could have been killed, then I would have been all alone, you can't leave me, she all but demanded. Naruto smiled lovingly down at the hopelessly devoted Kunoichi, then he had the pang of realization that he was just as hopeless as she was. The thought of ever leaving her was unthinkable. Don't worry Karen-chan, I'm not going anywhere, he said, lightly kissing the top of her head. Karen slowly lifted her head so they could share a quick but loving kiss that helped reassure the both of them. But they were brought out of their own little world when a loud cough drew their attention to Shugo, who was standing just a few feet away. If you're both finished, we have something to discuss. Naruto nodded, knowing already what they needed to talk about. We need to plan our next move, right? The Uchiha nodded an affirmative. We need a base of operations that is large enough that the Empire can't simply just wipe it out with a few jutsu, he said calmly, indicating that the small village that Naruto and Karen had called home would no longer be safe. Then it should also be somewhere easily fortified with a clear line of sight in all directions, Naruto said, already guessing where Shugo would propose. Yes, the first blow has been struck, but they will not sit idle for long. Our best bet to buy us time is to capture the southern capital. I believe you are already familiar with the city. The southern capital is in a highly strategic location that would give us control of most of the Guhara Heims region. We could effectively operate as a country, supplied by the farm lands around the city and smaller villages in the region, Shugo reasoned. The thick walls and sheer size of the city would also be a deterrent to any attacking force as well, Naruto mumbled, seeing the logic in the Uchiha's proposal. Shugo nodded, already plotting their next move. Exactly, the best option would be to take the capital, and then declare the southern region as a separate country from the empire under your protection. They won't like it, but it will buy us some time, a year, maybe even more, with the show you put on back at the trials. Karen didn't like the sound of this. She knew that if they did this, then a war with the empire was inevitable, and anyway she looked at it, an army of shinobi against the handful of shinobi on Naruto's side was not good odds. What if we do nothing? If we just go back to our village and pretend that nothing ever happened? She asked. All she wanted was to be able to spend her days with Naruto, maybe start a family, a thought that brought a small blush to her cheeks. Well, the Council of 12 will bicker amongst about what they should do. None of them will want to be the one to take responsibility for your extermination. Eventually the Crown Prince or the Emperor will order one of them to do it. So I would give us 3 months maximum before they send assassination squads to purge all of the villages in the south. The Empire can't accept someone as powerful as Naruto to exist outside of their control, and if he's seen as being inactive they will see it as a sign of weakness, Shugo explained. The young Uchiha was well versed in the world of the Empire's politics. Whilst he had spent the best part of his life trying to avoid it, the easiest way to achieve that goal was to become a master of the game. Right, so an open challenge to their authority will make them question themselves, Naruto replied. It seems like a fine line to walk. We have to cause a big enough mess for them that they're intimidated, but not enough to force their hand into attacking us before we're ready for them. Kami, I wish Shikamaru was here, this sounds perfect for him. Then use this, will be a learning experience. You may not have your lazy friend, but this Uchiha seems to be quite the tactician. He had a lot of plans for a long time, waiting for the perfect time to act. As much as I hate the Uchiha clan, this one could be useful, Kurama spoke calmly. You're quite right, it will be a massive slap in the face of the Empire to lose even a small portion of its land. The only thing that will stave their hand is the fact that the southern outer rim is the poorest part of the Empire, so they will not be in as much of a hurry to retrieve it. Shugo explained. So they will wait a year. By that time Matabi will have reformed, and if Shukaku is right about the other Biju coming to me, then we will have 3 Biju, that's enough to defend any city. Naruto said in deep thought. Somehow I don't doubt that, Shugo admitted. However, there are other ways to win a war without attacking directly. They could attack the smaller villages or cut off our supply lines. Naruto sighed. Either way he looked at it, they simply didn't have enough men to just simply repel the enemy when they attacked and live a contented life. If that's the case, should they use that tactic, then we will have to retaliate, Naruto answered, a resigned determination forming. The slightest of smiles passed Shugo's features for a brief moment, but it went unnoticed by either Naruto or Karen. I think that would be the best option. I think we can save the discussion of what comes next until after we claim the southern capital. We have quite a few hours of travel at full speed before we reach our target. It will probably not be until after dark. We can save that until tomorrow. You said yourself, even if we do nothing we have 3 months before any retaliation will come in. I think we should ask the civilians what they want to do. I can have my clones take them home, but they need to be warned that staying there won't be safe, Naruto said, not really wanting to run for the whole day and then have to overthrow a city. That is a smart move. Perhaps you should recommend they move to the capital for safety, Shugo suggested. Why stop there? Each one of the civilians we were able to save is capable of wielding chakra. I know it's only a year, but if we trained them, they could become shinobi. You can't deny we're a little short on manpower at the moment. Karen said. There was not much she could do to prevent the cards from falling where they were, but if they were going to war, then she would do everything in her power to make sure they won. I can see the merit in that, but it may prove difficult to convince them that fighting is the wise idea. These people have been looked down on and oppressed their whole lives by what would seem like an unsurmountable force. But perhaps after seeing what Naruto was able to do they will feel empowered, Shugo admitted, slightly impressed by Karen's idea. They spent the next half an hour explaining the options to the civilians and explaining what they would be doing. Most had no desire to join Naruto's militia but knew that they would be hunted for the rest of their lives no matter what they chose. Because of this a large number agreed to join, while the vast majority had decided that the southern capital would be the safest place for them and their families. So once more Naruto made a large collection of clones that piggybacked each of the civilians back to their respective villages. Soon the only remaining civilians were Rei and Tenji. The weight of the past few days had really hit the usually energetic and happy Tenji, who had barely said a word to Naruto or Karen except to be the first of the civilians that had offered to join his militia. Rei was dealing with the situation far better. It was as if she had already accepted the fate and now was simply waiting for whatever happened next. Naruto slowly approached the pair and sat down, knowing that they would soon be making a move. They still had a lot of ground to cover before making camp for the night. "This is all my fault," he sighed. "Yeah it is," Rei said firmly, as Naruto's shoulders sagged in depression. "But it's all right, you just have to make sure we win," she added, a small smirk playing on her face showing that she really didn't blame him for anything. "The truth is, even if I was 1/10 as strong as you are, I would have been fighting against the Empire years ago. I hate the way they treat people, but I have never been able to do anything about it. I'd always thought we just had to accept that to them we were trash. You changed that." The spiky-haired blonde looked up in mild shock. This was so unlike Rei. She had always been so careful and keen to follow the rules, but then here was admitting that it was only because she had felt helpless to change anything. The anger he felt for the Empire spiked yet again. It's just like all those years ago in Wave Country. They feel so helpless that they can't even fathom real freedom. It has to stop. Later that day, back at the arena, a bloody and utterly defeated man clawed his way out of a deep crack in the earth, his rust-colored hair stained with his own blood, and deep cuts were shown on his skin, but the blood was being held back. If not for his unique bloodline, he would most certainly have died of blood loss. Tetsu's eyes were clouded over as if he was moving on autopilot. "And here I thought I looked bad," a woman's voice called out to him slightly weakly. Tetsu robotically turned his head to the somewhat familiar voice. His eyes widened when he saw Guhara laying on her back propped up against a large rock. "How?" he asked as the full extent of his surroundings began to set in. "Well, the short answer is, we got our asses kicked," Guhara chuckled weakly. "I only survived by using my wind blades to cut a hole in the ground to avoid that jutsu. It took all of my chakra to avoid a single attack and he wasn't even trying," she sighed almost longingly. "Are you serious?" Tetsu stammered, thinking he may have misheard due to exhaustion and pain from his injuries. Guhara chuckled lightly, her breath shallow from both physical and chakra exhaustion. "Nope, I doubt he showed us anywhere near his full strength. And then there was his chakra." She paused, biting her bottom lip as she thought about the confrontation with Naruto. It was an endless expanse, there was so much and so oppressive. It was hard to even breathe in his presence, she admitted. "It was exhilarating, I've never felt my heart beat so fast," she panted, slowly licking her lips almost hungrily. Tetsu knew that Guhara was unstable to say the least, but she had always had a knack for judging the strength of others. She had handpicked both himself and Shugo when they were young and others thought they wouldn't make it. She was also considered a genius despite what most Uchiha considered the weakness of her elemental affinity. So for her to react like this after facing Naruto, he knew that their troubles were far from over. "What happened to Jolie-sama?" he asked eventually. "Dead," Guhara admitted passively, seemingly uncaring that her daughter had been killed. "The jutsu that almost killed me vaporized her. No matter how hard anyone looks, they won't find a body. A jutsu of such destructive power, it was truly a thing of beauty. I wonder how it works," she added longingly. "If it was that powerful, it's probably best we never see it again. With that said, I am sure the Emperor will eventually order you to deal with Naruto. He lives in our region after all. So it will fall to you to organize an assassination," Tetsu guessed. "Kill him? Oh no, that can't happen. Naruto-kun is precious. I can't let anything bad happen to him," Guhara said, chewing on her bottom lip. Tetsu's eyes widened, hoping to see that she was joking, and his blood ran cold to see just how serious she was. "Oh, this can't be good." Chapter 46, A Capital Offense. "Well, it has certainly been a long time since I have been here. I guess it's still impressive even if it is the smallest of the 5 capital cities in the empire." Shugo sighed. "This is the smallest, but it's huge. Just look at all of those massive towers," Naruto gaped in amazement. Shugo and his fellow defectors laughed at the blonde's comment. Wow, you really aren't from around here, are you? The southern capital is the largest city in all the outer districts of the empire, that's for sure, but compared to others it's tiny. In fact, the imperial capital is the size of the 4 other capitals combined, Shugo explained in a light-hearted manner. Wow, that must be as big as a whole country, Naruto spoke in wonder, even Karen seemed impressed. The closest thing we have in the elemental nations to anything like even the southern capital is AIM. Giant towers were built by each of the previous leaders of Omegakure mostly for defense, and pipes connected the towers at varying heights, turning the city into a vertical maze. Karen sighed, explaining a little bit of the elemental nations. I always liked AIM, they never once tried to capture me. It was a little bit too wet for my liking though, Shukaku mused, moving to the head of the group. The currently horse-sized Biju analyzed the thick walls, trying to determine how much energy it would take to destroy them if needed. I guess that must be how the Biju determine if they like a place, huh? Karen guessed dryly. She had only ever talked with Kurama, and that had been more of a distinct threat and promise of imminent death, rather than a pleasant conversation. I couldn't say. After father died, we Biju split up. We only ever met up with each other when we had to, Shukaku answered casually. The Biju gained a contemplative yet somewhat happy look on his face. I liked open spaces, so the sands around Suna were perfect, but Kurama liked trees and caves, you know, all that nature crap, so I guess he preferred the land of fire. Naruto chuckled while ignoring the mild protest from the fox. He too gazed at the walls of the giant capital, though he did so with a sense of hesitance. He had no desire to just walk in there and start raising hell, he didn't even know where to start. I suppose destroying the gates would be a start, he mused flatly. In fact, despite agreeing that taking the city for their own was the best course of action, he didn't feel like now was the time. Shugo and his men didn't seem to share in his apprehension, however. On the contrary, they seemed eager to stake their claim as opposition to the empire. Shall we begin? Shugo asked. He was far calmer than the rest of his men, but even he couldn't completely hide his desire. Naruto began to open his mouth to reply, but before even the first syllable could be uttered, he was cut off by Karen. I don't think we should, not yet. The group of defectors looked as though they had just been winded, clearly struggling to come to terms with what the redhead had just said. Sighing, Karen decided that leaving them in the dark was not the best idea. It's just, we haven't even been home yet, there are people waiting for us. The least we should do is tell them what's going on and explain why we need to leave. Naruto let out a gasp. Oh Kami, Ba-chan is going to kill me for starting a war. The look of terror on the blonde's features frightened even Shugo. He just knew that whoever Naruto's Ba-chan was, she was clearly not someone he ever wanted to be on the bad side of. I think that is actually a good idea. We could all use some rest before staking our claim on the southern region of the empire. Even if the only resistance is going to be low-level soldiers and a few wealthy empire businessmen with bodyguards, it's never smart to go into a fight already tired, Shugo reasoned, reluctantly nodding his acceptance to at least for now leave the capital in imperial control. All right, we will wait it for today. That way we will be able to relax for a while, Naruto sighed. He knew that Tsunade would likely give him a hard time for everything that went down only a few days ago. He had practically declared war on the empire, not something that she would agree with. But if he followed that up by attacking a city without even speaking to the former Hokage, then he could expect the kind of treatment she had usually reserved for Jiraiya. The day continued to pass in mostly silence. Naruto's newfound allies felt out of place, almost as if they were not welcome within the group that remained, and they were somewhat right. Rei and Tenji, the only remaining civilians of the group, were a little uneasy having a member of the royal family with them, and also knew that it put their village at risk by brining them there. On the other hand, they also knew that they had no choice anymore but to believe in Naruto and Karen. They had seen with their own eyes just how strong the blonde was. He had not only defeated close to 500 imperial soldiers, he manhandled several elites, including 2 of the top members of the royal family. Knowing Naruto could hold his own gave them hope for a new way of life for them and their family. In the past, Rei had all but given up, even as the only real hope for their own village as part of the hunting party sent to make extra money and find food for the village. She had never really seen any sign of things getting any better, But when Naruto and Karen showed up, things began to change. They had village walls to keep out raiders, run-down homes were now looking new again, and now they could stand up to the Empire. Or at least a few of them could. I want to be able to help. How we have been so far is no life. I would rather fight and die on my feet than live on my knees, she thought when the forest containing their village came into view later that afternoon. I will ask Naruto to train me. Maybe, just maybe I can fight with them, she decided. The small forest that adequately concealed village hadn't changed at all since Naruto had left. It had only been a week ago the last time he had seen the front gates of the village, but with all that had happened it seemed like an age. Well, better get this over with, he said hesitantly before signaling the gate to open. Cho had been having a rather quiet week. With the village walls in place there was a sense of security that they have never had before, and the presence of Tsunade seemed to keep everyone calm. Yes, all in all it had been a peaceful time for Cho and everyone who lived within the walls. But that peacefulness was destroyed the moment he saw the group in front of the gate. Naruto, Karen, Rei and Tenji were now accompanied by several imperial soldiers, one even wearing the crest of the royal family. Oh, this can't be good, he mumbled as the gate slowly opened, already fearing the worst. Naruto began rubbing the back of his neck as hushed whispers began to spread through the quickly gathering crowd at the gates of the village. So I bet you all have questions, huh? The blonde chuckled sheepishly. Yes, and while you're at it you can also explain why I felt you using Biju Chakra a few days ago. Tsunade spoke calmly yet with a sense of authority as she quickly moved through the crowd. Well, it's a bit of a long story. I think it might be better if we take this somewhere a little more quiet, Shugo suggested, already able to sense that Tsunade was not someone he would want to mess with anytime soon. Tsunade nodded and turned away, walking towards Naruto's home, gesturing for Naruto's group and Cho to follow. Since when did she take charge of the village? Naruto wondered, now slightly regretting his decision not to just take the capital beforehand. The crowd separated as Naruto's group walked forward. They followed close behind, eager to listen in on whatever their conversation was going to reveal. As soon as they entered the small house, Tsunade moved to the living room and took a seat before folding her arms, an impatient look on her face. Talk, she demanded the moment Naruto found his way into the room. For the next hour Naruto, Karen and Shugo all gave a recount of what happened over the last few days. Even including what their plans for the Empire were. For Tsunade's part, she sat without asking any questions, wanting to hear everything first. Once the story was finished the room fell quiet. Everyone, even those that were unaware of who she was, seemed to be waiting for a response from the last remaining Sannin. How long do we have? Tsunade finally spoke, breaking the tension. It depends on a few things, but at a bare minimum I would say 3 months. Shugo answered quickly, unable to get a proper read on the Senju. And at most? Tsunade asked calmly, her eyes shut in contemplation. Shugo paused at this question. He originally guessed a little over a year, but there were more variables than that. All calculations so far had been based on the death of those that had been at the trials. It will depend on Guhara Haim. If she died I would say we have a year, maybe a couple of months either side. If she survived, I think we would have far more time than that, maybe closer to 2 years. Why more time? Naruto asked, a little puzzled. Both Karen and Tsunade seemed to be rather interested in the answer themselves. Despite her eccentric nature, Guhara Haim is actually rather easy to figure out, Shugo answered calmly. He took a sip of tea before continuing. She has always been ambitious and clever, too clever for her own good actually. Get to the point, Uchiha, Tsunade demanded impatiently. Shugo paused for a second as if calculating his chances to escape unharmed before continuing quickly. The show Naruto put on for the Empire will have shocked them. However, we are in Guhara Haim's territory. Uprisings fall to the governor of a region to deal with. She will be ordered to take responsibility. That is something that she most certainly will not do, he answered with finality. Because she knows she will lose, Tsunade said with a smirk. Kids really has gotten stronger, he's long surpassed me. Yes and no, I have no doubt she has no desire to challenge Naruto to another fight. In fact, I think she might actually act against the Empire, Shugo added. So she hates the Empire too then? Naruto asked hopefully. I mean, we could use more allies. For his part, Shugo couldn't help the short scoff that escaped him. Well, she certainly does hate the Empire, or to be more precise. She hates the members of her family that are ahead of her in line to take the throne. She would see Naruto as a means to an end, hoping he will kill them for her. She hated her own family that much? Naruto asked in disbelief. Believe it or not, yes. The young Uchiha exile replied. Still, that is pure speculation. Naruto, you hit her with a Bijudama, didn't you? Tsunade said with some finality, indicating the conversation was not important. Naruto nodded an affirmative, so she continued. Then we act as if it's a worst-case scenario. We have 3 months before they attack. I may not have seen it for myself, but your assessment of the capital would suggest that we must capture the city before any reinforcements arrive to garrison the area. From there we need to send a message to the Empire claiming independence. I'm assuming you can facilitate that, Uchiha. Yes ma'am, Shugo answered automatically. Very well then. Naruto, you will act tomorrow, we have no time to waste. You will enter the village, capture all members of government or sympathizers. Then the leaders of the so-called gangs you told me of, they can no longer operate as they have been. Dismantle them, the retired Hokage ordered. Just capture. Shouldn't we kill them to send a message? One of the officers who deserted with Shugo asked. No, we need to send a different message to the one that Naruto did, Tsunade answered with the trained patience from her time in Konoha. Naruto's message was one of power. Now we need to show the rest of the Empire, the downtrodden and oppressed, see that we are different, that we can allow people to live a better life. That may take more time than a few months though, Shugo reasoned. Of course, but you need to plan now for the future. After we crush the first assault, our message will spread. We will also use that time to claim more land, the blonde explained. Many seemed confused by this declaration, but Shugo could see the reasoning behind it. I see, we claim more land in retaliation rather than in aggression, allowing us to spread a message of strength, non-aggression, and it will also buy more time before another attack. You seem well versed in both politics and war, Tsunade-san. Naruto grinned happily. Yes, Tsunade-bachan was a great Hokage after all. She knows way more than I do about planning and strategy. I'm not all that great at things like that. Still, I wish Shikamaru was here. He would already be able to plan a strategy, win any battle we could face. Oh, what's a Hokage? Shugo asked with confused interest. It's the leader of our old ninja village. It's not important here in the slightest, Tsunade answered flatly. There was no way she would readily hand out information about the elemental nations to anyone here, and she would need to remind Naruto not to do the same. Regardless, until we have claimed a new base of operations, there is not much left to discuss. However, for the sake of the villagers here, I suggest you and your men camp outside the gates, she added, untrusting of the Uchiha and his men. That's fine, I can understand their apprehension and distrust, Shugo replied, signaling for his men to stand. Before you go, how many more men do you have hidden in the Empire? The busty blonde asked with a steely gaze. Shugo smirked knowingly. Enough, he added cryptically. Tsunade was not satisfied with the answer but knew that she would not get anything else out of the Uchiha. Elsewhere. The land around Guhara's mansion was, for lack of a better word, chaos. The students who had survived the exam had come to the realization that most of their commanding officers were dead. Of all the officers that had been at the trials, less than a handful were still standing, and many of that had survived may never be able to be soldiers again. The Empire had never experienced defeat before. As such, there were so few medics that even normally minor wounds would soon become fatal from lack of treatment due to the number of injured. Those that were available were sequestered to healing officers that Guhara ordered only. You know, if you end up with scars, I am going to be disappointed, the albino Uchiha said with a feral smirk as she entered a room with only a single man, heavily bandaged, the faint smell of blood greatly improving her mood. Well, you know how I hate to disappoint Guhara-heim, but I may not have a choice in this matter. I needed to use my blood release to keep my organs functioning, couldn't use it to stitch my skin up like I normally would. Tetsu answered half-heartedly. Well, I'll just have to make sure the medics have the right commitment to making sure you stay scar-free. After all the times I have tried, I can't have you scarring up to our new investment. Guhara replied, a far-off look in her eye as she lightly bit her bottom lip. Tetsu shuddered at the sight. He didn't know what the princess was thinking, but he doubted it was anything good. Forgive me, Haim-sama, but I must ask, what do we do now? You said you have no intention to go after Naruto, but the Emperor will not allow you to let him go unpunished. He will become our responsibility, whether we like it or not. Guhara grinned, her mind already set. Oji-sama will, as you say, attempt to force my hand, but that may not lead to Naruto-kun's demise. Perhaps a new emperor or empress is in order. Tetsu was stunned. Whatever he was expecting, it had not been this. But Guhara-hime, you are sounding just like Shugo. This is treason. The man with the rust-colored hair went to stand only to be floored by a furious gaze from the princess. You forget your place, Tetsu-chan. Your loyalty is to nobody but myself, do you understand? She seethed very slowly. A small cut was opening up under the mont's eye. My loyalty is to the Empire. As long as there is an Uchiha on the throne, nothing else matters, remember that. The strong rule, infighting is expected. It is the way our family works, you know this. Power and cunning go before all else. Still, for even little Shugo to show his hand in such a manner. It matters not, it happened, maybe a little earlier than I had expected, but I knew it would happen. You knew Shugo would betray us? The injured man asked in disbelief, trying to ignore the new pain the cut under his eye was causing him as Guhara was using her wind blades to keep the wound open. Betray us? No, the princess admitted bitterly. I knew he was hiding his strength, and had ulterior motives, but don't we all? I had just assumed he was waiting for the old man to finally bite the dust before attempting to kill me. Maybe even take my place in the fight to be the next emperor, she admitted almost longingly. If you expected him to try and kill you, why keep him as your bodyguard? Tetsu couldn't help but ask, sure he would not like the answer. So I could kill him myself, Guhara answered simply. Oh, how great it would have been to see the defiance leave his eyes as I bled him dry. It would have been ecstasy. She shuddered just thinking about it. But now I have something so much better to look forward to. Yep, now I know for sure. I don't even want to think about what she has planned for Naruto, Tetsu thought as he was finally able to close the wound that she had opened. He then remembered a question that had been slowly gnawing at him since he had pulled himself out the ground after Naruto's Bijudama. How are the students? He asked, but Guhara understood the real question, how is my brother? Those that survived have passed, I could care less who they are. Now if you will excuse me, I have a report to send to the capital, then rebuild my forces. She answered with some finality before turning to leave. Just when I thought she was starting to act a little more human, Tetsu sighed, casting one last gaze toward the albino as she shut the door behind her. He could hear the sounds of her barking orders to officers and medics alike that had the misfortune of crossing her path, even a few cries of agony as she cut several that didn't act quickly enough for her liking. The next day, the sun had not yet risen when Naruto and Tsunade landed at the edge of a clearing, the massive walls of the southern capital just visible as an outline in the dim dawn light. Neither hesitated, moving briskly across the field. Behind them they were soon followed by Shugo and his squad, and finally Karen. The two poor gate guards didn't know what hit them. The blonde Konoha shinobi disabled them with ease before Tsunade blasted the gates open with a single punch. Shugo's men burst through the open gate, splitting into pairs as they moved to capture an area of the village before there could be any outcry or warning to those loyal to the Empire. They know where they're going, right? Tsunade asked while discreetly checking that Naruto had properly secured the two guards, smiling to herself happily when she found there was nothing to worry about. Of course he can do something simple like that. Even though I know he's far stronger than even I was at my peak, I can't help but see that little kid that ran his mouth when we first met. Guess I can't claim to beat him with a single finger anymore either, huh? She thought with a smile. Yes, all members of the military have maps and blueprints of all capital cities and tactical strongholds in the Empire. We will have control of this city before the sun hits the gate, the Uchiha exile replied with a smirk. The main issue will be outing the gangs that have control of the civilian population of the city. Most of the people recruited into those gangs are forced into it. I think given the choice they will happily give up their leaders, Naruto added with confidence. True to Shugo's predictions, there was no resistance to their uprising. The working Imperials and their guards were brought to the city center, a large open square clearly designed for large citywide events. As the sun moved higher in the sky, the occupants of the large city became aware that something was wrong. The imperial buildings around them were all burning, the flags that symbolized the empire torn down and the massive gates that were usually shut tight lay all on the ground ripped off their hinges. Slowly a crowd began to gather, gawking at the tied-up imperials and guards that were screaming profanities for all to hear and demanding they be released. It appeared that there was nobody guarding the prisoners, but regardless nobody moved to help them. In fact, there were a few carefully hidden projectiles thrown at the prisoners, causing more of an outcry and promises of death to the people of the village. "Aw, shut up, you guys are giving me a headache." A feminine voice seemed to come from nowhere, but looking up showed a squad of the would-be liberators sitting atop balconies that overlooked the square. A young woman with long black hair with streaks of silver dropped down and began to gag the prisoners. "Please, I don't understand, we are loyal," one of the prisoners begged. From his hiding place, Naruto recognized the man as the owner of the construction company where he had purchased the required materials for his home and the walls around the riverside village. The young woman smirked, leaning down to whisper in his ear, "So are we, but not to the Empire." The look of fear on the older man's face told the others all they needed to know. They all from that point seemed to come to the same conclusion: they were going to die. Hidden in the crowd, Naruto began to walk forward. The crowd is large enough now, he thought. Does that mean I can be big again? The voice of Shukaku asked hopefully as a small creature made of sand peeked out of his robes, perched atop the blonde's shoulder. "Yeah, not too large though, just enough to be intimidating and get their attention," Naruto replied. Shukaku nodded readily and hopped on the ground, beginning to rapidly increase in size as its chakra slowly was released from the blonde, quickly becoming large enough to tower over the surrounding civilians as it happily trotted after the blonde Jinchuriki. The flashy arrival had the required effect, causing everyone in the area, civilian or otherwise, to turn their attention to the approaching blonde. "Why you?" The old man stammered, his eyes widening in disbelief. He would have continued, but he too found himself gagged by the kunoichi that had joined him with Shugo. "Well, I guess it's time," the blonde thought with a little apprehension as he moved up to where the Imperials were still tied up, his face set for the trials that would come next. He knew things would only get harder, but he was ready to face those challenges. It's not Hokage, but it's something. Chapter 47, A New Shinobi Village. A lot can happen over the course of only 3 months, far more than even Naruto had expected. After they liberated the southern capital, the blonde allowed any who would rather not stand with them, or risk their safety, to leave the village. Even going so far as giving them a percentage of the funds the village had on hand to start a new life somewhere else. Those of the Empire left in chains in a cart pulled by a few oxen that would not be missed in the building of their new sustainable village. On that note, the plains outside the large city, once barren and empty, now were filled with farms growing vegetables, as well areas for animals, all to feed the new uprising. Further out, away from the imposing city, large training areas had been constructed, and even now each were filled with new recruits that had signed up to fight for their lives and freedom from the Empire. Along with the recruits, several of Naruto's clones were at each of these fields attempting to teach as best he could. While the physical side of things was rather easy to explain, it had been hard for him to properly explain the theory behind the use of jutsu and chakra. This was mostly because he was never very bright, at least as far as the area of academics was concerned. Luckily, Karen was on hand and more than happy to help take over whenever those lessons came up. Refugees were almost a constant for the fledgling nation, arriving at the gates to the city in hopes of starting a new life outside of the Empire's control, and after an in-depth inspection to make sure there were no spies from the Empire, were allowed entrance and given a new home along with enough food to last several weeks until they found a job or signed up to aid in the construction of the new rebellion, either as a trainee shinobi or in other non-combat roles. Naruto sighed as his clones began to dispel, signaling the end of the training for the day. He allowed a small smile to grace his features at the memory of improvements they had made. "Hey, some are getting good, probably near mid-genin level. Well, they won't last long in a full-scale battle out in the open, but they could at least be used to throw kunai and shuriken when the village is attacked," Kurama replied, his lazy drawl showing his indifference. The large fox could really care less about the strength of the others, but he could see how they would be useful in the future. Naruto sighed in agreement, folding his arms behind his head as he walked through the village, granting a friendly nod or smile to any who would greet him. "Yeah, you're right. Either way you look at it, we need more time." I even cut out the boring lectures Iruka-sensei used to give and focused on the practical areas, but there is only so much you can do in a few months. Still, the advanced class is getting there, he replied in thought as his destination came into view. His goal was at the northern side of the village. The giant towers gave way and more homely-looking buildings took their place. Toward the middle of this sector was a large fortified compound that was comprised of a large stone mansion with walls almost as thick as those that had surrounded the village. The building served many purposes, but for now all Naruto cared about was that this was his home. He eyes a broken training post that had been installed for teams from the empire that had been sent to the city in the past. Looks like Karen-chan has been busy today as well. I hope she's not too tired. We have a meeting later. Ba-chan will get mad if we're late or not paying attention. Yo, Karen-chan, you in? The blonde called as he pushed open the door into what was a large foyer. He sighed when the answer didn't come straight away. This place is way too large for us. I was happy in our little home back in the small riverside village, he added before Karen made her presence known. Naruto-kun, you're back. She cheered happily, bounding down a flight of stairs before giving him a quick hug. She was wearing a lavender loose-fitting t-shirt and some black shorts that cut off high up her thighs, showing off her long legs. Her hair seemed to be growing longer now, reaching the small of her back. Regardless of length, however, it still continued to be completely uncontrollable on one side. How was your training? She asked once she allowed the embrace to end. Naruto rubbed the back of his head in mild embarrassment. Not bad, but I'm having trouble with some of the elements. I don't care what Fukusaku-sama says, trying to master all the remaining elements at the same time is too hard. It was difficult to admit that he was failing, especially when he knew that the beautiful redhead seemed to think that he could do anything. They did test that you had the elements right? She asked, feeling sorry for the blonde. Naruto nodded an affirmative. Yeah, I have all 5, just like Fukusaku-sama guessed. I don't know where they got the chakra paper from though. I do hope they're not stealing from Konoha though, he said, his thoughts drifting to his old home almost longingly. Then I know you can do it, Naruto-kun, don't give up, Karen smiled lovingly as she spoke. Naruto smirked in response, don't you know, I never give up, and I never surrender, that's my nindo after all. Just even with a bunch of my clones working on different elements, it just all gets jumbled up and I can't focus on anything. The worst is definitely Raiden. Neither Fukusaku-sama or Shima-sama have that element, and I don't know who to ask for help, he admitted, but feeling significantly better. Well, I don't even know my element, so I can't really be of much help. But why don't you just pick one element to train when you're not with the toads? I mean, it will mean less time together, but if it's important, maybe you should. Karen admitted sadly, it was not something that she could help with. Yeah, I've thought about it, but with everything that has been going on lately, we have barely had any time to ourselves, Naruto replied. Karen grinned happily as a new thought occurred. Well, let's fix both then. All I need to do is find out my element and we can train together. Alright, but we need to find some more chakra paper. Maybe we should ask Ba-chan. I shouldn't ask the toads again. They have been in hiding on Myobokuzen since I faked my death, and it's a risk if they leave, Naruto beamed enthusiastically. She's in the office going over some requests for renovations to the city, the female Uzumaki replied, finding her boyfriend's enthusiasm to be contagious. Then what are we waiting for? If anyone knows how to test your affinity, it will be her. He cheered, grabbing Karen's hand and taking off in a light jog. They ran up several flights of stairs till they came to the top floor, a confined dome with large glass windows allowing clear lines of sight in every direction and only comprising 2 rooms, a large office and a small separate waiting area. Hey Ba-chan, he called happily before opening the door into the main office. What do you want, Gaki? I'm working, she said with a half-hearted scowl before she even came into view of the young couple. Naruto was hit with a wave of nostalgia. Tsunade sat behind her desk, a stack of papers in one hand and a saucer full of sake in the other. Man, this brings me back, it's just like your Hokage again, he beamed. Tsunade didn't share the younger blonde's enthusiasm, however, and allowed her scowl to deepen, sending the blonde a glare that he completely ignored. It's not by choice, that's for sure. But someone has to take care of running this city, and unfortunately you're too valuable to be kept behind a desk for most of the day, she said bitterly, downing her saucer of sake before pouring another. Now get to the point, we don't have all day. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. Sorry Ba-chan, we need some help with Karen-chan's training, he admitted. I thought you had left her training up to the Snow Leopard clan, the Godime inquired, quirking an eyebrow. Well yeah, I have, because she's not suited to my taijutsu style, and most of my ninjutsu are either too chakra heavy or require sage mode. And it's impossible for her to learn the toad style ninjutsu that Fukusaku-sama has been teaching me anyway. Naruto admitted somewhat sadly. He had thought of teaching Karen the Rasengan and Shadow Clone but had so far decided against it, mostly because he didn't have the required balloons or rubber balls needed for her to complete the first two stages of the Rasengan training. Get to the point, Gaki, what do you need? Tsunade spat, with fake anger. Right, I need to find some chakra paper to test Karen-chan's affinity. The toad's got some for me, but it doesn't feel right asking for someone else. Besides, I think they may have stolen it from Konoha, the younger blonde admitted, his hand running through his spiky locks. That's not an easy request, Naruto, Tsunade admitted honestly. I think I can get some though. I'll need to send Katsuyu to Konoha soon to deliver a message to Kakashi, as well as pick up some more supplies. Naruto grinned, knowing when Tsunade said supplies she meant alcohol. I'll get a few books of chakra paper, those students of yours will need them eventually as well. Natuto beamed happily. Thanks Ba-chan, I really owe you one. Yes, thank you Tsunade-sama, Karen added, her own contented smile still in place. Don't mention it, Karen-chan, just make sure you keep this idiot out of my hair for the rest of the day, the former Hokage said with a soft smile. Elsewhere, Guhara was knelt before a large four-poster bed. While the bed was dimly lit, the room itself was dark, almost pitch black. The curtains around the bed were pulled tight so only a shadow of the occupant could be seen. You sent for me, Oji-sama, she said. Her voice was strained from frustration of being called to the capital of the empire and having to remind herself who it was she was speaking to. It seems time has not improved your attitude, Haim, the figure spoke, his voice gravely cracking from age. It should be quite obvious why I called you here, is it not? Oh yes, the albino Uchiha knew all too well why she had been brought before the emperor. He may be a bedridden, decrepit old man, but he still kept a watchful eye over his empire. I believe you are referring to the small upstart that has taken control over a part of the southernmost kingdom, she answered, her voice flat, devoid of all emotion as she schooled her features. It seems you are not as incompetent as I gave you credit for, dear girl, the old shadow taunted. The question is, what are you going to do about this boy who humiliated us? He roared, his voice portraying that of the man who won his spot as the overlord of the empire. How should I proceed, Oji-sama? My forces were crippled when he struck the placement trials, even taking all the surviving recruits. The portion of the army I control is currently weaker than all the other governors, she queried, already steeling herself for the inevitable. She was not to be disappointed as a second later the old man rose in his position on his bed. You still control 5,000 men, you stupid woman. When you took over for your husband I allowed it. He was a weak and pathetic man to allow himself to be killed by the likes of you. But even he would have dealt with a single boy and a handful of traitors by now. Even if she had been expecting an outburst, her control over her emotions was beginning to slip. 5,000 men will not be enough, she declared both loudly and honestly. You think me weak, old man, but every time you have tried to get rid of me I pulled through. Her features turned to a pronounced scowl. You had that seal placed on me to prevent me from using wind. I broke free, I overpowered it. You had my parents sell me to that foul cretin I was forced to call husband. So I killed him, I enjoyed it, and when you finally die I will enjoy that too. She huffed, a glare firmly leveled toward the shadowy figure. A long pause followed the shocking declaration but was suddenly broken by the old man laughing. Look at that defiance in your eyes, it's such a shame you are so weak. Otherwise you would have made a fine wife for the crown prince. He scoffed derisively. His humor suddenly disappeared and a massive spectral hand of Susanoo curled around the princess's form, exerting enough force for her bones to begin to strain in protest. You have till the end of the year, you will get no more men, no more time. Kill the boy and bring me his head or die, those are your options. Do you understand? His Susanoo squeezed slightly tighter when she didn't answer immediately, causing her to scream out in pain that almost came out as a moan. Yes, Oji-sama. Satisfied, the Emperor released the albino, tossing her against the far wall like a rag doll. Good. Now get out of my sight, you sicken me, he spoke, deadly serious. For her part, Guhara didn't make a sound as she rose to her feet, crossed the room and exited via two large double doors. While the previous room had been almost black apart from the illuminated bed, this room was well lit, filled with gold ornaments. Along the walls were pictures of the Emperor in better days, looking strikingly close to that of his father Madara, who had a statue in gold at the end of the hall next to the exit. Opening the door at the end of the hall, she was standing on a large balcony atop a tower that rose so you could see for miles in every direction. The balcony sat overlooking an endless expanse of towers that were significantly shorter, all cloaked in the seal of the Empire and Uchiha clan. Guhara let out a frustrated sigh and moved to begin descending the side of the tower when a new presence made itself known. Now what did you do to piss off Toussaint this time, Go-chan? Izumi-sama, Guhara sighed, wanting nothing more than to leave, but knowing that if this man wanted something then there was nothing she could do. Izumi was a tall man with spiky black hair that he kept at shoulder length. He wore a white causal kimono that allowed for easy movement that was tied by a black and red cord that also held a katana loosely at his hip. His feet were covered by combat sandals. "What's the matter, Go-chan, are you not happy to see me?" he asked in mock hurt. "That's not it at all, Izumi-sama, I have just been given a rather undesirable task by Oji-sama," Guhara spoke bitterly. "Undesirable? But my dear Haim, you were given the chance to serve the Empire, should you not relish that opportunity?" he teased. The albino princess had heard these words before. Every time when she was given a task she would hate. The first time was when she was 13 and given to this monk's youngest brother as his bride. Her inability to perform a single Kaiden jutsu was seen as an affront to the Empire despite her prodigious talent in combat and Fuden jutsu. As punishment for her perceived crime, Izumi, the man before her, placed a sealed collar on her neck that prevented the use of Fuden jutsu and offered her up as a prize to breed a more fitting Uchiha, all just for the chance to serve the Empire. Her thoughts on the matter were rather clear as she was unable to prevent the scowl that crossed her face. Izumi seemed to be more amused than threatened, however. "You shouldn't scowl, little Go-chan, you're still a young and beautiful woman, I'm sure you will make a more worthy Uchiha, a fine wife. Though we must be sure to pick one that can control you better this time," he smirked, knowing the proud woman would have to bite her tongue and keep her calm lest risk losing her pretty head. "Is there something you want, Izumi-sama?" she questioned, the wind around her unconsciously picking up, ready to act in either offense or defense if necessary. "Yes, I just wished to offer my condolences on the death of your daughter. I hear it was quite the powerful jutsu that took her out. It's a shame, she would have made a great commander in the future," he said casually, leaning on the railing of the balcony completely carefree. "She was a foolish girl that didn't know when to run from a superior opponent," Guhara replied emotionlessly. Jolie and Guhara had never gotten on. Jolie hated her mother for killing her father, and Guhara saw her as a reminder of all of her humiliations at the hands of the man she had been forced to marry. "Superior, you say?" Izumi chuckled in good humor. "I didn't realize our little upstart was an Uchiha." "Don't be foolish, he's no Uchiha but undeniably powerful," Guhara replied, a tiny hint of awe and longing etching into her voice. "Then it is you who are the foolish one, cousin. We are Uchiha, we have no superiors, we are born to rule." Izumi scoffed. "Your own son seems to think otherwise," Guhara replied, a little pleased knowing that the mention of Shugo's desertion would get under his skin. Izumi knew what she was trying to do, however, and didn't give her the satisfaction. "I have no son, he is nothing but a dead man walking, but to bring me his head when you cut it off. That is your job after all." With his piece said, the man turned and seemed to fade away before Guhara's eyes. "This is why I hate the capital," she spat, her wind snapping the railings she was holding before she turned to leave. That night, underneath the large palace that now served as Naruto's home was a complex of tunnels that connected the building to others around the large compound. Each path connected directly under the palace, where there was a large meeting chamber well outside of any potential spy. Currently, Naruto and several others were seated at a large table that contained a rather detailed three-dimensional map of the Empire. "We currently control this area here in the south," Shugo informed the group at large, despite knowing that they already knew at least that much. However, over the last week refugees have begun arriving from the east seeking to join our rebellion. Well, that's good, right? That means people know about us, right? Naruto replied happily. Shugo nodded in affirmative, but Tsunade could see from the map where there might be an issue. The Empire will not want us increasing in number, they will move to shut safe routes of travel should the numbers of refugees increase substantially, she spoke calmly. You are correct, Tsunade, the major roads could be sealed any day now, but that shouldn't be an issue as long as we can keep open at least one trail, Shugo replied, pointing to a small mountain pass that was a few days' journey to the west. This would be our best bet. My spies are spreading word of our uprising in the other sectors, and if we can land a few more victories against the Empire we could see our numbers grow, even from within their military. And you propose this to be where we strike? Tsunade queried. She knew their fledgling shinobi were not ready to take on such a serious task, and the 20 Junin and Chunin class ninja that had joined them were not enough to fight a war. But that wasn't our plan, we said we would only retaliate to an aggression, not bring it to the Empire, Naruto argued, not liking where this conversation was going. You're right, Naruto, I am simply pointing out strategic areas that will be weakly defended, once the Empire makes their move. We must have a plan of action before the enemy moves. Shugo explained. But it's been 3 months and we haven't seen or heard from the Empire since the trials. Maybe I scared them off and they'll just leave us alone. Naruto asked hopefully. That's foolish, Naruto-kun, Karen lectured. Shugo makes a point. If we think of this like a game of shogi, we are currently just setting up the board. They have the first move, but we can anticipate it and plan our counter. Very astute of you, Karen-chan. Perhaps we should have made you the face of this rebellion. I'm sure you would inspire the men more than Naruto here. Shugo chuckled. Hey, I'm plenty inspiring, Naruto pouted. Sure you are, Gaki, Tsunade replied with a smirk. Naruto sighed and went to mope in the corner, ignored by the other occupants of the room. The only resistance you will find on this path will come from 2 areas, Shugo explained, bringing attention back to the map. The town of Kanamite here, he said, indicating a small mountain village. They will number about 20, they'll be stocked poorly, and won't have any highly skilled troops stationed there. Up here, however, there is a garrison of about 50. You can expect 1 commander. So how would we proceed? Tsunade queried, willing to use Shugo's knowledge of the Empire's military workings and landmarks to their advantage. Kanamite is mostly a civilian village, it should be liberated in a similar manner to the way we took control of this one. The garrison, however, should be destroyed, at least once we appropriate all necessary gear. Garrisons like this are easily reinforced, and leaving them to stand while we do not have the numbers to man them would be dangerous. Shugo suggested. We would also need to act at the same time. If we attack the village first, they could call for backup from the garrison, and attacking the garrison could mean reinforcements in the village. Tsunade reasoned while observing the proposed battleground. So we split up, half go to the garrison while the others take over the village. Naruto said casually. I don't think that's a good idea, Tsunade replied, drawing the blonde's attention to key landmarks on the map. The garrison sits atop a plateau. Too many or those unskilled in stealth will give the attack away. This should be a small force, no more than a single squad. Naruto sighed in agreement. The assessment made perfect sense and made the blonde Uzumaki realize just how much he needed to work on planning out proper strategy rather than coming up with plan in the spur of the moment. He had never had any experience leading missions that would help him gain these skills, so he found himself quietly wishing Shikamaru was there with them. It should be no problem for you to take out the garrison by yourself when the time comes, Naruto. Maybe take Karen with you for backup. Shugo suggested calmly. I guess, what do you think, Karen-chan? Naruto asked. Karen nodded, if not a little hesitantly. She was not worried about the attack, or that Naruto might be injured. It was the other offensive that had her pause for a moment. What about the other attack? She queried. I will take charge of our main forces to take the town. My men would be more than capable ourselves, but I would suggest supplementing our numbers with some of the more promising trainees. They will need the experience, and my men will be there in case things get out of hand, the Uchiha exile suggested. I like that idea, but this whole plan is based on movements suggesting an attack in the next few weeks. If we have more time we could hit more areas, or perhaps a larger target, Tsunade said, folding her arms and examining the map, looking over where small fortresses and military outposts had been marked out as points of interest. That's true, I would need more time to come up with a plan of attack. I would suggest a secondary attack, this time to the west. But I would need more intel from my spies before I could pick out a definite weak point. Shugo admitted. Tsunade nodded in understanding, leaning back in her chair and pouring a saucer of sake before taking a sip. Well, it looks like for now we have a game plan at least. Naruto, how are the recruits coming along? Well, it's hard to say. The advanced class 1 guess could probably be considered mid-genin level, but I never really had a good grasp on that stuff. They're at least better than I was when I graduated. Although thinking back that's not saying much, Naruto admitted sheepishly. Perhaps my men can help grade them. Shugo mused. The Empire was rather picky when it came to talented students, so all those in the academy were given a rank from E to A for potential. Every so often they get one wrong though. Tetsu was given a C rank because he struggled to use his clan's bloodline. That was before he discovered his mutation. It can't hurt. Tsunade answered. Can you organize your men to go assess the students over the next few days? She asked, earning a quick nod from the Uchiha. Good. Now that's all done, I think we have spent enough time in this stuffy room. Unless we get word of an attack we will meet up again next week. The declaration was followed by cheers from the younger blonde, who quickly grabbed Karen and dragged her from the room. Well, he can claim he's not a pervert all he wants, but I would have to disagree, wouldn't you, Jiraiya? I swear if you're watching them up there I'll make you pay, she thought with a smirk as she caught Naruto give Karen's rear a light squeeze as they left the room. Her giggling and chasing after him told her all she needed to know of what they had planned for the remainder of the evening. Chapter 48, Training Days. Tetsu stood stiffly outside Guhara's palace. She had only just returned from the capital a few hours ago, and judging from the sound of things, then he would say her time there didn't go particularly well. She had instantly kicked everyone out of the large mansion, including himself. She had been visibly angry and started by stating that, should she be disturbed by anyone, they would be punished. Since then her frustrated yells would echo out over the grounds, accentuated by glass blowing out from the force of her wind manipulation at various intervals as she stalked through her mansion. Several servants scurried about, desperate to both stay out of the princess's way but also clean any mess that she may have caused in her aggressive outburst. Last thing they needed was to have the temperamental Uchiha princess's rage directed at them for any reason. Tetsu for the most part had spent the last few weeks training new recruits. With the disaster that was the last placement trials, all new recruits that had survived the trials had been assigned to Guhara. They had lost a decent portion of their men when they attempted to trap Naruto. For his part, he could honestly say that there were some genuinely talented new recruits this year, even if there were no exceptional standouts. Of course, this year's Uchiha recruits took his teachings with a grain of salt. They'd had private tutors since they could walk and had already survived their family's coming-of-age ceremony. Most thought him to be nothing but a nuisance. Tetsu was broken from his musings when the doors to the palace burst open, shattered into pieces no larger than kindling, and out walked the albino princess. What unsettled the blood wielder more than anything was the almost serene calm that she exuded, considering the amount of damage she had clearly caused inside just a few moments earlier. Now that's better. Nothing gets the stink of the capital off me better than a little redecoration, she said with a smile. Tetsu bowed slightly, not wanting to risk her seemingly improved mood. It's good to see you're feeling better, Haim-sama. For her part, Guhara just allowed her smile to grow. Yes, I can barely stand the cesspit that most of my family calls home. I prefer a more hands-on approach to ruling over my region of the empire, she said somewhat kindly, although Tetsu could see the rage still burning in her eyes. You are certainly devoted, the rust-haired man declared calmly. He knew that he needed to ask about what her orders from the capital were, but decided to wait until she brought the topic up. She didn't seem to mind or even notice the dry compliment, instead deciding to change topics. Tell me, Tetsu, and give me your honest opinion. How powerful would you say Naruto-kun is? Guhara asked. Tetsu paused. He had been asked that question once before and had been horribly wrong. Back then he thought the young blonde would be nothing more than a minor nuisance. Well, Haim-sama, I would say he could probably compete with any of the current governors, he answered eventually. Yes, I already knew that much. He's already thrown me around, like I was a foolish little girl. I'm asking how many of us governors would you say they would need to kill him? She asked sweetly, the kind of sweet that sent Tetsu's iron blood running cold. Surely if you took him seriously from the start, then no more than two, Hime-sama. He answered, trying to placate whatever had angered the unstable princess. This, however, was not the right answer. The ground in front of him was torn up, and he could feel the wind blades digging into his skin. Do not flatter me, or presume I did not try and defeat Naruto-kun in our previous engagement. A specimen like that cannot be defeated by just a handful of even the most skilled of our number. Forgive me, Guhara Hime, I haven't fought him first-hand like you have. Tetsu begged, hoping for her to relent in her blades of wind that were currently slicing him open. But I must question, why do you ask? I thought you said that you wouldn't be killing the boy. Yes, but Oji-sama in his almighty wisdom has ordered that I solve the problem of the little rebellion in the south. We currently have a little over 5,000 men. Do you think that will be sufficient numbers to crush them? The albino Uchiha asked as if she already knew the answer. Tetsu opened his mouth to say yes, they had only a handful of men to defend a giant city after all. But then he stopped himself. He remembered the giant toads casually turning a battalion into dust in mere moments. Then, he remembered the overwhelmingly oppressive feeling of the giant golden fox he later summoned, and then that final jutsu. I would say that it would be very difficult, Hime-sama. We would need quality rather than quantity, he admitted, now wondering just how they should proceed. Quite right, Tetsu-chan, you seem to be learning just who it is that the Empire is facing. In fact, considering he couldn't be more than 20, I doubt he even realizes just how much power he holds. Oh, to be able to leave nothing but ashes of an opponent, it's invigorating. Guhara replied quite happily, she was almost giddy in excitement. Needless to say, Tetsu didn't share the albino's enthusiasm, in fact he was quite worried. Then how do we proceed, Hime-sama? We do not have the required manpower to defeat them in a battle, and we're short on high-ranking officers. Yes, it is an issue, isn't it? It's as if we have been ordered to our deaths, Guhara mused conversationally. Tetsu took her light-hearted approach as a positive and relaxed slightly. You have a plan then? Oh my no, but orders are they not? We have until the end of the year, so I would suggest training the men as best as you can until then, Guhara replied, almost dismissing the accusation. Why you want me to train our men for a fight that you don't even believe they can win? Tetsu stammered. If things played out as she expected, then she was effectively throwing away her chance for the throne, all her ambitions crushed in an instant. Guhara smiled and simply nodded an affirmative. Yes, best give them a fighting chance, don't you think? Oh, I wonder what else we will see from Naruto-kun. He was so tantalizingly destructive last time we met, I can still hear the screams of his victims. Oh, I hope he remembers me. She swooned like a giddy schoolgirl. Somehow I don't doubt that he will, Tetsu thought with a deadpan. Guhara's enthusiasm was seemingly not fading, as she seemed to be playing out some fantasies in her mind that the blood release shinobi was sure consisted of mass slaughter. Oh yes, this should be perfect. I do hope you tell the peons to train well, Tetsu-chan. I wouldn't want things to be too easy for him though, can't let his head get too big. Forgive me, but if you were to fail to defeat Naruto, then would you not lose the southern region of the empire? The others from your family would take over the region. Tetsu was genuinely concerned. Even with several months to prepare, Guhara seemed determined to see them fight a battle with little to no chance of victory. The princess began laughing as if she was completely dismissing her subordinate's concerns. Yes, I'm sure they will, but I know my family. They will squabble over who gets the land, then when they can't agree they will turn on each other. Meanwhile, all I will have to do is wait. I'll let my precious Naruto-kun deal with the ones who don't fall to the infighting. She reveled in the thought of watching some of her closest family members being crushed either by themselves or the young blonde. That will destroy the empire. If what you think will happen plays out, it could end in both a civil war and could even be the end of your own family. Why would you want such a thing? Tetsu asked, feeling like his world was starting to collapse around him. Guhara seemed completely unaffected by the question and began walking down the path towards the end of the compound, issuing for Tetsu to follow behind. My family won't end, we will simply get rid of the deadwood, just as we always have. As long as an Uchiha rules the empire, then it doesn't matter how they got there. Madara Uji-sama took the empire from the ruling kingdoms, destroying all those who would oppose him. But he also allowed others to do his work for him. Do you think your family would have lived had they not proved useful? For his part, Tetsu was just as confused as ever. I don't understand Haim-sama, he admitted honestly. But isn't it obvious, Tetsu-chan? I will simply take Naruto-kun as my own. If he joins me, then he joins the empire. It will no longer be a rebellion, and I can use his silly desire to change things to remove my family one by one until I become empress of this world, she declared, biting her lip in anticipation. Tetsu dared not speak his thoughts on her plan. After all, they mostly rested on the shoulders of a boy almost half her age. That wasn't to say the albino princess wasn't beautiful, she had often been described as a goddess, even if it was by those terrified of her. Still, the question had to be asked. What if he doesn't accept your proposal? A cold chill went down the young mon's spine. The Uchiha looked as if she was about ready to remove his head from his shoulders at any second. Do you not consider me to be desirable? Do you think he would turn down even thought of my advances? Even if he is hesitant, he just needs to be educated, she purred with venomous innuendo. How she looks isn't the problem. If she wasn't certifiably insane, I would say he's the luckiest man alive, but now I think even I pity you, Naruto. Elsewhere. You two should really keep this room clean, Tsunade said with a disapproving tone and a slight smirk, guessing the reaction she was about to get as she looked around the top-floor apartment of the small palace they now called a home. Tsunade-sama. Karen gasped from where she lay. Quickly sitting up, poking her head out from behind a couch, her face quickly turned as red as her currently completely disheveled hair in embarrassment. Yes, me. You both are quite late for training, so I came to get you. Didn't sleep well last night, I take it. The slug Sanin smirked as she picked up and inspected a rather risque piece of lingerie that had been discarded carelessly over a chair. In fact, all around her were pieces of clothing that had looked like they were torn off rather than removed. The table was on its side and several of the dining chairs were mysteriously missing. She guessed they had been thrown away in a fit of what they would call passion. If I didn't know better, I'd say you were fighting in here, she mused, her attention now drawn to a ceiling fan that slowly turned overhead where one of Karen's bra now hung proudly on one of the dull blades. Sorry, Tsunade-sama, we lost track of time, Karen admitted quickly, desperately wishing she could find an article of clothing within arm's reach to at least make her decent. I'm sure you did, Tsunade scoffed. Naruto was many things, but purposefully late for training had never been one of them. At least not in the time she had known the highly energetic blonde Uzumaki. Seems like you're teaching him some bad habits. Well, I wouldn't call them bad, Karen admitted with a mumble, her face somehow becoming ever redder at the slightly perverted thought. It was then the pair was brought out of their little conversation by the door opening from a bathroom, and the blonde in question strolled out lazily. Karen-chan, why is it so noisy out here? He asked through half-lidded eyes and dressed only in a towel. It was at that moment that he noticed the third party that was in the room. Oh, Kami-bachan. We had the silencing seals on, no sound could have gotten in or out of the apartment, he stammered, frantically racing around, comically grabbing the discarded articles of clothing as if the former Hokage hadn't already seen them. I'm aware, why to think I had to break in? Suan said with a deadpan, slightly torn between the frustration and humor of the situation. What you two love birds do in your own time is fine with me. But you were both supposed to be training the recruits almost an hour ago. And don't lie to me and say you forgot. For their part, both looked slightly ashamed of themselves. Sorry, Bachan, we were just. No, I don't want to hear it. Tsunade quickly interrupted the blonde. I'm not Jiraiya, so I don't need to know the details, just hurry up and get dressed. At the moment Shugo and his men are teaching the classes, but that just means we have nobody watching the walls and gates, well, other than your pet Tanuki. Shukaku isn't a pet, Ba-chan, he's a friend, Naruto whined, not understanding why she didn't seem to trust the Ikibi. Save it and get dressed already, Tsunade ordered with a harsh glare. The young couple both nodded and quickly made an escape to the bedroom, which Tsunade marveled at the fact that it looked spotless. Damn kids, didn't even make it to the bed. Ah, to be young and in love, she thought with a soft smile and a chuckle, her fake anger being replaced by the joy of seeing her surrogate little brother genuinely happy. rather than the fake smile he had so often worn as a child. A few minutes later Naruto and Karen had returned fully dressed. Karen was still dressed in a black short-sleeved top she had purchased all those months ago before leaving the Elemental Nations, a pair of tight shorts that cut off only a short waist down her thigh, knee-high stockings and black combat boots. Overall her choice in outfit had not changed a great deal. Naruto on the other hand was looking more along the lines of an well-laundered homeless person. He had a loose-fitting button-up green shirt that he left open over the top of some light chainmail armor he had liberated from one of the old gangs that ran the city. He wore black jeans that whilst designed for civilians were more durable than most, the signs of scuffs and fading color evident from his training. Finally, to round up his ensemble, he too had black combat boots that were the only article of clothing left unchanged since before the war. Good lord, if you add a kabuki robe and an oversized hentai I'd almost be staring at a young Jiraiya, Tsunade said in a deadpan, not sure if she should be impressed or horrified by the blonde's choice of clothing. Naruto for the most part was fine with being compared to his former master, as long as it was as a shinobi. But he could tell that Tsunade had certainly not meant for it to be taken as a compliment. Well, I can't help it, we don't have any decent combat gear in the city yet. The blacksmiths are only creating kunai, shuriken and a few tanto. It will be a while before I can get some armored clothing. So until then this is the best I can do. Well, I suppose for now it will have to do, until we can change it. But if you start doing pointless and ridiculous introduction dances I'll have to punish you, the elder blonde threatened seriously. She won't be the only one, Naruto, Kurama added threateningly. Naruto's face fell. He had almost thought of doing one just to prank his beloved Ba-chan, but he really didn't want to face both an angry slug Sannin and Biju. Not you too, Kurama. Just shut up and go train your students, there is no need to bring any more of her ridicule. Really, you and your mate are two of the best censors in the world and you just keep letting her walk in on your intimate moments. Kurama scoffed derisively. I haven't let her do anything, she just keeps barging in, Naruto replied in his defense. That is not the point, Naruto. What if it had been an assassin rather than that loud angry woman, the fox said in a matter-of-fact tone. Naruto sighed in acceptance. He knew Kurama had a point. All right, fair enough, I'll try to be more aware in the future. A few moments later Naruto and Karen were off heading across the village. Karen was heading to a large hall that they had set up as a beginner's level academy for children to learn about how to use chakra and chakra theory. Once they were proficient there they were given the option to move on to combat training that was taken care of by either Naruto, his clones, or on the odd occasion like this morning Shugo and his fellow exiles. Naruto created several clones to relieve the forced substitutes while he moved on towards where the advanced class had been currently training with Shugo. Yo! He called happily, signaling his arrival. Oh Naruto, good to see you finally join us, Shugo said happily, relaxing as he had been running the recruits through several conditioning drills along with the tree walking exercise. Whilst Shugo may have been happy, others were not. You're late, came the annoyed yell from Rei. Naruto was instantly hit by a wave of nostalgia. Despite being older he could almost see Sakura standing with the exact same pose, her hands on her hips as she spat the same accusation at their own sensei. The blonde couldn't help himself, it just had to be said. "Ah, sorry, I guess I got lost on the road of life." Suddenly the entire clearing was dead silent, not even the insects seemed to dare make a single noise, as if the whole world was silenced in disbelief. The silence stretched on for a few more seconds until, "That has to be the worst excuse I have ever heard," Rei yelled loudly, followed soon after by a chorus of agreement from the other students. Naruto chuckled at their indignation but had to admit it was a lot more amusing being on this side of the joke. Also, having thought of his old sensei, he was struck with another moment of inspiration. "Alright, now I'm guessing you're all warmed up." "No thanks to you," Rei scoffed, her glare still directed squarely at the seemingly carefree blonde. Naruto seemed to just ignore her and formed a clone that instantly ran off towards the village. "Today we're going to have a little survival exercise," he said happily, talking to the group as a whole. "What, you're not going to help us work on our taijutsu or ninjutsu?" A young man a few years older than Naruto asked, a little disappointed. "No, not today. I was thinking that I should teach you one of the first things I learned from my own sensei." I just hope my clone can find what I need in town. But first, I want you all to split up into groups of 3. The blonde explained before moving over to a group of trees and slicing them with wind manipulation into several training posts. With great commotion the group began dividing themselves. Naruto watched as a class hierarchy seemed to appear with many wanting certain members of the class to join them for various reasons. However, eventually they had separated into 4 teams of 3 in time for his clone to return and hand over a pair of bells and some rope. His students looks at the rope apprehensively and the bells with mild confusion, but before any could question why Naruto cut them off. Each team will go one at a time and have 1 hour to take one of these bells. If you fail to get a bell you will spend the next week with Karen-chan learning the basics of chakra control with the academy students again. This revelation did not sit well with the group of advanced students. Wait, if each person needs a bell, why are there only 2 of them? Ray asked apprehensively. Glad you asked, Naruto said with a smile. That is because one person from each of your groups will definitely be going back to spend time with Karen-chan, he added still as carefree as ever. The outburst was as expected. Nobody seemed happy about the prospect of sitting through lectures and having to practice basic chakra control exercises. I let them pick their own teams so it should be easy for them to work together, besides it's not like another week learning the basics would kill them anyway. We didn't even make them learn how to use the most basic jutsu before they could move on to proper combat training like in Konoha. Although if there was no leeway I would probably still be in the academy unable to perform a standard clone. Eventually after the initial shock had worn off the groups decided amongst themselves who would go first, not an appealing task from Naruto's point of view. He would rather go last in hopes his opponent would be weaker and he could see how they fought. However, that was the current Naruto thinking, not the brash straight out of the academy genin Naruto. Alright, 1 hour to get one of these bells off me. I would suggest coming at me with the intent to kill, otherwise you will have no chance, Naruto said lazily, not even taking up a stance. In another wave of nostalgia, it appeared as though one member of the first group was more eager than the others. He flew forward at admittedly impressive speed for someone with little more than a few months' training. Naruto casually leaned out of the way before grabbing the offending attacker. I don't believe I said start yet, but I do like your enthusiasm. Now let's begin, he taunted before disappearing in a puff of smoke. Do you think any of them will get the true purpose of this test? Kurama asked while Naruto, now well hidden in a tree, watched as the first group of students searched for him. Hard to say, it's not an easy test to pass. Even today I think Kakashi-sensei let us off a little easy. Our teamwork was horrible, Naruto admitted. True, but at least nobody here is as bad as the screaming pink one, Kurama mused while Naruto began allowing more of his presence to be felt, giving the recruits a chance to find him. Sakura-chan wasn't that bad, Naruto replied in defense of his old friend. Kurama couldn't help but scoff at the thought. Naruto, I know you are fond of that woman, but when you were young kids she was more likely to hit you than agree to one of your plans. Even that deplorable Uchiha was willing to listen and even try if he thought the idea could actually work. Naruto couldn't even deny that. He wouldn't be surprised if he still had a lump on his head from where she used to hit him all the time. Okay, you have a point, but she got better. Even if it really was only so she could see Sasuke again, he added, and to his shock he even sounded a little bitter at the thought. To shake the sudden feeling of resentment he decided to stop playing hide and seek with his students, instead going for another favorite pastime of his sensei, divide and conquer. Hi, he called happily, dropping in front of the same young man who had recklessly attacked him at the start. You ready to hand over one of those bells, Naruto-sensei? He asked. The man in question was slightly shorter than Naruto, but was well developed, having lived a hard life out in the outer regions of the empire. Like most of the students currently in the advanced class, he had been at the placement trials, so he'd seen just what the blonde could do. The problem was, with learning how to control chakra for himself he had gotten a little bit of an ego. Naruto didn't even take a stance as he effortlessly weaved through the telegraphed taijutsu strikes sent for him. Not bad, he admitted casually before planting a fist into his stomach. But you're too slow to attack an opponent with superior technique. To win a fight in taijutsu you can either use superior technique or physical ability, Naruto lectured while taking a seat on a large stone while his student was struggling to slowly pick himself up from the ground. He spoke loud enough for everyone to hear as it was a hint to the true purpose of the test. But you're so much faster than we are and have far more experience. How the hell are we supposed to win? The man asked almost desperately. Seems like he really didn't want to go spend time in Karen's class. That is the question you need to answer for yourself, Naruto replied casually before he disappeared in a puff of smoke once he was sure the man would not be getting back up in any condition to keep fighting. One by one the others failed to do anything more than make the blonde dodge. The second group was slightly better but they too failed to realize what it was Naruto was looking for. The final group at least had time to form a plan, even if they didn't work together. Ray had set up traps throughout the field. Naruto could recognize them as traps they had used while hunting animals in the small riverside village. While they were not perfect they had clearly taken knowledge and planning to put together. Damn it, I thought I had him that time. Ray yelled in frustration as Naruto had purposefully walked into one of the traps only to quickly replace himself out of harm's with a log that was then impaled with a hail of kunai and wire before a tree was brought down atop of it. Well, at least she's taking the intent to kill part seriously, Naruto thought with a sweat drop. Yes, the last group was significantly more skilled individually, but even at this level if they didn't stand a chance against the blonde. A buzzer rang signaling that they had run out of time. Well, looks like everyone failed, he said loudly, casually walking towards where the other teams had been tied up and forced to watch the proceedings. But at least that last group didn't get beaten up too badly. You went easy on them, because Tenji and Ray are from your old village, one aspiring kunoichi accused. Her anger was shared by many of those that were also tied up. Naruto contemplated that he may have gone easier on the last squad, but in the end it didn't really matter. Even if I did, they showed me more than any of you, and they still failed miserably. He lectured as the final members of the class made their way into the clearing. Not one of them attempted to fight me head on. They learned from you all that wouldn't work. They also correctly guessed I wouldn't go out of my way to hunt them down for a fight. What's the point? You can't get one of the bells if you don't fight for them. Hell, nobody even touched them. The brash man from the first group spoke in defiance. Naruto nodded with a smile and went to sit under the shade of a tree nearby before continuing his lesson. That is a good point, but not a single team used everything you could have to achieve a victory. The last group at least had plans to trap me. Ray even forced me to use a substitution. But in the end they failed to see the big picture. And what is that? Ray asked, a little bitter at having failed in her task. You were also concerned with having to spend 1 week learning the basics. You allowed everyone else to fail just so you would have a shot yourself. Every single one of you failed. The fact there were 2 bells means nothing, it's just a symbol. In the face of a superior opponent that has greater skill and physical ability, you can't possibly win by yourself, but you will think first of self-preservation. How you act in these situations is important. Naruto explained, enjoying the stunned look of realization that hit some of their faces. It was a lesson in teamwork. Tenji sighed, looking a little disappointed in himself. He had known from the start that he stood no chance against Naruto, instead opted to attack the blonde from a distance, aiming to remove the bells with a projectile and grab them when he was distracted. That's right, how are you supposed to trust your squad to fight alongside you, even sacrifice themselves if necessary, if they aren't even willing to risk sitting in on a few boring lectures for you? In the end you all not only failed the mission, you abandoned your friends as well. My sensei told me that those who abandon a mission are trash. But those who abandon their friends are worse than trash, the blonde explained passionately. For their part the students seemed to understand what Naruto was trying to say. Many seemed to take what he had to say to heart, having lost family members or friends to bandits and the so-called tax collectors in the past. When can we come back for more training, Naruto-sensei? Ray asked sadly. She was slightly cursing herself for not seeing the true purpose of the test. I mean, he was able to defeat 2 members of the royal family, what chance did I ever have? Naruto waited a few moments before smiling. Come back tomorrow afternoon, after you have finished your first missions as squads 1 to 3. I'll give you a new chakra control exercise, so long as I can find a large enough body of water. What? The group chorused in disbelief. You guys are ready for more responsibility and to gain some experience, so the team that went first will now become Squad 1 and your new squad leader will be Ray. Team 2 will be under Tenji and the third team will be under the final member of their team today, Ryusuke, Naruto explained happily. So we're officially ninja now? A younger boy asked. He was about 13 and reminded Naruto slightly of Kiba, although he lacked the Inuzuka clan markings on his face along with the Ninken they always had at their side. Naruto grinned happily at the newly constructed teams. That's right, but things will get a lot harder from here on out. From tomorrow on you will be expected to take on missions that will help the people of our new country. It won't be easy. In fact, things will be dangerous for you most of the time. So listen to your new squad leaders and keep up your training. Now go celebrate, you've earned it. The teams cheered and ran off loudly proclaiming their success to the world. Once they were gone, Naruto turned to where he knew Shugo was watching from a nearby tree. You reward them for failing? He asked with a smirk. More like passed them out of necessity, Naruto admitted with a sigh. I want to teach them to be shinobi who will work together as comrades and would die for their friends. I want to get that message across, but I think we're running out of time. They're not bad though, I was following their movements as they fought. While none would be considered officer material yet, they have only been training for a few months, Shugo said, somewhat impressed with the first batch of graduates. They lived in harsh conditions, that's as good as training. Rei was a hunter from a young age. They just needed to learn how to use chakra, the skill was already there, Naruto replied. Shugo could see the logic in the statement. They didn't need lessons in hiding, tracking because they already had that from hunting wildlife, and living under the conditions of the Empire made them tough, durable, and strong. Then I almost pity the Empire. Chapter 49, Coming of Age. Man, what a total disappointment, Tenji sighed sadly. The freshly minted shinobi was sat in a bar with Rei and several of the other new members of the rebellion. I don't know what you were expecting, Tenji. Did you think we would be charging head on into the Empire or something? Rei asked, her expression as cold as ever. Well, no, but didn't Naruto say something about bandits targeting the outlying villages? I thought we would be at least dealing with that, not settling stupid trade disputes in the city or carrying construction materials across town, Tenji retorted, his head hung over a large stein filled with beer. I'm sure we will get those missions soon, it has only been a few weeks, our teams are still learning to trust each other, the final new squad leader, Ryusuke, reasoned. Ryusuke was a slightly shorter than average man in his mid-20s, he had short light brown hair that spiked backwards leaving his unmarked face clear, his eyes were a bright shade of emerald green and he wore baggy dark red robes with wide collar and arms that allowed for a free range of movement. I for one am in no hurry to go out, we are far below the level of Naruto, even Karen or those deserters would be able to deal with all of us with little difficulty, Rei started. She firmly believed that they all needed more training before taking on any higher difficulty missions. Well, Naruto-sama is on a different level to everyone, I believe we need experience to help us reach higher levels. Each time we spar with Naruto-sama we learn new ways of fighting, but he is only one man and so far out of our league we might never stand a chance. I fear we need a more realistic opponent, Ryusuke reasoned, taking a sip from a saucer of sake. So you think we should ask Karen-chan for training then? Tenji queried. He didn't think it was a bad idea, but Karen really only taught the new recruits until they could access their chakra at will and could hit enough targets with kunai and shuriken, she never gave anyone first-hand private lessons. We could ask Tsunade-sama. Who knows, if she misses a punch we might get to find out just how large her chest really is, he added with a perverted snigger. Pervert, Rei scoffed. She was interested in talking to the Sannin, however both Naruto and Karen had both mentioned that they believed that the older blonde was one of the strongest women alive. Still, Tsunade is supposed to be scary powerful, she's also supposedly a great medic, I wouldn't mind learning how to heal. It would be a useful skill to have on the battlefield, ideally we should all learn, Ryusuke added calmly. Not to burst your bubble or anything, but Naruto did say you needed almost flawless chakra control. Naruto can't do it, but Karen-chan can. No way everyone can learn, besides Tsunade is currently running the nation at the moment, even if it is little more than a handful of villages. She might have time for a spar, but I doubt that she will have enough time to teach us, Tenji reasoned. Personally he just didn't think he was cut out to be a medic, but he could see the sense in learning some basic first aid. Rei sighed and folded her arms in light frustration. Again, Maybe Karen is a better choice, she was the one to look after Naruto whenever he came back from the forest looking like he'd lost a fight with a tree. I'm sure she knows more than basic chakra exercises. I guess it's a start, who knows if we impress her enough Tsunade might take interest. Ryusuke agreed. Question is, where do we find her? I can't remember seeing her around the city unless accompanied by Naruto, and the only other time she's teaching the new recruits. Each day after our training, Naruto and Karen both train in their compound. That would be a good place to check first. After that I'm not too sure, they each have important duties around the city, but to be honest I'm not sure what Karen does. Ray answered. Probably just follows Naruto around. They may as well be permanently glued at the hip, Tenji joked, taking a final swig from his mug before standing. When he noticed the others had yet to move, he began to pull Ryusuke to his feet. Come on, we don't have all day. If we're going to ask her for training we may as well do it now, no time like the present as they say. Why must you be so upbeat all the time? The other male member of the three asked. Because if I wasn't we would have to put up with your gloomy attitude and that would scare everyone away. It's bad enough we have the Ice Queen over here threatening everyone that tries to talk to her, Tenji retorted quickly. I do not. Ray denied, earning a deadpan look from both men. Not all of them, again the look didn't change. Whatever, let's just go find Karen. Meanwhile, Naruto stood with Fukusaku and Shima. He was in sage mode, effortlessly running through a set of hand seals, toad style, fighting tongue slash. An instant later a highly compressed torrent of water erupted from the blonde's mouth that tore through the ground a split a fair distance through a large boulder that was in the large training ground. Much better, Naruto-chan, a few more days and you will be able to slice through the stone with ease. Fukusaku praised. He could be faster with the hand seals though, Shima pointed out from her perch in a tree. Naruto sighed and nodded in both agreement and understanding. He had always been rather clumsy with hand seals, that was partly why the Rasengan and its variants suited him so well. I know I have clones that practice nothing but hand seals almost every day, but I don't seem to get that much faster, he admitted sadly. Shima saw his slight distress and softened her expression. It is not a major issue, Naruto-chan. I simply pointed it out as your weakest area while performing that jutsu. You are currently working on so many things that to have such a small weakness as the main issue with AS-ranked jutsu is nothing short of a miracle. Naruto smiled happily at the compliment. Thanks Shima-sama, but Sweden is the element that I am furthest along with by far. I think it's because it's so similar to Fuden. I can barely do anything with Doden and I haven't even completed the first step of Raiden manipulation yet. Kakashi-sensei would know what I am doing wrong with it, he's the best Raiden user there is, except for maybe Reikage Oja-san. It is understandable that Raiden and Doden are more difficult for you to grasp, they act in different ways to Fuden. Doden is rigid and tough, the complete opposite to Wind, while Raiden has a less stable structure that needs to be able to fluctuate and change while also remaining focused and contained. Fukusaku agreed in sympathetic understanding. While earth and lightning manipulation were points of frustration for the blonde, his progress with fire and water were considerably better, helped by the fact they were the elements of his two-toed teachers. That's enough with the ninjutsu training, we should move on to taijutsu, Shima declared, hopping down from the tree to stand beside her husband. Naruto let out a breath and slid into his toad-style stance that was soon mirrored by the two toads. Then in the blink of an eye both toads disappeared in a blur, appearing at opposite angles around the blonde. Fukusaku rose high and aimed a wicked kick at their young summoner's temple while Shima went to sweep the leg in a perfectly coordinated attack. Naruto blocked Fukusaku's attack while hopping over Shima, diving forward on instinct to avoid their follow-up unison drop kick. Rolling up, Naruto spun quickly, his sage-enhanced senses allowed him to feel their movements and aim a kick for the falling Fukusaku, who effortlessly blocked the strike with his tongue, wrapping it around the blonde's ankle and tossing him away. Naruto was able to readjust in mid-air and come to a safe landing, skidding across the ground but otherwise unharmed. I swear they're both getting faster, he thought before jumping high into the air as Shima long tongue whipped once more at his legs. They continued in this vein for almost an hour, each strike was countered perfectly, each feint perfectly read by the other. It was as if both sides were able to read their opponent's mind, and as things continued the attacks became more and more destructive, as if they were still getting a feel for each other, testing their limits. Despite the apparent danger, Naruto had a large grin plastered across his face. Each time he dodged a strike that would be fatal to many he laughed. Each strike the small toads avoided he simply grinned wider and up his tempo. To any outsider watching it would look as though the blonde and his summons were in a vicious fight to the death that they were all enjoying, rather than a simple spar. Enough, Shima called out suddenly after another large area of the training field had been destroyed by one of Naruto's senjutsu-enhanced punches, that while not as destructive as Tsunade or Sakura could still leave a small crater in their wake. That time already? Naruto asked, looking a little disappointed. And then some. You have greatly improved, Naruto-chan. To be able to fight both of us at the same time to a standstill, that is something Jiraiya-san never managed to do, Fukusaku said sagely. I still need Sage Mode to stand a chance though, Naruto sighed as he allowed the foreign chakra to leave his system, reverting to his natural state. You say that like it is a failure. We are many hundreds of years old, Naruto, not as ancient as the old geezer, but our affinity for nature and the sage arts places us in the top tier of summons. To be able to stand up to us at all requires a special talent. Shima replied with a hint of pride in the latest Toad Sage. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck in embarrassment. Thanks, Shima Obasama. Well, we can't have our sage being weak, that just want to, Fukusaku croaked approvingly. Yeah, don't worry, Fukusaku-sensei. I'll become the strongest there is if that's what I need to do to keep everyone safe, the blonde declared proudly. Fukusaku was about to respond but was stopped as three people arrived in the clearing. Yo Naruto! Tenji called out with a wave. Naruto waved back with a friendly smile and went to greet the trio. Hey guys, why are you here? He queried. Actually, we were looking for Karen, Ray answered before the older man could. Karen, huh? What? You guys looking for more remedial lessons on chakra control? The blonde teased. Not exactly, Ray replied, not showing any signs of a reaction. We were actually hoping she could spar with us, and maybe show us some medical ninjutsu. I can spar with you guys if you're looking for a training partner, Naruto said happily. He never turned down a chance to spar. No offense, Naruto, but we were hoping to test ourselves against someone who we might actually stand a chance of at least getting a hit on. Tenji sighed, rubbing the back of his head in mild embarrassment. He didn't want to admit he was weak, but in all their spars not once had they even forced Naruto to even use more than the most basic of jutsu, never once breaking his clone. Naruto sighed, knowing that feeling all too well from his initial training sessions with Kakashi. Well, I doubt you will win, Karen is tough. But she fights differently to me, so it might be a good idea. She's been training with Ba-chan in the afternoons, so she might help you with some medical ninjutsu. I'm useless in that area. We initially thought to ask Tsunade, we assumed she would be busy, Ray spoke in slight surprise. Well, she is, but they train for a few hours a day, who knows, you might be able to join them, Naruto answered calmly. Now relaxed, he decided that he would end his own training there and help his students. It can't hurt to ask. Come on, I'll take you to where they train. The three nodded but didn't have time to respond any further as they had to take off in order to follow the blonde who had already started moving out of the training field. Karen and Tsunade were on the other side of the large mansion compound. Karen was currently hunched over, catching her breath before launching herself out of the way of a large ball that left a small dent in the ground. You can't be tired already. You need to be faster and more flexible. What the hell did you learn from Orochimaru? Tsunade lectured before throwing another projectile at incredible pace at the tired redhead. Karen pirouetted out of the way and sighed in relief. Mostly how to dissect his experiments and take records, she said in a dry, almost emotionless tone, hoping that the guilt trip would cause the next object to be slightly slower. No such luck as it turned out. Then we have to make up for lost time. If you want to be a medic for that idiot who just loves to throw himself into dangerous situations, you need to make sure nothing can ever hit you. The Slug Princess declared as the pace started to increase. Training with the Slug Sannin was brutal. Being the world's best medic allowed her to essentially take Karen to breaking point and then heal her back up just to break her again. She only pulled her punches enough to assure that no permanent damage would be done. Oh, how Karen wished she had the blonde Sannin's super strength, so she could simply swat the harmful projectiles away with ease, or the speed of Naruto when he was using his Biju cloak. Not being blessed with these gifts meant it was only a matter of time before one of the balls hit home, and when they did, they hurt. Tsunade began picking up the pace, not letting Karen have a rest. Faster and faster, more projectiles were sent at the frantically contorting younger Kunoichi. One wrong move would mean game over and she would lose. Tsunade was starting to get mildly impressed with her progress when something seemed to catch the redhead's attention and she was struck right in the chest. Karen-chan! Naruto yelled, bursting into the clearing and straight over to the currently downed young woman. Well, that explains the distraction. Tsunade sighed, hands on her hips as she approached the pair with the blonde frantically fretting over his lover. Out of the way, Naruto, she's fine. She's unconscious. How is that fine? Naruto yelled back. She's conscious, she just doesn't want you to know it, Tsunade replied with a scoff. In response, Karen groaned. See, she was just enjoying seeing you fret over her like some loyal dog. Hey, Naruto whined, not liking the comparison. She should also be embarrassed for letting herself get so easily distracted, just because you and a few students showed up, Tsunade replied, still disinterested in the situation but acknowledging the other new arrivals who hadn't made their appearance known yet. Her hands began to glow green as she ran them over the area that Karen had been hit. I wasn't expecting him to show up, that's all, Karen replied, wincing lightly as she started to sit up. That's no excuse, a field medic cannot afford to get hit, even if it's in training. Medics are the first target of any competent military. They also have a reputation as being non-combatant and weaker than those who fight on the front line, so they will be targeted for that reason as well. But I will not have that from any of my students, the Godime Hokage declared. Besides, if I don't make you strong, you won't be able to keep this idiot in line and he'll just run off again, she added, motioning towards Naruto. Naruto pouted indignantly at the light-hearted insult. Hey, I'm not gonna run off again, besides we don't need any more people with your freakish gorilla strength, wasn't Sakura bad enough? What was that, Gaki? Suon said threateningly. You heard me, you old bat, the younger blonde spat back. The two bickered back and forth as they so often did, throwing insults at one another with no real venom till their foreheads touched and eventually broke out into a round of laughter. I don't get it, are they friends? They act more like enemies, Ryusuke asked in a hushed whisper to Tenji. More like family, apart from Karen-chan, she would be his most precious person. Tenji answered. Meanwhile, the two blondes had finished their bout of laughter. Relax, Gaki, Karen isn't suited to using my strength techniques, she would be better off suited to poisons and projectiles like Shizune. Plus, despite having decent control, she has more chakra than Sakura has, or even I had at her age. That will make it extremely hard for her to learn. She should learn some support long-range ninjutsu once we can test her affinity. This did please Naruto, not because he didn't want her to learn to use Tsunade's strength, but because it meant that Karen would not be on the front lines as a taijutsu-type fighter. We both could do with learning a few. Most of my jutsu now other than the shadow clones and Rasengan were taught by Fukusaku and Shima, and I can't pass those on to anyone who hasn't signed the Toad contract. Not to mention most are instant kill techniques, Tsunade added with a deadpan. Not all, like 70% tops, Naruto replied seemingly without a care. He loved a powerful jutsu, the stronger the better. As long as you're not in sage mode or using your Biju cloak, that is, Tsunade corrected. Anyway, I doubt that will be much of a problem for long. The real question is, why are you and your students here? Naruto wanted to question why she didn't think finding them jutsu would be a problem, but decided that he could ask that later. They want training in medical ninjutsu. They also wanted to ask Karen-chan for a spar. We really just want to know the basics, Ray spoke up, not wanting to sound like they were being demanding. Just enough to get started so we can help our squads if they need it. Actually, I think everyone should learn at least the basics, enough for first aid at least, Karen said, agreeing with their reasoning. We don't want to impose Tsunade-sama, in fact we were going to ask Karen-sensei to teach us, Ryusuke added with a respectful bow. Good idea, all the students should learn, and teaching others will also help you learn yourself if you teach them, Karen, Tsunade agreed. She had always wanted to add proper first aid to the academy in Konoha after she had properly established the field medic program. She would have liked a medic in every squad, and they were slowly making progress toward that goal before the war in hope that Shizune and Sakura would continue that process. Alright, I accept, but I don't think I can accept your spar today, I'm too sore. We will have to do it tomorrow. Then we can talk about a time to start basic medic training. Karen agreed. Actually, you may want to give it 2 days, Tsunade said suddenly. Why's that? I don't feel any worse than I have at the end of any of our other training sessions, Karen asked. Because tomorrow is the 10th of October, the elder Kunoichi replied. What really? Naruto asked in complete shock. He had lost track of time months ago when he was crossing the mountain and never really cared to correct himself. What, don't tell me that you didn't know that tomorrow was your birthday? The slug Sanin queried. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck in embarrassment. No, I totally forgot, so I guess that makes me 18 then, huh? He said in mild shock. That's right, if you were in Konoha you would be getting bombarded with marriage interview requests, Tsunade teased, enjoying the fact that both Naruto and Karen were growing red in the face. Naruto in embarrassment, Karen in anger. You would probably also be offered a place in the Shinobi Council as representative for the Uzumaki clan. Kami, I had no idea that turning 18 would be such a big deal, the younger blonde said, trying to get over Tsunade's teasing. Tsunade smirked and shook her head. As I have told you before, it's a coming of age even for shinobi. You're seen as a man, and with that comes more responsibilities. For example, in Konoha you need to be at least 18 to take on a squad of genin, and you need to have taken on a genin squad to be considered for the position of Hokage. Sounds like you still had a long way to go if you were going to become Hokage, Naruto-kun. I mean, you were only a genin, Karen giggled. Naruto hung his head, nodding sadly in embarrassment. I never got to retake the Chunin exams, it's not my fault. Well, you could have been given a private test of skill. For a higher rank, you didn't need to take the Chunin exams, Tsunade said in a matter-of-fact tone. What? Naruto gasped. Why didn't you ever tell me? He asked, now slightly depressed. I would have, but it was bad enough dealing with the elders' demands to keep you in the village. If I allowed you a chance for promotion to a rank that represented your skills, you would be expected to lead missions outside of the village. They never wanted you to leave the village, so my compromise was leaving you as a genin under the watch of Kakashi. The former Hokage explained. As fascinating as this is, I was hoping we could discuss a time where we could train, Rei said finally. She was a little irritated that the 3 more experienced shinobi were ignoring them. Oh right, well I guess if tomorrow is off the table, then we will meet at this time in 2 days. We can start with some basic first aid. Oh, and bring your squads along, Karen answered quickly. Meanwhile, Man-ni-san has been working us to the bone. This is so much worse than when we were new graduates, Koha whined, collapsing against a tree alongside his squad. The young rust-haired teen looked disheveled. His robes were torn with dirt and grass stains scattered everywhere. Yeah, the last few weeks have been bad. Your brother is some sort of monster, a slightly older teen with similar colored hair agreed. You're all just weak, that's all. Came a derisive snort from one of the Uchiha recruits. Despite his claims to the opposite, the young boy was just as worn out as Koha, but his pride as a member of the royal family wouldn't allow him to admit it. Koha looked ready to retort, his face growing a scowl at being called weak, even beginning to get to his feet before a new voice cut him off. Then I suppose you could keep going then, Tetsu said, appearing in a calm manner. The young Uchiha scoffed and turned away. Of course, these training sessions are just a waste of time for someone like me, he declared, not daring to make eye contact in case his bluff was called. Oh well, then I better up my game in the future then, Tetsu replied casually, allowing a small smirk when he saw the boy wince slightly. But don't worry, I'll let everyone know that you decided my training wasn't adequate, and that from tomorrow our training will be doubled. What? Nisan, you can't, we can barely walk as it is, Koha whined, but soon Hades to recoil from the angry glare that Tetsu gave him. I am not your brother while I'm on duty. I am your commanding officer, and I have been told to train our division to the best of my ability, and that is what I will do. If one person feels they are not getting the most out of my training, then I need to do more, Tetsu declared. What's the point? We're just going to be used as glorified sacrifices anyway, an older man with silver hair declared. He had clearly been around the military for a long time but never progressed past the level of a mid-ranked officer. Tetsu knew what the man was hinting at but didn't want him to lower the morale, even if he was just about spot on with his assessment. For this reason he chose to ignore the statement. His brother was another case, however. "What are you talking about?" he demanded. "What they haven't told you?" the elder man asked with a laugh. "Kid, we are going to be responsible for taking down that monster that tore the placement trials apart. It happened on Gohara Haim's watch, so that means he's her responsibility." Koha for once was stunned into silence. He had followed his brother's instructions during the trials and stayed well away from the blonde, but he had also seen on the screens that hung over the arena what he had done to elite soldiers that were sent to deal with him. "Why, you don't know that?" Even the cocky young Uchiha seemed a little worried at this revelation, but upon reflection it made perfect sense. It was exactly how his family operated. They're set up in our land as well. So it all points to being Gohara's responsibility. "So how long do we have, sensei?" Tetsu sighed, knowing that there was no point in hiding it now. "We have until the end of the year to deal with the rebellion," he answered honestly. "So less than 3 months. Great, but I bet whoever lands the killing blow will get quite the reward," the young Uchiha said with a slight smirk that appeared as little more than a grimace. "That's why we need to train even harder. We still do not know all that he is capable of, and now he has allies in a handful of deserters, including a member of your own family, Shugo," Tetsu declared, before turning around, hoping that the revelation would at the very least light a fire under the squad, making them train harder. The next morning, Naruto sleepily rolled over to give Karen a quick kiss before getting up, only to find the bed empty. "Strange, she usually sleeps in longer than I do," he thought while stretching out with a yawn. "She left almost an hour ago," Kurama said calmly. "Huh, really? That's not like her. I usually have to force her to get up," the blonde thought in reply. "My guess is she wanted to prepare something for your birthday," the fox reasoned in a lazy drawl. Naruto smiled, remembering that it was indeed his birthday, and quickly moved to have a shower and get changed for the day. Surprisingly, Karen was not waiting for him downstairs either, nor was she in the kitchen preparing breakfast. "She's not here either. Actually, now that I think about it, I haven't seen Suan Bachan this morning either. I would guess they are waiting for you somewhere. The only thing currently in the compound that I can sense is Shukaku," Kurama mused with mild interest. Naruto nodded and sat down to collect some natural chakra to enter sage mode. "They're in my training ground, but that's not all. A bunch of the toads are there as well," he concluded with mild surprise. "They must have summoned themselves to me at some point while I was asleep." Wasting no more time, Naruto hopped out of a nearby window and sped across the compound, and hopping over the wall, jumping over rooftops and running along the sides of larger towers, heading towards the large walls of the city, leaping over the towering walls and landing in the open fields as if they were no higher than getting out of bed. Finally coming to his little private training area, he came to a stop. Tsunade, Karen along with all his students, and Shugo were waiting at the far end of the field behind a large banner that read, "Happy Birthday Naruto." All around them the toads were gathered, and upon his arrival the giant battle toads joined them, including Gamabunta. "Took y'all long enough, Naruto-chan," Fukusaku spoke with a smile. Naruto was still stunned. He had never really celebrated his birthday with more than one person. First was the Sandame, who would take him out for ramen, the rest had been spent with Jiraiya. Wow, was all he could really get out. He would have been happy spending the day with Karen on a date, but seeing everyone come together for him made him feel indescribable happiness. "Well, this is a first, never seen him speechless before," Tsunade laughed before pulling the younger blonde into a hug. "Thanks, Ba-chan, you're the best," Naruto whispered with a beaming smile and readily returned the hug as he scanned all his new friends that had come out to celebrate. He then noticed a large pile of scrolls. "What's all this?" "Ah, that would be your inheritance, Naruto-chan," Shima said, hopping over and handing him a large scroll with the name Kushina Uzumaki on it. "Huh, I had inheritance?" Naruto queried, seemingly stunned by the revelation that his parents actually left him something. "Of course, everything your parents owned was left to you, to be given to you when you came of age. You also inherited everything of Jiraiya-chan's," Shima answered quickly. Naruto still seemed a little lost, so Fukusaku decided to clear a few things up. "Jiraiya-chan never had any children." That we knew of anyway, Tsunade added with a small bark of laughter just thinking about a mini Jiraiya running around. Knowing Jiraiya-chan, you might be right, Tsunade-chan, Fukusaku laughed. With this said, he was also your legal guardian, so when they died their belongings passed on to him to hold until you were of age. He had no property of his own, being a hermit, so he left them with us. They were far safer in Myobokuzen than in Konoha. That is why we were holding onto your parents' belongings, Naruto-chan. But what about Ero Sennin's stuff? Shouldn't that go to Konoha if he had no children? Naruto asked, half torn between continuing the conversation and exploring everything that his parents left him. That would normally be the case, however shortly after you came back from your training trip he came and asked to change his will to leave everything he owned to you, Tsunade said with a smile, knowing how much Jiraiya cared for the young Uzumaki. In actual fact, this happened just before he left to investigate Pain. It was like somehow he knew he wouldn't be coming back, but she didn't think he needed to know that much. Naruto couldn't help but smile at the thought that Jiraiya had cared so much. Jiraiya had left a large number of scrolls that had stored all of the Toad Sage's belongings, and strangely a large chest that was covered in a sealing matrix that Naruto couldn't even begin to understand. Why isn't this sealed with everything else? He asked upon closer inspection. We can't seal it, probably something to do with the seals that Jiraiya-chan placed on it. Fukusaku reasoned. We can't even open the damn thing, Shima added. This made even Tsunade interested. She had never heard of anything like this. Do you know what it is? She asked, her interest showing. The two elder toads sighed and shook their heads in disappointment. I'm afraid your guess is as good as mine, Tsunade-chan. All he ever told us was that it had something to do with that other teammate of yours. Every year he would come and add more seals. If it has something to do with the snake freak, we probably shouldn't go messing around with it, Karen said with a little worry. Nothing that involved Orochimaru had ever worked out great for the redhead. That goes without saying. Ero Sennin didn't teach me all that much about seals, but I know not to go messing with them. Anything that can be used to seal away something as strong as Kurama isn't something we should take for granted. Naruto replied with some maturity that the others hadn't expected from him. Tsunade had half expected him to have already attempted to open the chest. You can go through that stuff later, Naruto-chan. We all have presents for ya, Shima said, and she pulled out a new sage cloak. This one shined a silvery white, almost as if it was illuminated. On the back there were 9 magnetama that were colored to resemble the Biju. At the center between the two shoulder blades a Uzumaki swirl sat proudly, and under that was the kanji for sage. One by one his friends came and gave him their gifts. Tsunade was particularly jealous of the large bottle of Myobokuzen sake that Gamabunta gave him, going even so far as to threaten to return him to Konoha in a body bag if he didn't share that particular gift. Once the gift-giving was out of the way, everyone sat down to a large picnic that Tsunade and Shugo had prepared. Through it all Naruto couldn't stop smiling, and for the first time truly overjoyed that it was his birthday. Chapter 50, A New Yet Old Sensei. Naruto sat at a desk reading over the scrolls of jutsu that his parents had left for him. Many of his father's notes seemed to be focused around the Nidaime Hokage who Naruto guessed he idolized. I guess it sort of makes sense, there are so many jutsu invented by the Nidaime in here. They were both kind of nerdy. I mean, look at all these books he left me on time-space theory. Who would enjoy reading these? Well, I do for one, Karen's voice called out a little groggily. She entered the room in one of Naruto's shirts and little else, rubbing the sleep out of her eyes. It's almost dawn, and you haven't come to bed yet. The blonde Uzumaki sheepishly rubbed the back of his neck in embarrassment. Sorry, Karen-chan. I must have lost track of time. But there is just so much here. Ka-chan left me so many books on Fuinjutsu that I have barely any idea about. Then my two-san has all these books on the Nidaime and time-space manipulation that I can't even begin to understand, and that's before I even start with Ero Sennin's stuff. Karen couldn't help but smile at the enthusiasm of the young man. The eager glint in his eye to learn everything he could reminded her of herself when Orochimaru had coerced her into leaving Kusa to join him in studying jutsu. The reality in her case had been more that she had been used to simply keep the experiments alive, with Sasuke there to keep her submissive. She quickly shook off the thoughts of her less than pleasant past and decided to focus on the new life she had found for herself. I know you're excited to have new things to learn, so am I actually. But they're not going to disappear if you get a few hours sleep, she sighed lightly and without resistance, pulling him out of his seat. Besides, I can't get comfortable, I need my personal body heater back. It had been getting colder recently, clearly they were heading towards winter. Somewhere in the back of his mind, Naruto realized that he had yet to experience what winter was like in these lands, but his thoughts drifted elsewhere as the moment Karen pulled him down onto the bed and into her embrace he finally noticed how horribly tired he was. He quietly managed to yawn out a good night and give the redhead a light kiss before he began to drift off. It was only a short sleep for Naruto, however, as he was forced to wake not long after the sun hit his window. He complained as anyone short of sleep would, but in practiced fashion from years of little sleep on missions and traveling with Jiraiya was able to get himself out of bed and ready for the day. Alright, first things first, I need to get my clones to start reading all of these scrolls my parents and Ero Sennin left behind. I was at least able to get them organized by topic last night. So if that's what your clones are doing, then what are you going to do? I don't imagine you teaching the students yourself, Karen giggled. Naruto grinned and showed that he already had a scroll in his hand. I got 2 Sans taijutsu style. It's supposed to be used at extreme speeds and against multiple opponents, so it would be perfect to combine with my Biju cloak once I get it down. Well, in that case I want to learn this, Karen declared, picking up a jutsu scroll with an Uzumaki swirl emblazoned on the front. One of Ka-chan's jutsu. Which one? The blonde asked, intrigued, almost hoping to work on it with Karen. A jutsu designed to use the art chakra chains. I've never really used them for anything, and I've only ever really used them at times of desperation. So I think now would be a good time to learn, and these scrolls are almost hand-picked for me to learn. Karen said with a grin of her own. So I take it that you will be sending a clone to teach your class today as well then, how irresponsible, Naruto laughed. The young couple made their way to the large kitchen for a quick breakfast. Tsunade was already reading over a scroll left in Jiraiya's possession. Naruto had given the last remaining Sannin free roam over her old teammate's possessions, knowing she missed the old pervert just as much if not even more than he did. Good morning, Tsunade-sama, Karen greeted respectfully, earning a welcoming smile. So find anything good yet, Ba-chan? Like, what's the deal with that weird chest we can't open? Naruto added far less respectfully than his significant other. Why should I tell you, you damn disrespectful Gaki, Tsunade snapped with no real venom. Ah, don't be like that, Ba-chan, Naruto whined with a fake pout. Tsunade sighed, shaking her head at the younger blonde's antics. Nothing on the chest, Jiraiya didn't seem to leave any instructions for it. I guess we just need to decipher the seals. Unfortunately, that's not really my strongest area. Many seem to be based on old Uzumaki seals, I can tell that much. He probably used notes from her sealing scrolls. But they were locked by an Uzumaki blood seal, only a Uzumaki could open the scrolls. Karen protested. Minato and to a lesser extent Kushina were like Jiraiya's own family. He never owned property. Most of his money was spent to fund the village's spy network, so whenever he was in Konoha he stayed with Minato. In fact, it was Kushina that taught Minato many of his advanced sealing techniques, Tsunade answered. Including the seals he used to seal Kurama in us, Naruto added. He already knew this much from the brief moment he had met and talked with his mother. That's correct, but during that time she also spared a little time for Jiraiya, who was always decent with seals, but after learning from little Kushina became a master in his own right, even if he never put in the time and effort to be as far advanced as Minato, who was able to combine ninjutsu and fuinjutsu to unparalleled levels. Tsunade continued. So they are seals taught to him by Kushina-sama? Karen asked skeptically. She had seen several advanced seals during her time, most notable being Orochimaru's curse seal. But the seals on the large chest left by Jiraiya were unlike any she had seen before. Tsunade shook her head. That would have helped, but most of those seals will be the work of Jiraiya himself. But I'm sure he would have had a small amount of Uzumaki blood courtesy of Naruto here for him to use the Uzumaki scrolls to his work. What? How could he do that? Karen yelled in indignation, looking to Naruto to back her up, but the blonde just shrugged. Why don't you care that he used your blood and took advantage of having what looks like multiple generations of Uzumaki fuinjutsu theory? Naruto didn't really have a proper response. I'm sure Eros Sennin had his reasons, and I'm sure they were probably used for the good of Konoha. So that's it, you just forgive him, he could have stolen your blood when you were a baby. Karen raged indignant at the thought of someone hurting Naruto, even though the irony was that not too long ago she would have killed him had Sasuke simply asked for it. I'm alive, there's really no point getting worked up over this, Karen-chan. I'm sure for whatever reason Eros Sennin made the chest, it was really important, so one day when I can understand what the seals do I'll open it and find out for myself, and until then I'll just keep believing in Eros Sennin, Naruto replied. Hearing Naruto defend his sensei's actions had the desired effect and Karen could no longer stay mad. You really are an overly forgiving baka sometimes, Naruto-kun, she sighed, taking a seat. Naruto smiled, taking that as a compliment. Don't worry, Karen-chan, the Gaki forgives everyone, but I'm sure you're still his favorite, Tsunade added with a smirk. Causing the pair to blush, they're still children, no matter what they do, she thought with a smirk. Well, it's either you or Gaara, he was pretty desperate to save the young Kazekage. Tsunade's continued teasing forced Karen to look to the blonde for confirmation that amused the slug Sanin still further. Don't worry, Karen-chan, you are my favorite, the blonde chuckled, seeing the funny side of the elder blonde's teasing. Karen smiled, leaning forward to whisper in the blonde's ear, good, because you're my favorite too, she teased before stealing a quick kiss. Naruto quickly returned the kiss, but they were brought out of their private little moment by a loud cough from Tsunade, who now had a stony, almost expressionless face. Save it for when you're alone, I take it you both have things to do. Also Naruto, when you're ready there is that letter from Kakashi, which had a time release seal on it. He said it's not important and to open it when you had some free time, but maybe you shouldn't wait too long. Oh man, I completely forgot about Kakashi-sensei's letter, Naruto admitted, clearly embarrassed. He made a mental note to check the letter before he went out to train. The rest of breakfast was spent with the three talking happily, reporting on promising students that they were teaching, and how the changes to the village and surrounding areas were progressing. Karen left first, sending a single clone to teach the beginners class while she went in the other direction to a secluded training area. Naruto, on the other hand, had to create a large number of clones, ordering them to each study a specific topic in groups of about 10. Knowing he was not the brightest of people, he decided to make sure that each clone would read every book at one level before moving on to more advanced theory. It might take longer, but if they each read every book, then I've basically read each of them 10 times. Checking that he still had the scroll for his father's taijutsu style, Naruto decided he would take Kakashi's letter with him. He passed through the village at a brisk yet still casual speed, joyfully greeting the civilians and recruits alike that were out in the early morning completing their daily chores or simply on the way to work. Overall, the city had completely changed in the months since they had taken over. The people that remained now seemed to move about happily, no longer in fear of the gangs or the corrupt laws of the empire. Finally coming to the edge of the city, Naruto made little work of running up the giant walls before hopping to the ground below and taking off to his own training ground. Once out in the clearing, he grabbed Kakashi's letter and sat down under a tall tree that, despite lacking a few leaves courtesy of misplaced jutsu, still offered some shade. Alright sensei, let's see what you've got to tell me, he thought out loud, only to be surprised when as he broke the seal and began to open the letter it burst into a cloud of smoke. Ah, what the hell, did you really send that just to play a prank? I swear one of these days I'll make Kakashi-sensei pay, he yelled while waving the smoke away from his face. Ma, Naruto, is that any way to treat your beloved sensei? Naruto froze at the voice, he knew it all too well, hell, he could practically feel his condescending eye smile. Kakashi-sensei? He asked, still not quite ready to believe his eyes as the smoke was too thick around him. Not quite, but close enough, the same voice called out, finally reaching out and pulling Naruto to his feet, bringing the blonde face to face with his silver-haired sensei. You've sure grown, Naruto. Naruto was at a loss for words, he couldn't believe Kakashi was here with him. How? Was all that he could manage to get out. I thought that would be obvious with how proficient you were with the jutsu. I sealed a shadow clone in a seal that would break once the letter was opened, Kakashi explained, still taking in the changes in the blonde since he had faked his death. You're taller than me now, I guess I can't call you my cute little genin anymore. It's good to see you too, sensei, Naruto laughed. Yes, well, I seem to have a small problem with my students running off without permission. I figured that even if I couldn't bring you back, I could at least talk to you, Kakashi said while pulling out his little orange book. You made a shadow clone copy of Ika Ika? Naruto asked in disbelief. I don't get a lot of time to read anymore, being Hokage and all, the clone answered in a matter-of-fact tone as if it was the most simple answer in the world. So I take it you received your inheritance from the toads? He asked while flipping a page. Yeah, I did. I have clones reading all Tu-san and Ka-san's books as we speak, the younger shinobi said with a cheer. Still as eager as ever to learn, so I guess it's a good thing I'm here then. Nobody knows Minato-sensei's techniques better than I do, Kakashi replied with another eye smile. Really, you can help? Great, I was about to try learning the kata for my father's taijutsu. I'm sure you would have copied it. Wait, do you still remember the jutsu you copied now that you don't have a Sharingan anymore? Naruto asked, scratching his head wondering just how the Uchiha's eyes actually work. Naruto eyes don't remember things, Kakashi deadpanned. Seeing the blonde still giving him a confused look, he sighed. Some things never change. The Sharingan improves the ability to process information to the point it can predict to almost a certainty what will happen next. Like seeing the future, Naruto replied, earning a chuckle from the silver-haired Hokage at the reference to their first ever real mission as a team. Yes, but in truth it's analyzing the jutsu and predicting what hand seals are needed or the trajectory of a punch. The truth is the eyes are not special, it's how they affect the neurological pathways to the brain, Kakashi lectured, but it was quite clear that a few things were not quite getting through to him. In other words, I still know all of the jutsu I knew with the Sharingan, however it's likely that I can never use Reikiri to its full extent again. Naruto nodded sadly. He knew the Reikiri was Kakashi's prized jutsu, because you can't see well when you use it anymore, right? Correct. I have a theory that might help, but for that I will need to learn to react at faster speeds. I'm hoping Kurabi can help me with that actually. Kakashi answered. It was at that point realization seemed to strike for Naruto. Wait, that's right, you're really good with Raiden manipulation. I need help. Well, Raiden is my primary element just like Fuden is yours, Kakashi answered. Well, not anymore, because of my connection with all of the Biju and Raikudo Jii giving me his chakra I can now use all the elements, but none of the toads know how to use Raiden. Something about it not mixing with their summon's nature, Naruto explained still somewhat urgently. So you want a crash course in Raiden manipulation then? Well, I'm here to help, so let's get started, Kakashi said before pulling out a book of chakra paper and handing a piece to the blonde. Why, I told you what my elements were, Naruto queried. Call it curiosity, Kakashi answered, he was simply waiting expectantly. Naruto shrugged, pushing a small amount of his raw chakra into the paper. Just as he expected, the paper split into 4 even parts. One section became damp, one burnt, one crumbled to dust while the last crinkled up. See all 5 elements, the blonde said proudly. I can see that, fascinating. Well, the first step, as you may have guessed, is making a leaf crinkle like that part of the chakra paper, the clone explained, picking a leaf from the tree and demonstrating the task. Yeah, and I've been trying, but all I get is small wrinkles in the leaf, Naruto whined, demonstrating his own lackluster attempt. Kakashi observed the blonde's struggles and silently wished he still had Obito's eye. He would often be caught wearing his forehead protector as if he was still hiding the Sharingan eye of his ex-friend, even though as Hokage he had no reason to wear one at all. I think you may be treating the element too much like it's wind, you are applying the wrong type of force, he guessed. Huh, what do you mean? The blonde asked. Unlike all the other elements, lightning is the hardest to control in its raw state. This is because of its nature, it is unrefined and untamed, only appearing for a moment before disappearing. It's not sustained like wind or the flow of water. It cannot be contained like fire or earth. Even the most stable of Raiden jutsu have points that seem like they're unstable, because that is the nature of the element. Kakashi lectured. So I need to lose control of Mu chakra? Naruto guessed. Naruto nodded with a look of determination and picked up another leaf, ready to try again. He didn't get the desired result, but there was a marked improvement over the previous attempt. Awesome, thanks Kakashi-sensei. Don't mention it, a little more work and I think you'll get it. The copy ninja complimented. Amazing, he showed that much improvement from just a few words. You really have grown, Naruto. Do you want to continue, or would you like to start work on your father's taijutsu? Let's work on the taijutsu. You already really helped me out with lightning. I should be able to get the rest on my own. Besides, I don't even know how much chakra you have in that clone. Naruto replied. I'd say so long as I don't need to perform any jutsu, I'll have about a day, maybe a little longer. But that's neither here nor there, let's begin with the basic stance. He ordered. Meanwhile, far away from the lively new country, another group of shinobi were training as if their very lives depended on it, mostly because they did. Groups were running through hand seals, taijutsu kata, or simply strenuous physical exercises. Again, Tetsu called once the groups began to slow down, signaling they had reached the end of the allotted exercise. A loud groan could be heard from the more inexperienced soldiers, but the older groups just grit their teeth and got to work. Tetsu moved to observe the group that decided to voice their opinion of the training, sending them a glare and threatening to double their workload if they complain again. My Tetsu, you really are working them into the ground. I must say I'm almost impressed. Came a rather bored yet silky soft call from the edge of the massive field where Tetsu was training his division. Realizing to whom the voice belonged, Tetsu fell to a knee and ordered everyone to do the same. Guhara Haim, it is not like you to inspect the soldiers like this. Really, is that all the response my presence gets from you, Tetsu-kun? Guhara purred. Tetsu gulped. He had no idea how to respond now. The truth was the Uchiha princess was dressed to kill. She wore a tight low-cut black dress that hugged her hourglass form that was highlighted by blood-red lace and a teardrop pattern that seemed to fall from the Uchiha fan worn on her back. While the blood release wielder managed to maintain a stoic expression, some of the other men could be caught openly leering at the wind goddess of death. You are breathtaking as always, Guhara Haim, he finally managed. Yet sadly no reaction. Perhaps I should try something else, the albino said, ignoring the compliment completely. Her mood then seemed to darken considerably. Train your men better. She yelled. Then every man that had dared react to her looks, as well as a few of the more adventurous kunoichi, were struck with a blade of wind that sent them toppling over with a deep cut, each one in the same place just below the right eye. Only those who I chose may look at me with such vulgar eyes, she spat before turning to leave. She was halfway across the field before her voice rang out again. Tetsu, come see me when you have finished training this filth. Only once Guhara was long gone did Tetsu release the breath that he had been holding in. The squads around him all began to relax, seeing their commander do the same. What the hell was that, Ni-san? Koha called out, no longer afraid of repercussions. That was Guhara-sama being merciful. Tetsu chuckled, knowing the punishment she usually put him through during otherwise pleasant conversation. Merciful? She just crippled half of the men. Koha stammered. And some of the women. Kara, the kunoichi of the young iron wielders team, muttered with a slight blush, guessing the reason why. That was a warning. My guess is we do not have much time left. Tetsu explained, rubbing his cheek, a small trickle of blood rolling down from a deep wound he had sealed with his own chakra and bloodline limit. She was testing our reaction. Does she truly intend to attempt to seduce Naruto? I'm not sure what would be worse for us. If she succeeds, she will have the ire of the Empire. If she fails, then our men will be like labs to the slaughter against him and those giant creatures he can control. Time left for what? If we're supposed to be ready for a fight, why injure our soldiers? Koha questioned. As far as first impressions, Guhara had left a rather shocking one on Tetsu's younger brother. Only a slight delay to the more hormonal side of adolescence had spared the young teen the same punishment as others. Tetsu sighed in half agreement. His brother had a point after all. Guhara Haim has a rather unique outlook on things. To her, pain is a motivation. Those who can't deal with pain or punishment are not worthy to live, he explained. That's insane. Who could think that way? Kara gasped in shock. Tetsu paused, unsure how to explain his superior's actions. I agree, not everyone is as durable as others. However, in this instance, Guhara is simply treating others the way she has been treated. She too is a bit of a black sheep in her family. For one, unlike most Uchiha, she has white hair as opposed to their usual black. For a family that deems anything out of character for their family a weakness, then she lacks the Uchiha family's Kaiten affinity. In short, she was mistreated and deemed a failure. Really? But she's so powerful, how could they consider that a failure? Koha asked, clearly stunned at the revelation. She wasn't always that strong Koha, she forced herself to be strong in order to escape her family's abuse. That is why she believes pain and punishment makes someone strong. Tetsu lectured, then realized that almost everyone he was supposed to be training was listening in rather than working. What are you all looking at? Get to work. Later that day. Not bad at all. What happened to my cute little genin who could barely throw a decent punch? Kakashi chuckled as he watched Naruto effortlessly flow through Kata, striking a makeshift training post the blonde had made shortly after moving into the city and declaring independence from the empire. That was 6 years ago, and I could always throw a punch, said cute little genin replied with a pout. I'm sure you could, Kakashi replied with some mirth. So when do you plan on taking a break? I wouldn't mind having a look around this village of yours. Naruto ran though a few more Kata then came to a halt. Well, I'm basically done, so we can go check it out now. But there is somewhere we have to go first. Kakashi quirked an eyebrow but showed enough interest to at least put his precious orange book away. Is that so? Then lead the way. The two tree-hopped across a few training fields, mostly filled with the blonde's clones working on various jutsu or elemental manipulation, till finally they came to a clearing that was almost empty, just a single redhead sitting still in the center of a large clearing, a few chains rising from her palms as sweat coated her brow from the intense concentration she needed. Now isn't this interesting? Kakashi mused, his casual tone hiding the shock of seeing the same chakra chains that Kushina was well known for. Yeah, Karen-chan has the same Kekkei Genkei as Ka-san. But that's not why I wanted you to come here, Naruto replied with a smile. Kakashi was about to ask why when Naruto cut him off. Hey Karen-chan. The call broke Karen's concentration. The chains she was supporting seemed to collapse, receding back into the various points from which they were summoned. Still she smiled at hearing the blonde's voice. Naruto-kun, why are you here? Her voice was lost as she caught sight of the man beside him. How? Mama, are you underestimating the Hokage, young lady? Kakashi said, his tone quite firm, surprising Naruto while Karen was frozen, unsure if he was going to do anything that may harm her in any way. Kakashi-sensei, Ba-chan did mention Karen-chan in her report, right? The blonde questioned, a little on edge while subtly positioning himself to get in the way should Kakashi attack. He really didn't want to have to defend his girlfriend from his old sensei. Immediately Kakashi's demeanor changed, giving the pair an eye smile. Of course she did, I was just testing to see if you still remembered my first lesson. I was afraid you forgot that those who abandon their friends are worse than trash. Naruto's head was hung in shame, he didn't want Kakashi to think of him that way. Sensei, I didn't. The blonde didn't get to finish though as Kakashi spoke up. I'm proud to see that you not only remember that lesson but have taken it a step further, always protect your family. I'm proud of you, Naruto, he spoke with yet another eye smile. Naruto visibly relaxed, his stance slackening. Oh, thanked Kami, you had me scared for a second there. Naruto-kun, do you want to tell me what the hell is going on? The redhead asked, or more like demanded. How the hell is Kakashi Hatake here? Are we going to have any more guests? Relax, Karen-chan, Kakashi-sensei is a shadow clone he sealed in the message he left me for my birthday. He's been helping me train all day. But I thought who better to help you learn your element than sensei, Naruto beamed happily. But we don't have any chakra paper, I can't figure out what my element is, we have already been through that, Suan-sama hasn't gotten any from the slugs yet. Karen replied. That's not a problem, Kakashi replied, revealing a small book of chakra paper tags. My original goal for the day had been to teach Naruto a new element, so I sealed extra chakra paper in the letter. It appears I was a little late to the punch though, as he can now use almost all elements now without my help. He added a small depressed sigh at the end before reverting back to his normal self. Regardless, that means I can test your affinity right now. Karen was a little taken aback, she had just been yelling and now she felt a little like an idiot. Oh thank you, she stammered slightly as she reached out to take one of the small pieces of paper. She waited a minute before channeling her chakra. The paper crumbled from one end and began to soak from the other. So Doden and Sweden, right? She questioned. She was surprised to see two elements but couldn't deny she felt somewhat proud. That's right, both used predominantly for defensive jutsu but can be quite powerful in their own right if used on the offensive, Kakashi explained. Now I'm not the best at either but can use both quite proficiently. With that said, I'm sure Naruto can teach you what you need to know in terms of elemental manipulation. Yeah, we can start whenever you're ready, Karen-chan, but I wasn't to show Kakashi around the city and I'm sure he needs to speak with Ba-chan as well. Naruto added eagerly. Yes, I should really discuss a few things with Tsunade-sama. It was nice meeting you, Karen-chan. I'm afraid it will not be easy to pardon you should you return, but I'm sure Naruto would find a way, Kakashi said, adding a friendly eye smile. Thank you, Hokage-sama, but I don't know if we will ever return, Karen admitted. The thought of living a safe life in Konoha with Naruto was quite enticing, but she knew he had left for a reason and there was no going back now. Mama, never say never. In this world anything is possible. The copy ninja gave one last eye smile before turning towards the large city walls. Now that is impressive, Konoha could learn a thing or two. With his final piece said, Kakashi walked off, forcing Naruto to follow after him. Chapter 51, Approaching Threat. Naruto and Kakashi spent several hours traveling around the large city. Kakashi had marveled at the sheer size of the city. Well, I am surprised, Tsunade had informed me you were living in a small run-down village in a forest. When you told me what had happened since then, I expected maybe a village the size of Konoha. I never expected the city to be this large, it even makes AIM seem small in comparison, the current Hokage mused. Naruto nodded. He had reacted the same way when he had first seen the city, but upon learning more about the land he was in he began to understand a little more. Well, it helps that before Madara appeared on this side of the mountains they had very few wars. It must be a lot easier to develop and grow a city if there isn't a constant threat of war hanging over your head. The elemental nations spent so long at each other's throats that any major developments would be seen as a threat to the other nations. Kakashi could see the reasoning behind this. He could also see that the large walls would make it almost impossible for anyone who did not have chakra to attack the village. Overall, it was the strong defenses that he supposed each nation had that would help prevent any aggression. Sure, it wasn't foolproof, there were several strategies he could think of just on the top of his head that would work to assault such a target, but it was a start. Well, it's a good thing that the major nations have come together in an alliance then. Maybe we can begin to develop parts of the Land of Fire like this, maybe even Konoha. Well, I'm not sure about the walls, it sends the wrong message in my opinion. I would want the city to be as welcoming as possible. Plus I think Konoha needs the trees. A Konoha surrounded by giant towers rather than forests wouldn't be the village hidden in the leaves anymore, would it? Naruto replied. No, I suppose it wouldn't, Kakashi replied with an eye smile, his face still buried in his precious orange book, only looking up whenever Naruto would point out an area of interest, or he was greeted by one of the many townsfolk who seemed to hold the young blonde in some form of reverence. As the day was starting to come to a close, Naruto led the former copy ninja to the central palace complex, and this is where we live now, the blonde declared, pointing to the large official-looking mansion. While Kakashi was surprised at the size of the mansion, he was more stunned by what he noticed out of the side of his eye. A large creature almost twice the size of a cow began bounding its way towards them. This is going to cause me so many headaches in the future, he thought out loud when Shukaku came to a stop before them. Welcome home, Naruto-sama, the Biju said politely. Shukaku, how many times do I have to tell you not to give me any honorifics? The blonde sighed exasperatedly. But Two-san's legacy should be shown respect. The humans of this village treat you that way, so why can't I? Shukaku replied, its ears folding backwards in disappointment. Because you're my friend. I don't really like anyone talking to me like I am better than them, but I can't do anything about them, Naruto replied with a friendly smile. So the Aikibi has returned, and come to you, Naruto. It's not the most shocking thing considering you still have some of its chakra. But I am sure there will be some people not happy that the Biju won't return. Kakashi added calmly. Yeah, Shukaku's great. He can sense any movement around the village with his sand. Tsunade Bachan said it works very similar to how her grandmother's seals work around Konoha. Although I never knew they were even there. The blonde admitted with a fox-like grin. So does this mean that all the other Biju will be summoned here eventually? Kakashi asked. Well, we're not really forced to, but my brothers and sisters will certainly want to be here with Naruto-sama, Shukaku answered happily before Naruto had a chance to answer himself. Kakashi gave a sigh and relaxed quite a bit. That's actually a relief. That will mean that Kurabi is the last Jinchuriki, and there will not be a struggle to claim the Biju again once they reform after being released from the Jubi. Naruto was happy to hear this, but also a little worried about the state of the elemental nations. I would have hoped that everyone would have learned to get along with the Biju and let them live in peace. Kakashi I smiled knowing the blonde would feel that way. I understand, it is also a quite popular opinion amongst the younger generation. But as always there are still a few that are set in their ways, the new ideas will win out in the end, at least that's what I believe. But until then it's best that the Biju remain hidden and being here with you is probably the safest place for them. I find it slightly ironic that the safest place for Biju is in the middle of a potential war against a family of crazed Uchiha, Naruto deadpanned. I'm more surprised that you know the meaning of irony. Kakashi chuckled and was joined in by Kurama in his head. Hey, I'm getting smarter, damn it. The blonde wailed. To their surprise it was Tsunade that answered, sticking her head out of the window of her office. You keep telling yourself that, Gaki, now get in here so I can give a report to Kakashi. Naruto seemed to deflate, his head hung low, simply nodding his head walking into the mansion. Gone was any Uchiha symbol or sign of the empire, no grandiose statues or oppressive images, the walls were an off-white and marble that seemed to lift the room making it welcoming, yet if Naruto was being honest a little cold. He didn't pause to allow his former sensei to examine the room, simply leading Kakashi up a large spiral staircase. Tsunade's office was at the end of a long hall containing many rooms that were used from everything from offices to baths. Well, it's about time, Tsunade signed, taking a sip from a bottle of sake while filling out a form. I was wondering when you would get here, Kakashi. Kakashi's eyes widened slightly. You knew I had sealed a clone of myself in the letter. I guessed as much, Suand replied. Why else have a time-release seal? I guessed it was either a clone to train Naruto one last time, or a list of your jutsu, but I also knew you wouldn't have enough time to do the latter, not while you're Hokage. Seems that I still have quite a bit to learn about surprises. You were able to see right through me. Kakashi's clone sighed. Still, it begs the question, if you can see through something like that, how can you never tell when someone is bluffing when you play cards? A tick mark appeared on the busty Kunoichi's forehead. I can tell, it's more that I have terrible luck. I see, my apologies, Kakashi replied with a bow. Alright Kakashi, enough of the small talk, there are some things we need to go through before your clone returns. Tsunade replied, suddenly all business. Kakashi saw the change in her demeanor and instantly became serious. Yes, I have heard from Naruto that things on this side of the mountains have changed significantly. Yes, after going through everything we know, I have a theory that young Karen seems to agree with, and it ties into Madara's goal with the final Tsukuyomi, Tsunade replied. She folded her arms atop the table and leaned forward. Kakashi was interested but saw little reason why this was important. Is this not a little late? Madara's plan failed the moment Black Zetsu turned on him to revive Kagaya. Madara was a very meticulous person, even able to fool my grand-uncle into believing he had killed himself, similar to how Naruto did. He had plans for almost any outcome and was rarely trusting of anyone. So why did he simply go along with Black Zetsu's plan? Upon seeing this place, I think the Moon's Eye plan was a means to an end. Madara always wanted Konoha to rule over all the nations, while my grandfather preached for peace between independent nations. Well, the Moon's Eye plan would bring peace in a roundabout way, Kakashi mused. Yes, but not the type that I think even he would be satisfied with long term. He was very manipulative, using Obito and even to a degree Zetsu to do his bidding, but I think he planned for his men from this empire to take over. They would control both empires. Maybe he had planned to use the Jubi to open a passageway across the mountains to allow the Uchiha clan he rebuilt in his image to control the elemental nations. Suan proposed. Naruto seemed a little unconvinced. I don't know. The two Uchiha leaders that I fought had no idea where Konoha was, although they were very interested. Maybe, but what Tsunade suggested does match with Madara's past actions. He wanted to be in charge, to rule over everyone. It's possible that these Uchiha you fought were simply either not high enough up the pecking order to know, or not old enough to have any information on the plan. Regardless, we stopped Madara and Kagaya, so it's not really an issue. Kakashi replied. Naruto nodded his agreement. Even if Madara had planned on having the Uchiha clan rule over the elemental nations, it wasn't going to happen anymore. Tsunade, however, was a little more pensive. While I agree for the most part, I wouldn't rule out the possibility of Madara having more than one plan for the empire. Madara wouldn't want to have all his eggs in one basket, and to be honest, trusting everything to Obito must have been a long shot. My guess is initially he had planned to use the Zetsu army to give the Empire's forces far superior numbers to any of the individual hidden villages. With Obito and the Akatsuki acting as either a distraction or as a long shot to make his goal easier. So you're suggesting that the Empire on this side of the elemental nations may be working on a way to make it to the elemental nations? Kakashi mused. He had to admit her proposition did have some validity. He had been risking far more than a simple gamble when he left Obito with Zetsu in hopes of them collecting all of the Biju together and reviving the Jubi. Whoa, are you serious, Ba-chan? I mean, sure, we were able to pass the insurmountable peaks, but that was because I have Kurama, and you can't be killed, Naruto queried. He didn't like the sound of more war coming to the elemental nations, not when he had sacrificed everything to stop the fighting. Tsunade nodded dimly. She didn't like the prospect any more than Naruto did. I'm sorry, but to think it's a very real possibility. I also doubt they will be attempting to cross over the mountains, but that just means instead of going over, they will dig under. It may also explain why Obito was found by Madara in the land of Earth. Kakashi finished for the former Hokage. Digging so far, that's insane, it would take years. Naruto gasped. But don't forget how long ago this empire was founded, Tsunade proposed. Realization struck the blonde, in a rather chilling way. Over 100 years ago, they could be almost finished. True, in that time it could be done, but I doubt he was able to start work on day one, or even had that particular goal initially. Otherwise it's likely that he wouldn't have bothered with the Moon's Eye plan at all. The numbers he gained simply from the Zetsu clones would have been enough to overpower any nation while they were separated by past grievances. The former Hokage reasoned. Still, I would say it may not take them that much longer to break through. Difference is that there are no more Zetsu clones, and our nations are no longer divided, Kakashi added with a smile. That's true, but now we have two positions that the Empire was not expecting. 1. To be ready should they appear, and 2. Naruto has started a rebellion on this side of the mountains that should draw their attention towards us. Suon finished, sitting back with a broad smirk. Well then, Naruto, it looks like I have one last mission for you. I need you to prevent this empire from ever reaching the elemental nations. We have seen enough war for one lifetime, Kakashi said, turning to his young pupil. Naruto sighed. He had no desire to fight the empire, so long as they left him and his men alone. He was, however, not as ignorant as to think that it would ever work out that way. He also knew of the risk they posed to the newly found peace in Konoha. I'll do my best, sensei, but I can't just run head first into the center of the empire and tear it down. That would be suicide, even for me, he said honestly. I don't think we should change our plan too much for now anyway, Tsunade interrupted. She paused to pour another saucer of sake, taking a quick sip before continuing. Easiest way to win this war is to get the people to believe in what you stand for. If we act as the aggressors, the civilians will fear us and could prove unhelpful when the time comes. But acting in retaliation as we have planned to do and treating our citizens well will draw more support to us. You can't fight this whole thing alone, Naruto. Naruto was about to answer when a small trickle of sand began flying in through a nearby window until a small version of Shukaku formed on the blonde's shoulder. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I can sense a small creature fast approaching. It appears to be using, or is controlled by chakra. The three occupants of the room tensed. Naruto quickly made a clone that took off across the city. If anyone knows what this is, it will be Shugo. Tsunade nodded wholeheartedly, agreeing with the younger blonde's actions. A few minutes passed in almost absolute silence before the door opened and Shugo walked in. The exiled Uchiha cast an interesting glance at Kakashi but didn't say anything about his presence. Naruto's clone informed me of what's going on. It's clearly a message from the Empire. I know the technique they're using and it's not used as an attack. The three Konoha ninja relaxed, but the Biju did not. Instead, Shukaku focused on the window. It's here. In through the window landed a small white dove, with a Sharingan eye. The dove looked around the window as if examining the group before it. It's a Sharingan jutsu similar to the one used to control me when I attacked Konoha, Kurama explained to Naruto. The bird is being controlled via a genjutsu, Naruto quickly informed the group. That's right, a jutsu taught to all high-ranking members of the Uchiha clan in order to communicate over larger distances. Shugo added. With some hesitation he leant forward and removed the letter. The bird seemed torn, shuffling uncomfortably as the letter was removed. The thing is probably acting up because you were supposed to take the letter, Naruto. Well, what does it say? Naruto asked, growing a little impatient. Wait a second, before you open it we should check it for traps, both Kakashi and Tsunade chorused together. Kakashi held out his hand to Shugo to take the letter. Here, let me open it. If a bomb goes off I'm only a clone anyway, and it's about time I head back. I can already imagine the headache I am going to get from using this jutsu for so long. Shugo was a little unsure who this man with the gravity-defying hair was, but it seemed as though Naruto and Tsunade trusted him enough. Sure, here you go. He paused, handing over the letter. It's Kakashi Hatake, Rokudaime Hokage of Konoha, and Naruto's Junin sensei, he said happily, taking the letter before quickly hopping out the window and moving a safe distance away before opening the letter. All occupants of the room flinched, expecting an explosion that didn't come. A second later Kakashi had returned. I believe it seems to be a letter of parley. This Guhara Uchiha wishes to speak with Naruto. Kakashi handed over the letter for everyone to read. Well, it's a good thing that it's not a trap then, Tsunade scoffed. Actually, I am not entirely sure that it is. In fact, this might actually be good news for us. Guhara Hime is no fool, and unlike most of the Empire, she has witnessed Naruto's strength firsthand. She knows a trap will not work. I would suggest that we agree to meet, however we need to do it on our own terms. Say welcome her here with no more than 2 guards, Shugo suggested. Tsunade had to agree it was a decent deal. If nothing else they could get some information on the Empire's movements. I agree, it's a decent suggestion. Alright, fine, we will agree to a meeting here in the city in 2 weeks and we will assure the safety of her and the 2 bodyguards of her choice. Tsunade quickly wrote a response and handed it to Naruto. I guess I need to sign this, huh? I mean, she did address the letter to me. He chuckled, signing the letter before returning it to the dove that had stood like a statue ever since the letter had been removed. Once securely attached, however, the bird took off at lightning quick speed out the window, heading north. If that is all, I really should go. I have stuck around long enough. It was good to see you again, Naruto, Tsunade-sama, Kakashi said, seemingly in deep thought before he disappeared in a puff of smoke. So he didn't come over the mountains like you did then? Shugo asked, a little unsure of what to make of Kakashi. No, he was a time-release clone that was activated once Naruto opened the letter he left him for his birthday. He was only here for today, Tsunade replied. Meanwhile, Tetsu was tired. He had trained the soldiers so hard that even he felt like he needed a good night's sleep. However, before that he had to meet with Guhara. The lights of her palace were just flickering to life, illuminating the grounds. The tall yet sparse trees that lined the pathways still cast a heavy shadow on the pathway from the setting sun. Servants still fussed around the ground, making everything look perfect for the temperamental princess, lest her ire be directed at them. With a sigh he pushed open the doors into the foyer. His body seemed to lag behind as he stumbled up the stairs towards Gohara's office. When the door opened he found the princess's attention was set firmly out the window. She didn't even turn away as she greeted the rusty-haired officer. It's about time, Tetsu-chan. I was getting worried you would have disobeyed my order. The albino princess still wore the same dress as earlier, however she had a white fur jacket pulled over her shoulders as the nights were beginning to cool as the empire began to head towards winter. Never, I always comply with my orders, Guhara Hime, Tetsu replied with some fatigue evident in his voice. Yes, I know, you are the ideal soldier, Guhara mused almost condescendingly, her eyes never drifting off the window. The curiosity finally got the better of him. Are you expecting something? He asked tentatively. For the first time since his arrival, Guhara turned to face Tetsu. She seemed to be in rather good spirits. Why, yes, I am, as a matter of fact. See, earlier today I sent out a message to our dear upstarts to the south in order to parley. Do you expect them to actually agree to such a thing after the whole placement trial's mishap? Tetsu asked in all seriousness. A serene smile spread across Guhara's face, as if she knew something that Tetsu just simply couldn't comprehend. Of course they will, I am sure it will be on their terms, I am guessing even in the filthy little pit they call a capital. Well, we could use that time to have our men infiltrate the city, Tetsu nodded, liking the idea more and more. A thought that will have instantly gone through Shugo's little head. No, any dirty tricks will be of no use to us here, I am sure a limit will be set on the amount of bodyguards I am permitted. Surely it will be a low enough number so as to be under constant surveillance. So in other words, you plan to use this as an opportunity to pursue your infatuation with Naruto? Tetsu surmised. Yes, that is a bonus, Guhara replied in a sing-song voice, almost longingly. But more than that, it is an opportunity to inform him on how the Empire will act. I can inform him that the Empire will stop at nothing to destroy him. I am sure Shugo will have informed him of that already, Haim. You are also putting yourself at risk, he's far too dangerous to confront alone. Tetsu replied. Guhara's smile seemed to grow even more, she unconsciously licked her lips. Oh, I know, in fact after going to the capital I am even more confident in Naruto-kun's strength. Oji-Tem and the Crown Prince, even together Naruto-kun's chakra dwarfs theirs. Then why? Tetsu was cut off when for the first time in their conversation Guhara had a flash of annoyance cross her features, he was left stone silent with a glare. Because as much as it pains me to say, I would not be able to defeat them by myself. For the first time in his life Tetsu saw anguish on the beautiful albino's face. I hate them, she seethed, the ground cracking from her use of wind. I want to see them suffer, to experience the utter humiliation that they put me through. I can't, but Naruto-kun. He could. Oh, how great it would be to see the hope in life leave the old monk's eyes and his bastard son too. Let them rot, or better yet make them watch as I become empress. The anguish turned to ecstasy as she described what she would do to the emperor and crown prince if she ever got the chance. You think that Naruto is really that powerful? The crown prince has been trained since he was born to be the absolute strongest in the empire, Tetsu questioned. He was concerned for not only Guhara but for his own safety. He was Guhara's most trusted advisor now that Shugo had rebelled, a position that in itself was rather risky to one's health. But if she went into open revolt against the empire he would be branded a traitor to the empire due to his position, yet if he went to another member of the royal family with the information he had on her he would never be trusted again at best and executed for deserting his post at worst. It's not my place to question your motives or actions Guhara Haim, but if the emperor found out about this it would mean your death. I am aware, in fact he has already ordered as to our untimely deaths, we have already been through this. For the empire as you know failure is not an option, it shows weakness, Guhara replied. Then I believe we should start making plans for when our attack on the south fails. Tetsu didn't like the idea of needlessly sending his troops to their deaths, but they had no real choice. Oh my, is little Tetsu-chan going to help me overthrow the emperor? Guhara asked in a sing-song voice. My little pet is all grown up. It's by necessity, you are my commanding officer, your orders are absolute, Tetsu replied. Guhara deflated slightly. You really are all business, you really need to lighten up. If I do, then we will be in an even worse position than we are now, the blood wielder replied almost casually. Guhara decided to let that one slide and summoned a large map of the empire, unrolling it atop her desk. Fine, let's go over some contingency plans. Later that night, Naruto's clones began dispelling after carefully marking the current pages of their individual books, and for the first time in a long time for the blonde he could say that he legitimately felt smarter at the end of the day. The clones that were delegated the books on sealing made the most progress. In the back of his mind he wondered if that was due to the fact that he was an Uzumaki. By far the topic that went the worst was his father's notes on time-space manipulation. The topic was just so far over his head that even as much as he wanted to learn he knew that at least for the time being it would be impossible. So for now Naruto was going through the mass of scrolls that had still been unorganized. Most of these were Jiraiya's, and that was due to the fact that the Toad Sage had never bothered to organize them himself. There were a few of his parents' things thrown around here and there, mostly their belongings. He had found his father's old Junin flak jacket that had obviously been sealed away by Jiraiya or Hiruzen after Minato's death. Upon trying it on he found that it fit him quite nicely. He also found a set of his father's signature kunai, once more making him wish he was able to at least understand some of the theories covered in his father's scrolls. Karen meanwhile was sorting through Kushina's scrolls. She had been sorting through jutsu scrolls looking for more advanced techniques to try with her chains. Mixed in were her clothes and a few odd ninja tools, including an immaculate sealing set. "Whoa, hey Naruto-kun, come look at this," she called upon unsealing yet another scroll. Naruto quickly moved over to see Karen holding a katana with a blade that would reflect even the dimmest light. The hilt was wrapped in blood-red cloth that matched Karen's and Kushina's hair. Finally there was a Uzumaki symbol at the end of the hilt. "That must be Ka-chan's sword. It's beautiful, and look at the blade, that must be chakra-conductive metal," the kunoichi added. "It's a shame I'm not much of a weapon expert, I'm better suited to ninjutsu, but I bet a sword like that would work great with your chakra chains, you should take it," Naruto reasoned. "What, really? But it's your mother's, you shouldn't give it away," the kunoichi protested. She had never been given anything so beautiful or valuable before, so she was slightly overwhelmed. Naruto chuckled at her stunned expression and gave her a quick kiss. "I'm not giving it to just anyone. I'm giving it to you. If you can use it to protect yourself, then that's all I care about," Naruto replied with a smile. "Now how about we find Ka-chan's old Kenjutsu scrolls, I bet the Uzumaki style will be in there." Chapter 52, Plans. The morning sun bathed the southern capital in a soft yellow glow. Farmers were busily tending to their herds and crops, all working together to feed the thriving young nation. While the civilians were happily going about their business, at the center of the city a meeting was going on. 2 days. We have 2 days to prepare, and your best idea is to wait and see what happens. A bald man who had exiled himself with Shugo stood from a kneeling position, flanked by the others who had joined the rebellion and those of Naruto's students that had so far been given active field positions. "Well, I don't know what you want us to say, Saji. We agreed to a parley, and on our own ground no less. Guhara is many things, but one thing, she is not as stupid. She knows as well as we do that peace can't be achieved. The rest of my family wouldn't let it happen, war is inevitable. Whatever her real goal in all this is, we don't know, but I agree we should let things play out, at least for now," Shugo replied. Unlike Saji, Shugo was sat at a table at the end of the hall. Next to him sat Naruto and Tsunade, with Karen sitting off to the side, not looking all that interested but still listening intently. "So we just let her into the city with what? Free rein to go wherever she pleases. She will surely target Naruto or yourself, Shugo. We should use this as a chance to get rid of her without an army at her back," the bald man declared loudly, earning a few nods of agreement from some of the others in the briefing. Tsunade, seeing that they might lose the room, slammed her fist down on the table as she took to her feet, smashing the piece of furniture into splinters but instantly gaining everyone in the room's attention. A show of hostility would not send the right message. We want to be different to the Empire, so I will not have any underhanded tactics used. We will meet with Guhara, see what she has to say, and if she tries anything then we will stop her. She will have very limited protection and Naruto has already shown that he can best her in a fight. That's right. Besides, it's possible that she doesn't want to attack us at all, Naruto added. There is no need to start a fight here. Forgive me, Naruto, but you don't know Guhara like we do. She is a cold-blooded assassin. She killed her husband just to take his position. The second you turn your back there will be a blade in it, Saji replied almost pleadingly. Then I guess I will just need to watch my back then, the blonde replied casually. Tsunade didn't take kindly to that statement and quickly knocked the blonde into the ground. Ow, what the hell, Ba-chan? Naruto whined as he picked himself up off the floor. As casual as you seem to be about your own safety, Gaki, I don't think we should ignore a possible threat so readily. You told me yourself that it would be suicide to take this woman on in taijutsu due to her control of wind. If she has such amazing control, she is definitely a threat, Tsunade answered, crossing her arms under her bust. Naruto looked down, aware that he was being lectured to make a point out of speaking so nonchalantly about someone who may try their hardest to see him dead. I get it, I need to be on guard. But Saji was right, I know nothing about Guhara. But it can't hurt to learn. Jiraiya said that peace can come through understanding, so I am going to use this meeting to hopefully get to know her, maybe we can come to some understanding. I would also like to point out, Saji, that you do not know Guhara as well as I do. She certainly has a plan, but somehow I doubt that plan involves harming Naruto. At least not at this point in time, Shugo added. Okay, we get it. But we're here for a briefing, aren't we? Surely you have some assignments for us. Ray said, looking rather bored with the whole discussion. She knew that any objections were quite pointless. If Naruto had decided to trust the albino princess, then nothing was going to change his mind. Yes, and on that note, all missions outside the village will be put on hold until further notice. Tsunade answered, pulling out a list of files. An audible groan was heard, mostly from the more inexperienced shinobi at this news. Teams that previously were assigned these missions will be on security inside the village. Again a groan could be heard. Naruto couldn't help but chuckle at the groans of disappointment, knowing that he would have reacted the same way not too long ago. That's your mission once Guhara arrives in the city. Until then you will be on leave. So have the time off to train or just relax, whatever, he informed the group. Tsunade began passing out files with the missions each team would be partaking in, with the team leaving after collecting their files. Once the room emptied, the 4 remaining members all visibly relaxed. Well, that could have gone better, Karen said lazily. While I do agree, I never really expected any of them to react positively about news that we will be hosting a member of the royal family. In all honesty, it's possible that they could have revolted, Tsunade replied. You give my men too little credit, Tsunade, Shugo scoffed. They may have left the empire with me to side with Naruto, but that does not mean they are not trustworthy. I'll try to remember that, Tsunade offered offhandedly. Still, I think we need to be on the lookout for anything out of the ordinary. Naruto might be willing to give this lady a chance, but I don't think she's trustworthy. Even if we can take her at her word that she means Naruto no harm, she is still the person responsible for the ambush at those trials. Karen suggested. That's true, but we don't know the reason why. Naruto replied. I'd like to be able to tell you she's just misunderstood, but nothing I have seen in all my time spent at her side makes me think that way. She is a cruel, vindictive woman, who would sooner cut your throat than hug you if she doesn't see any worth in it for herself. Shugo supplied with a frown. Naruto sighed and cast a upwards glance at the ceiling, silently thinking back to all those opponents he had faced in the past and the reasoning behind why they did what they did. Whether it be Zabuza, who was fighting to bring peace back to his home and overthrow the then manipulated Mizukage. Orochimaru, who was scared of his own mortality to the point where he would steal other people's bodies. Pain, or rather Nagato, who so desperately wanted peace he was willing to destroy everything to get it. Even Obito and Madara had their own misguided reasons why they turned out the way they did. I know you're probably right, but I want to know for myself. Talk and find out if there really is no hope for her. It's foolish, but if it can buy us even a few more days of peace, then I guess it can't be helped. I think you will be disappointed though, the Uchiha sighed in a melancholic drawl, shaking his head as he left the briefing room. Well, I guess that means the briefing is over then. Naruto asked hopefully. Yes, you can go. I'm not sure what you're in such a hurry for. You already have clones out training, and at the rate you're going you will have learned everything your parents and Jiraiya left for you in no time, Tsunade answered while standing from her seat at the table. With a cheer, the blonde took off to go join his clones for their daily training. He would often divide his time now between physical training and studying his parents' Fuinjutsu notes. He so far loved the idea of becoming a seal master, much like his parents and so many Uzumaki before him, but to his disappointment he had made little progress with much more than the bare basics and improving his handwriting to an acceptable level. Considering it had only been a few days, that would normally be great progress for most, but for Naruto it was almost painfully slow. His problem, as it had so often been in the past, was the sheer amount of academic learning he had to do. Even with several clones reading and rereading the same book, it was so going. It was why the art was so rare amongst shinobi. The levels of study required were mind-blowing. Regardless of this fact, Naruto was never one to give up simply because something was difficult. No, it just meant that he became all the more eager to get it right. Meanwhile, Guhara was waiting quite patiently in her office, a few scrolls stacked beside her. She knew it would only take a little over a day to travel to the southern capital, but she also knew that meant they would either need to camp out at least once, something she had not done since she had been active in the military lower ranks, or stay in one of the villages that could potentially already be outside of her control. The last few months had seen quite the influx of the worse-off civilians heading south. She also knew that soon the other ruling Uchiha would see their own people seek refuge and a new life with the blonde. She lightly strummed the table with her fingers, the dull sound still echoing in the empty yet large room she called an office. Finally, without warning, the door opened and in walked two of her new servants. She hadn't deemed learning their names, as they were from more well-off civilian families that she considered to be well beneath her. "I take it you have good news?" she asked. A slight wilt in her voice promised pain if she did not get the response she desired. The two servants nodded and bowed deeply, avoiding looking the princess in the eyes. "Yes, Haim-sama, a carriage has been prepared for your trip. No expense was spared, ensuring you will be in the utmost comfort while you travel." They both chorused together. "Kami, they're like trained monkeys. I wonder if they are even capable of thinking for themselves." "But still, even a monkey can have uses," Guhara thought with a smirk. "Then what are you waiting for? Go fetch Tetsu and get out of my sight. Now," she ordered threateningly. Both servants almost fell over. They were in such a hurry to do as they were ordered lest feel the wrath of the white-haired Uchiha, almost racing to the door. Rising to her feet, she grabbed several of the scrolls that sat on her desk and exited the room, heading downstairs and finally outside, where a large luxurious cart was parked, being pulled by two massive black horses draped in the crest of the Uchiha clan. "Well, I suppose it will do for a few days," she thought while inspecting the caravan that for most people would have been considered a small luxury apartment. Entering the carriage, she wasted little time in making herself comfortable. Pouring a glass of red wine, she sat and waited. "I wonder how the others will look when Naruto-kun ends their pitiful existence," a wistful thought that soon turned into a nice daydream, until it was abruptly ended, that is. "I've arrived, Haim-sama," Tetsu spoke, snapping the princess back to reality. "Good, then we shouldn't waste any more time. We wouldn't want to disappoint Naruto-kun and show up late, would we?" she asked with a sweet, almost too innocent voice that screamed danger to the officer. "Not at all, Haim-sama, we will leave immediately," Tetsu answered quickly with a bow. It was then he realized that it would be his job to drive the caravan and let out a barely audible sigh as he hopped up and took the reins. As the pair left, there was no fanfare, nobody wishing them a safe journey. Only a few of the servants that were in the area would bow as the cart passed. All in all, it was a quiet exit for the princess and her guard. Meanwhile, far away, another meeting was being held. 10 figures sat around a large circular desk that had a large map of the empire that was divided into 12 sections inlaid into it. At the edge of each section was the kanji for a number from 1 to 12, where a seat was placed reserved for the corresponding ruler. "Well, it's a shock to see almost everyone here. The only ones absent are Guhara and Jolie, and the young brat couldn't even attend if she wanted to," a man sitting under the kanji for 3 laughed. "I would have thought even if she were still alive she would have had the decency to not show her face," a smoothly feminine voice replied, her face hidden by the dark room, but they could make out her Sharingan blazing proudly as she spoke. "To lose to a lowly peasant the way she did is laughable," the Uchiha at seat 3 spoke again with a more than jovial tone, like he was almost fighting to urge to actually break out in hysterics. "Well, that can be debatable. We so far have no idea where this Konoha he mentioned is, and so far our records have shown up nothing." A new voice spat with a mixture of intrigue and frustration. "You think it is actually a real place, Sasama? I think it would be an obvious lie to prevent an attack on his hometown," the woman queried, a little amused at the thought as her Sharingan readily observed the other who sat in the seat for 10. "He had no need to lie. If you had studied the tapes as carefully as I, then you would have seen he was never in any real danger from Guhara or her daughter." He spoke with confidence and belief. "Despite all your claims that he is a peasant and beneath us as Uchiha, he defeated several members of our clan with ease." The now named Sasama replied. He leaned forward to show a slightly older Uchiha, his hair now graying at the tips of a mop of shaggy black hair that looks as if it hadn't been cared for in years. He also had a short but shaggy beard that looked equally unkempt. "Do you fear this boy, Sasama?" came a condescending voice from under the seat marked with a 1. The evidence is there. If you weigh the facts against your delusions, you would see he is not someone who you can defeat without significant planning and strategy, Sasama declared. Well, it's typical that you would say that. The only reason you are sitting at this desk is because of your underhanded tricks and traps. Why we consider that proper strength is beyond me, the woman with the active Sharingan spoke with a joking lilt. A real strategist can win a fight without even lifting a finger. In a head-on fight you may be correct that I am not as strong as some of the members of this table, but I don't need to be if I am smarter, the aged Uchiha responded with a confident smirk. Yes, that's all well and good, but it still doesn't answer the question of where this Naruto came from. The man at seat 3 said lazily. Well, just because we have no record of this Konoha in our database, it doesn't mean that none exists. The restricted files in the palace may have the information that we need. Perhaps the Shodai made some reference to other nations not under his control, Sasama reasoned. You think Oji-sama will let you look at them? I thought they were secrets for the emperor and his firstborn only. The Uchiha at seat 3 asked, for the first time sounding somewhat serious. Sasama sighed and relaxed back into his seat as if pouting, his face once again shrouded in darkness, pausing for a moment before he spoke. Maybe not, but even if I ask him about this Konoha, his response might tell me something, perhaps he knows something that we do not. Otherwise we're going to be left in the dark with no idea what we are up against. At this moment it's all hearsay. Guhara has been tasked with the destruction of this new so-called free nation to the south, and she is nothing if not resourceful, came a rather uncertain voice sitting next to the empty 12th seat that would have been occupied by the albino princess should she have attended. That's true, no need to think about how to deal with a rebellion when we can let Guhara do it for us. Seems like she does have some uses after all, the woman with the active Sharingan spoke with some finality. Oh please, she is more likely to join him than defeat him, Sasama scoffed. You have such little faith in our dear cousin, the third seat laughed again. I mean either way she will be as good as dead. If she should squash the rebellion then it's doubtful that Oji-sama will allow her to go unpunished for allowing it to occur in the first place. As far as I can see her time among our number is over. The real question is who among our ranks of subordinates is fit to join us. Now is not the time for our officers to start killing each other to try and claim more power. Perhaps when this rebellion is fully squashed into the ground we can think about that. Sasama replied fervently. As much as it pains me to admit it, I agree with Sasama, no point in weakening ourselves before everything resolves itself. The man from seat 1 spoke with some authority. That seemed to end the discussion before it could even begin. The real reason we are here was to discuss who amongst us will be tasked with dealing with the rebellion should Guhara fail. The answer should be fairly clear. The neighboring regions Atami and Kuzuku, they are already located on their doorstep and I'm sure are already prepared for war, the man in seat 3 replied lazily. But our regions do not have the strongest military. In fact, if you look at the statistics, not one member to ever sit at this table has come from the officers in our regions, a young man said apprehensively. That just makes them more expendable, the third seat joked again. I guess it can't be helped, you're right sensei. But if and when I get the chance I'll make the rest of you pay for this, the younger Uchiha answered, his hesitant tone becoming a little more firm and confident. Yes, we're all terrified of you Atami-chan, the third seat laughed dismissively. If that's settled then I have work to do, Sasama stated before rising to his feet and out of the room. One by one the other followed suit, leaving the room empty. That night, Naruto was exhausted. Not in a physical sense, but mentally he was drained. As each of the clones reading the books on sealing dispelled, he felt the influx of memories as well as the realization that learning Fuinjutsu was going to take a long time, even with his clone training. The physical part of being a shinobi had always come to him relatively easily. In fact, the only major difficulties he faced were when he was younger, learning to climb trees, something that he was still able to do at the same rate as Sasuke, a boy considered a prodigy at the time. Even walking on water was easy for him to master once Jiraiya had removed the seal placed on him by Orochimaru. Is something wrong, Naruto-kun? Karen asked, entering the large study where they had been reading over his parents' scrolls on various topics from taijutsu, genjutsu to just philosophy and politics. He was happy to learn that he was not the only one that was no good at genjutsu. His mother was just as incapable as he was, and it had never really been that high on the list of priorities for his father either. Still, there were a few notes on ninjutsu here and there. Nothing, just lamenting how dumb I am when it comes to reading and learning, he bemoaned, causing the redhead to giggle. Now I am sure it's not that bad, Naruto-kun. Sealing takes years of work to even become adequate. It's not like learning to throw a punch, she scolded him before taking a seat beside him. It's not just that, all the other stuff I need to learn just to understand the basics, it's so much. I don't know if I am cut out of it. I feel like I'm insane to even try, the blonde admitted, rubbing his hair in frustration. Karen faked shock at those words. Don't tell me the great Naruto Uzumaki is giving up, she teased. This was, however, the right thing to say to re-motivate the blonde. Naruto Uzumaki never gives up, and he never breaks a promise if he can help it. Just you watch, Karen-chan, I'll be a better seal master than Toussaint, Ka-chan and Ero-senin combined. He declared playfully. I'll believe it when I see it, Gaki. Came a call from the next room where Tsunade was studying some of Minato's ideas for healing seals he had based off of her own creation rebirth jutsu. None of them were perfect, he lacked her expertise in the medical field. But there was enough there that she could work with. Minato's goal was simple enough: first aid seals to prevent death and return wounded soldiers to the field quickly. Sadly, they never got past the theoretical stage. Oi, you wanna bet, you old bat? Naruto yelled. I would, but you broke the only thing you owned that had any value, the goddamn Hokage yelled back with mock anger. It's not my fault your grandfather's necklace broke, it was Kurama. Don't bring me into this, I wanted to be free at the time. That, and I hated you, the fox answered. You still tried to break free. Still, at least we're best buddies now, right? Silence was all that met the blonde's question. Right. Again, no response. Oh, screw you. I like you, Naruto-sama, Shukaku spoke in his mind. Thank you, Shukaku. Kiss ass, the fox said with a smirk. With that, the two Biju began an internal argument that Naruto had to block out by closing their link. How about this: if I can learn advanced sealing in 1 year, I'll pay off all the gambling debts you owe, and don't tell me you don't have any. It's a large city, but word gets around. Tsunade would be lying if she said she wasn't interested. And what do you want if you win? She asked. A bad gambler she may be, but Tsunade was not foolish enough to enter a bet without knowing what she stood to lose. Naruto hadn't really thought about that. In his last bet with the Slug Princess, he won her necklace and she agreed to become Hokage, but now he had no idea. You have to completely stop gambling your belongings, money, anything. No more poker nights, no more casinos, nothing. Karen answered with some finality. Both blondes seemed shocked by this. It's not like she couldn't stop gambling. She didn't place a single bet while she was Hokage. It would have been poor public relations if the potential clients found out she often owed thousands of ryo to people you wouldn't want to owe a single one. That's not a bad idea, Karen-chan. No more gambling if I win. What do you say, Ba-chan? Tsunade knew it was a bet she would probably lose. She learned a long time ago. Never bet against Naruto Uzumaki, but for once it was a bet she didn't mind if she won or lost. Fine, you got yourself a bet. I'll be sure to not lose too much in the meantime. I wouldn't want to bankrupt our rebellion. As slowly as things had been going with Fuinjutsu, the same could not be said for the various ninjutsu his parents and Jiraiya had left. He'd always had a knack for ninjutsu, and with Fukusaku's help he had already been able to pick up several of the jutsu they had left for him. Raiden was still his weakest area, but the pointers Kakashi had given him had really helped, and he was now able to use some basic Raiden jutsu with ease. Still, win the bet or not, I think you should relax a little more often, Gaki. Life isn't just training and fighting. I'm sure you agree, Karen, the busty blonde said casually. Well, she was a little torn on this issue, because if she was being honest, she would want to spend every day with just her and Naruto. She even in her more wistful moments wished they were back on the mountains, but then she would remember how cold it was and her tune would soon change. I know, but as I am right now, I'm not strong enough to protect everyone. We're outnumbered by Kami knows how many, and I just don't want anyone you to be harmed, the Jinchuriki admitted a little sadly. We're not defenseless civilians, Gaki. I wasn't the Hokage for nothing, and even Karen has been improving extremely quickly lately. She might not yet be Junin standard, but it won't be long. Tsunade lectured. I know, but it's not just you, is it? It's my students, the people that fled here from the Empire, everyone. They're looking to me to keep them safe, and I don't know if I can. What if I'm not strong enough to save everyone? The younger blonde sighed. Naruto, nobody is that strong. People are going to suffer, that is just the way of life. Karen said soothingly. I know, but so long as I can do something, I want to be able to save as many as possible, the Jinchuriki declared proudly. I guess that there is no talking you out of it, so I may as well just support your decision, and help out where I can, Tsunade sighed. Tsunade knew he wanted the impossible. They were heading towards an all-out war with the Empire, and they only had a handful of capable fighters. That would mean the brunt of the fighting would be done by Naruto himself. Something like that can change a person, she had seen it before. Orochimaru was the closest example, but his change came mostly because of the death of his parents. Still, she had seen it in many of the world's most famous ninja. You didn't get that well known without leaving bodies in your wake. Minato had been a talented yet kind-hearted Junin before the Third Ninja War, where he became the Kiroi Senko and would end a life faster than you could blink your eye. Kakashi had gone from by-the-books prodigy to an aloof, lazy, open pervert. Naruto had already changed slightly. Tsunade knew that when she heard the recount of his time at the placement exams. He had killed strategically, and efficiently, something she would not have thought possible from the goofy blonde she considered a little brother just a few years ago when he came back to the village with Jiraiya. What had pleased her though was his ability to still be himself around those he cared about. But unless he took time to do just that and be himself, then the goofy innocent blonde would soon fall apart. That's it, tomorrow none of us are training, she said suddenly, rolling up the scroll she had been reading and placing it beside a small pile she had collected for herself. Naruto seemed stunned by this. What? Bu? No buts, we're all going to relax tomorrow, which means no making clones, no studying Fuinjutsu theory books, nothing ninja related. If you so much as tree climb, I'm kicking you out of the capital, the slug princess warned. Karen beamed at the prospect. I think that is a good idea, Naruto-kun. Besides, we will be expecting the Uchiha princess the following day, so it wouldn't be a good idea to be exhausted from training. Let's just go out and enjoy ourselves. Naruto had to admit she had a point. A day off couldn't hurt, I suppose, he thought almost questioningly. I agree with them, you have been working too hard. Relax for a while, it may even help you process some of the information you have been forcing into that thick head of yours, Kurama suggested. Even the fox had been thinking for a while that Naruto was working himself too hard and needed to slow down. He was still a teenager and had years to learn, train and improve himself. Alright, Naruto agreed. Even Kurama thinks you're right, so I guess I can take a break for a day or two. Chapter 53, Tense Arrivals. You need to focus, Naruto-chan. Fukusaku spoke up from his position atop a large stone rock. The same stone rock that several clones of the blonde were currently trying to turn to rubble with Doton manipulation. I am focusing, another Naruto called out from a few feet away, this one the original. Naruto was running through several hand seals in an attempt to master a Suiden jutsu, and failing miserably. Jutsu shouldn't be this difficult for ya, Naruto-chan. Ya did finish the second stage of Suiden manipulation, did ya not? Fukusaku replied. The small toad leapt from the boulder, crossing the field in a single bound before landing atop the blonde summoner's shoulders. Naruto sighed, racing through the required hand seals again before spitting out a small ball of water that splashed harmlessly against a large tree. Yeah, I did, but this is my first real jutsu I have attempted that isn't Fuden. Maybe I should try a different jutsu, one that doesn't require using water from my own body. I'll just end up dehydrating myself. No giving up, Fukusaku answered quickly, waving his cane threateningly above the blonde's head. Ya wanted to learn more Toad-style jutsu, didn't cha? And did Toad's Suiden techniques are second to none? Admittedly, Naruto had indeed asked to learn more Toad-style ninjutsu, but he already had a rather impressive arsenal of wind-based techniques, and now Suiden was the next element that he had completed the basic training to use. But he had not anticipated Fukusaku to start teaching him such a high-ranking offensive technique right off the bat. In the past he had seen Suiden used more defensively, used to block other techniques or trap opponents rather than in an offensive manner. This actually appealed to the Jinchuriki, as his primary Fuden affinity was somewhat lacking in that department. I didn't want to give up, just thought it might be easier if I have more water around. Even using my body's water I still have to create it, the blonde explained, if a little frustrated by yet another failure. If ya can complete this jutsu, to un any of the sweetened jutsu ya, avenue in ya parents' scrolls should be easy, Fukusaku lectured. It was sound reasoning, like how mastering the Rasengan improved his shape manipulation needed to master other jutsu. Granted, he had needed a clone to assist him for a long time, but he could now easily produce his father's jutsu with ease. Still, wouldn't it be more practical to learn an easier jutsu that I could use in a fight now rather than one I need to perfect over time once my manipulation of water gets better? Ya, Avenue clones working on adding Sweden to your Rasengan Dawn, cha? The small toad asked, already knowing the answer. Naruto nodded in response, well yeah. Then ya will, Avenue a Sweden jutsu ya can use, now get back to workin', focus this time. It had been early morning when Naruto had made his way to his private training field. He had intended for a short training session with his sensei, but as usual they had lost track of time and now the sun was high, it must have been closing in on noon. So it was of little surprise when Karen arrived at the edge of the clearing to grab him for lunch. What was a surprise, however, was her choice of clothing. Karen landed in a luxurious blood-red kimono with a gold leaf pattern a few shades darker than her hair, that was most unusually tied up in an intricate bun, with just a few strands left to frame her face. Instantly upon her arrival, Naruto made a mistake in his jutsu, and rather than a ball of compressed water, the water for the jutsu trickled out of his mouth as if he was drinking and forgot how to swallow. Wow, Karen-chan. Amazing. He gushed once he got over his initial shock. Karen for her part almost broke out into a fit of laughter. Unfortunately I cannot say the same for you, Naruto-kun, she giggled, looking at his disheveled and now wet training gear. The blonde looked down and saw what she was talking about and gave an embarrassed laugh, rubbing the back of his neck while thinking of some sort of excuse. I guess I was just training too hard and didn't notice. I'm sure, she replied with a deadpan before her features hardened. Did I do something wrong, Karen-chan? I didn't miss a date or anything, did I? Because I promise I'll make it up to you, he said, a slight hint of worry in his voice at the somewhat angered features on the redhead. You were supposed to be back in the village almost 2 hours ago. She answered harshly. That Uchiha lady is almost at the village and you are looking like you live on the streets, or at least sleep in them. Naruto paled. He had forgotten all about the fact that Guhara would be arriving for their parley today. Oh Kami, Fukusaku-sensei, I need to go. He spoke with renewed urgency. No worries my boy, we will continue work on your elemental manipulation next time. The small-aged toad replied before disappearing in a puff of smoke. Sorry Karen-chan, I forgot, let's head back home so I can get ready. He half begged. In almost an instant he was gone, stopping for only a second to give Karen a quick kiss before taking off in a blur. You better hurry, if you're not ready in time Tsunade will send you out on patrols for the next month. We shouldn't both be punished just because you can't keep track of the time. Karen called after him. Despite being a fair way away, Naruto still heard her. She never gets sent out of the village anyway. Ba-chan never punishes Karen-chan. I don't know what she's complaining about, he chuckled. I believe she considers you being away from her as punishment, came the voice of Shukaku in his head. Yes, Naruto has found a loyal and devoted mate. Despite my initial misgivings, I can actually say that I approve of the vixen. But I do hope his kits do not cause us as much of a headache as two Samas, although being full-blooded Uzumaki kits I don't doubt they will, Kurama added. Can we not talk about that stuff please? Karen-chan isn't pregnant, we haven't even talked about children, Naruto said loudly, a little embarrassed at the thought. That isn't to say he disliked the idea, he always wanted a family growing up, so starting his own wasn't the worst idea as far as he was concerned. With that said, he didn't want to be raising his children while being hunted by the Uchiha clan. That is true, but with how much UTW, Naruto didn't need to hear the end of that sentence, and abruptly shut the link down to save his own embarrassment. I don't need to hear that, right now, he said, blushing at what the Biju had implied. The blonde decided it was best to stay clear of Tsunade until he was dressed and ready to meet with Guhara, so he entered his room via a large window and quickly made his way to the bathroom for a shower. Upon exiting the shower he found a change of clothes laid out for him. A formal kimono with the same leaf design except in orange that adorned Karen's own outfit lay on the bed. The major difference, save being designed for a man, was that instead of a dark red the kimono was black. Would it have been too much to ask to get the colors reversed? He thought while pulling on the dress robes. Probably. I doubt the Senju woman would accept your normal choice of attire for such an event, Kurama answered. Yeah, I get it, nobody likes orange, I still don't see why. I mean, orange is awesome, the blonde replied in thought. He had just finished getting dressed when a loud knocking shook the door. Oi Gaki, it's time, get your ass out here, the voice of the slug Sanin permeated the room. I'm coming, you old bat, no need to break the door down, he called back, opening the door out into the large hallway. Tsunade herself wore a similarly designed robe, only in green with a sky blue leaf pattern. Well, look at you, seems even you can look presentable if you try, she said with a smirk, mussing his spiky hair, earning a pout from the younger blonde. Quite handsome indeed, she added quickly, fixing his collar. Naruto huffed and Kukli ran his hands through his hair in the off chance that his perpetually unruly hair was somehow affected. So any reason we're all looking like color-coded copies? Just a uniform, it's best if we seem professional, in my experience meetings always go better if you dress the part, Tsunade explained, leading the way down the stairs to the foyer where Karen was waiting with Shugo, whose kimono was royal blue with a red design. Scouts reported in just a few moments ago, Shugo said with a practiced bow, the years of servitude under Guhara and other members of his family assuring that he was highly formal. They will be at the gates in around 30 minutes. In that case, a leisurely walk through the village then, Tsunade said with a smile. Sure, why not, Naruto readily. Like always when they were out in the city, they were greeted happily. In the past few months the lives of those that lived in the city had improved drastically, in part due to allowing any who wanted it, free passage back to the empire, but also just by removing the gangs. He also had many of the potential shinobi students run what Konoha used to call D-ranked missions to improve parts of the city, as such large areas went from run down and depressing to completely refurbished. Their timing was impeccable. As the gates opened allowing Naruto and the greeting party to arrive, the large wagon containing Guhara appeared at the far end of the large fields that surrounded the city. Well, she certainly didn't rough it on the way here, Tsunade mused while admiring the intricate caravan pulled by a couple of large horses. Wouldn't it have been faster to run? I mean, she is a shinobi after all, Naruto queried. It's not a question of speed. Guhara wouldn't lower herself to stay in any of the villages, or camp in the wilderness. That carriage is more like a small luxurious apartment, Shugo explained, a slight hint of disgust in his voice. Naruto easily recognized Tetsu driving the carriage, but the man seemed to completely ignore him, sending a deadly glare at the Uchiha traitor before opening the door of the carriage. Guhara Heim, we have arrived, he spoke while taking a knee and bowing. Slowly Guhara exited the caravan. She wore a flowing white dress with red edges that showed a considerable amount of cleavage. At the center of her back a Uchiha clan fan sat proudly inside a large red circle. This place has changes a bit since I was here last, she thought out loud until her eyes locked onto Naruto. Oh my Naruto-kun, look how handsome you are. I hardly recognized you out of the rags you wore when we first met. She practically gushed and shocked everyone there, enveloping the young blonde in a hug, placing his head in her cleavage. The others in the welcoming party were highly on edge, not just because of the Uchiha's overly warm greeting. Tsunade was on edge because she had heard of the albino woman's impressive control of wind and was ready to jump in should the need arise. Shugo was in a similar state. Karen on the other hand was ready to attack Guhara for her actions, only Tsunade's warning hand on her shoulder stopped her. Naruto, who had the decency to blush at the predicament, rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment as he struggled to find the right words. Thanks, you're a lot prettier now, you're not trying to kill me, he chuckled, trying to return the compliment, which did not improve Karen's mood at all. Yes, such ugly business that was, she admitted casually. But we all must do our duty, that is why we are here, is it not? Naruto nodded in agreement. I suppose so, but really either than being left alone we don't want anything. Let's save the formal talks for later, Naruto-kun. For now, how about you show me around, and introduce me to your... Guhara then took in the other members of the welcoming party. Shugo she almost immediately dismissed. But the two women caused her pause. Tsunade was clearly a beautiful woman who looked to be around her own age, but the redhead was heading in the same direction. She still had a fair bit of growing to do, and once she had matured a little more, Guhara could see she would rival any woman for beauty. Associates, she decided. Oh yeah, this is Tsunade Bachan and Karen-chan. He beamed in response, ignoring the annoyed scowl on the Senju's face. You're his grandmother? Guhara asked, clearly stunned by the revelation. Impossible, this woman couldn't be older than 30. No, the Gaki is just disrespectful. I'll be sure to punish him later, Tsunade replied, offering a hand to the Uchiha princess. Guhara raised an eyebrow, intrigued by her meaning. You seem confident in your abilities. Naruto-kun is from my experience a highly formidable opponent. PFF'd, Tsunade scoffed. I could beat the little shit with a single finger. She knew that was not true, at least not anymore. This was a calculated move to sow misinformation at their total strength. While Naruto is ultimately the figurehead of our fledgling nation, I am the one that is actually in charge. Is that so? The albino questioned, gazing at Naruto for confirmation. Well, I don't know about one finger. If you ask me, we're even. But Yaba-chan knows way more than I do about how to run a village, so at least for now she's our real leader. The blonde admitted a little begrudgingly. Guhara still didn't know what to think. If what they were saying was true, then this woman was as strong as, if not stronger than, the blonde who had made sport of her and Jolie. I'll take that into consideration during negotiations then. I hope it would not be rude of me to ask for a demonstration at some point during my trip. If there is time, I don't see why not, Tsunade replied, a small smirk gracing her lips. Just according to plan. And this young lady is Karen, yes? Guhara asked, her attention now directed towards the redhead. You were with Naruto-kun during the placement trials, were you not? Karen had suppressed her earlier rage and was able to maintain her calm. That's right, I was there. I didn't really appreciate the attempt on our lives though. For her part, Guhara laughed. No, I can't imagine you would. But whilst it wasn't considered a normal route that I took, it would have been considered kind in comparison to the alternative. Karen was less than convinced, however, that being. She asked skeptically. Well, Naruto-kun clearly caused a stir in this very city not all that long before the trials. Our family's policy on those who can wield chakra not under the Empire's control is to scorch the earth they walk on and leave no trace. So far more people would have died if that were the case. Naruto had overheard this and decided to butt in. Well, in my defense, I was only defending myself and Karen-chan. As for the soldiers I had to kill. His expression hardened. While not wanting to come off as aggressive, he needed to make sure the warning was heard. I'll stop anyone who tries to harm my precious people. Precious people, huh? Guhara repeated absent-mindedly. Tell me, Naruto-kun, how does one become precious to you? The flirting overtones were not missed by Karen, but they certainly were by the blonde. Well, Naruto had to pause. This was not an easy question to answer. Most of the people in his life that he considered precious didn't really do anything in particular to earn such a position. It's kind of hard to explain. They're just those that I couldn't bear to see anything bad happen to. That is probably a foreign concept to most members of our family, Naruto, Shugo interrupted before Guhara could reply. I can understand the concept. Don't consider me a fool, Shugo, Guhara snapped angrily at her fellow Uchiha. Then do you have someone you would do anything to protect? Naruto asked, suddenly thinking that he was sounding a lot like the person who had asked him that same question all those years ago. I'm afraid at the moment I do not, Naruto-kun. Perhaps I will find someone one day, she admitted while carefully studying the blonde. It was a foreign concept for the blonde. Here was a lady who had a massive family, yet she saw none of them as precious to her. That must make you quite lonely. I have never really thought about it. Guhara admitted, seemingly in deep thought. Regardless, shall we move this conversation to another area? I see no need to keep talking out here in the open, Tsunade spoke up. Yes, let's go. I would also like to see what changes you have made to this city, Guhara agreed. As the gate opened, Guhara spied several former members of the Empire who had defected with Shugo. As they walked through the streets, she also noticed they were being followed by 4 others that she had not seen before. I must ask, Naruto-kun, are you training the civilians here to use chakra? Ah well, the academy is mostly being taken care of by Karen-chan. I just run some training for the more advanced students, Naruto replied. He was quite proud of the new budding shinobi. For students of less than a year, the 4 that are following us are quite impressive, though they could hide their chakra a little better, the Uchiha lectured. She felt no guilt in offering some advice. In her opinion, a bunch of civilians could never account to all that much in comparison to the chosen clans of the empire. They wouldn't ever amount to much, so a few pointers could do no harm. Yeah, I was never all that great at that. My master taught me some techniques, but they're a little too advanced for fresh graduates. Naruto admitted. His more advanced chakra control had come from his training with the toads in the art of senjutsu, not something that could be taught to a fresh academy graduate. They simply require better chakra control. I'll make sure they receive more training on the topic. Tsunade spoke up, actually in agreement with Guhara's assessment of the early graduates. Well, they did ask for help with learning some medical ninjutsu, so you need to have good chakra control for that. I bet they will be able to hide their chakra from anyone in no time at all, the blonde Uzumaki added proudly. You know Iryo ninjutsu? Guhara seemed almost impressed. Is that how you were able to recover from injury so quickly? She pressed, eager to know if Naruto's almost instant regeneration was something that could be learned. Naruto shook his head, almost laughing at the thought of him having enough chakra control to compare to Tsunade's meiotic regeneration. Me? Nah, I'm terrible at that stuff. My advanced healing is more along the lines of something I was born with, even if I wouldn't call it a keke genkai. As they walked, the streets seemed to clear, at least at first. The sight of a member of the royal family had spooked the civilian population, but as time went on, a few of the more brave citizens had begun following, almost gawking at the rather civil conversation going on between 2 supposed enemies. The path towards the central mansion wove through areas of the city that had been greatly restored since Naruto's coup. They were eager to show off what they had accomplished in such a short period of time. While Guhara was unable to compare, as she so rarely would set foot anywhere near the city, Tetsu had been in the city when Naruto had first shown up, and the differences were night and day. The streets, while once dirty and lined with broken windows and rubbish, were now clean. Trees and flowers had been planted to brighten the mood. The storefronts had been repaired and were far more welcoming, none more so than a bar on Tien, the corner of one of the main access streets. This had been a hotbed of crime controlled by one of the larger city gangs that had been kicked out, along with those that wished to return to the empire. The windows that had once been boarded up now were open, the bar filled with happy cheers and singing. Guhara was stunned. She had never seen people act in such a way. Where was their discipline? She had never been allowed to experience such a thing. They seem happy, she mused. Yes, this place certainly has changed since I was here last, Tetsu admitted stiffly. Well, it's amazing what can happen when you treat people with some respect, Shugo answered with a smirk, knowing it would get under his old master's skin. Respect it earned, not given freely, Guhara replied as calmly as she could, although in truth she was still engrossed by the sight of the friendly, happy scene of the bar, civilians singing songs, playing music. Even in the capital, most of the establishments she had seen or been to were far more serious. Respect in the empire is wealth or family. The system is broken, so the so-called earning of respect is impossible without breaking the law and treating others with contempt and indifference. You're looking at the results of freedom after 100 years of oppression. Shugo spoke, knowing where Guhara's eyes were lingering. The albino princess's eyebrow twitched in annoyance. She didn't like being lectured, and certainly not by her former guard. Even if I did agree, it is personal strength that matters most to the empire. Ruthless aggression is encouraged. That is why I am a leader, and you are nothing but a servant, even in your new role. I'd rather be a servant with freedom than a slave to our family's twisted rules. Shugo smirked, happy to see that he touched a nerve. He knew Guhara had been fighting against their family's traditions and her perceived weakness since she had been born, and despite all of her talent and unique skills, she was still under the emperor's thumb. That's enough. Guhara is here as our guest, Tsunade said with authority, although she allowed a small smile to cross her features. Perhaps we can take a closer look at some of the nightlife in the village later, she suggested. Naruto was tempted to point out that Tsunade just wanted an excuse to get drunk, but considering the circumstances decided against it. Guhara smiled and gave a curt nod in response. Yes, I would like that. I think there is no need to make these meeting entirely formal. They continued to move through the village every so often, stopping for Naruto or Tsunade to point out some changes they had made to the working of the city that either made it more safe or efficient. The only areas they avoided were areas that could be seen as targets should the Empire attack. The hospital for one. Being a new village, they didn't really have any Anbu or Tandy departments, but there was a makeshift prison for those that broke the law. However, often they would be given a choice to simply return to the Empire or the time in holding. Eventually, though, they arrived at large central mansion. The gates swung open and they were met with currently horse-sized form of Shukaku. "Welcome back, Naruto-sama," the tanuki spoke while wagging its sandy tail. Guhara of course recognized the creature but remembered it being several times its current size. He can control that giant beast that appeared at the trials. He was also able to summon that giant golden fox as well. I wonder if it is around here too. Tetsu on the other hand was a little more startled, leaning into Shugo in surprise. "What is that thing?" "That's Shukaku, the sand spirit. I don't really know that much about it, but apparently there are 8 more somewhere. It doesn't really like me much though," Shugo answered honestly. He himself didn't know why, but the sand creature was always very wary around Shugo and he had yet to see the re-emergence of the fox Kurama. "My, what a fascinating creature." Guhara mused once she moved past her initial shock. "Another one of your summons, Naruto-kun?" she queried. Naruto rubbed the back of his head, not really sure how to answer that question. "Not really, although I could probably summon Shukaku if I wanted. He's more like a friend." Guhara began circling Shukaku, examining the Biju closely but never reaching out to touch the sand-based tanuki. "Well, summons or not, a creature like this one is certainly interesting. It seemed untamed and wild during the trials though, or was that all planned?" "No, not planned. He just sort of showed up there because that's where I was when he reformed. He was a little disorientated at the time," the blonde Uzumaki answered. "Unparalleled strength, powerful summons, and now these chakra-based creatures that show him loyalty. What an impressive young man you are, Naruto-kun," the princess thought with a sly smile. "Amazing. Then the giant fox that you summoned to combat this Shukaku is a similar creature, I take it?" Naruto hesitated. He didn't really want to bring the Biju up. They all had a rather rough past when it came to members of the Uchiha clan. "Yeah, his name is Kurama." Guhara nodded and once more turned back to study the Biju. "I see, and do you enjoy working with Naruto-kun, Shukaku?" "Naruto-sama is a friend to all of the 9 and father's successor. It is my pleasure to help him in any way that I can," the tanuki answered flatly, not really interested in talking to the Uchiha. 9. Does that mean there are 9 of these creatures that Naruto can summon? With power like that, even the combined might of the Empire would struggle to deal with him. "Oh, this will be perfect. First I make Naruto-kun mine, then I'll place myself as the Empress with a loyal group of 9 guard dogs to do our bidding." Guhara licked her lips at the very thought. "Shukaku, has anyone approached the city walls since we have been gone?" Tsunade asked hesitantly. She was still unsure of Naruto's willingness to let the Biju roam the city freely, but his abilities were more than useful. "No, Tsunade Dono, the only people to approach the city all day have been the Uchiha and her partner," Shukaku replied. "Good, I am glad you kept your word and didn't try to sneak anyone into the city. It would not have ended well for them," the busty Senju smirked, thanking the Biju before walking on. "Allow me to show you to your rooms for the duration of your stay. They may not be as luxurious as you are accustomed, but they are the best we can offer." While Tsunade and Shugo left with the 2 from the Empire, Naruto and Karen remained behind with Shukaku. "What do you think?" the blonde asked as he watched the other leave. "Her chakra is dark, but not twisted in the way that Sasuke's was before the war. But I do think she is planning something," Karen replied honestly. Naruto nodded. He was thinking the same thing. "And Tetsu? Similar to what I sensed while he was in the village. He's not a bad person," Karen answered. "True, he simply places his duty to the Empire above all else. He's not all that different from Kakashi-sensei. The real question will be what would happen if there is a choice between a comrade and a mission," Naruto reasoned. "Right, those who abandon their friends are worse than trash, just like you tell all the students," Karen giggled before her features hardened. "I don't think these meetings will go all that well. We will end up in a war with the Empire. I know, but just because we will be enemies, doesn't mean we can't be friends for now, the blonde answered, knowing it would be difficult to get out of any confrontation with the Empire. We just need to be ready when the time comes.